like that. We back from another one. Here we go. We back on the scene like we never left. Time to go put them back on the shelf. No, we do not need permission. We came in alone, now we leaving you by ourselves. Now nobody wanna play me. Everybody think I'm crazy. Guess I gotta live up to it. Nothing but to do it. Hear me out. Let's go. They know we done been there before. They know I done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. I think we gon' do it again. I'm ready to go for the win. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Do it again. Tell them I'm for another one. Let's win. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, like that. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, like that. Do it again. Tell them I'm for another one. Tell them let's do it again.
You're better. You're f***ing better, bro.
I went to like vault door, I think. I've seen this, bro.
Oh my god. He's in vault.
Meadows.
You're so much better.
Bomb.
Oh my god!
Holy
Hello?
Let's go. You're the
I'll just
same
pull
shit.
them real quick. Holy yo!
And,
Yobi!
You're going to have some big numbers. 45 for Abuza.
My God, what a hardpoint! Beans again! And the hardpoint still belongs to Ultra! In the two-piece machine that has been Lean's all game. Absolute devastation. Black Ops 6, we are in for a year.
It's the Call of Duty League coming at you live. I'm Chris Bucket alongside Alley Cat and Nameless, our analyst on the day. We're going to break down all of our action. We're in Minor 1. We started with 12 teams. We're down to 8. Alley Cat, what are you excited about?
I'm excited about the matches are just going to keep getting better and better. I'm hoping for all Game 5s today.
Nameless, for anyone who missed the bracket yesterday, let's take a peek at it now and walk me through the biggest match of the day. What's the must-watch if you missed yesterday's show?
I think the first match that we had on the day, the Minnesota Rocker versus the Gorillas mate, just absolutely insane. Reverse sweep gets down to a Game 5, and now Rocker moving on to play Ultra. And then also, if you missed it, watch the map 1 vault between Optic and Falcons. If you're looking at the Falcons and seeing their record, you might think, oh, they're just not good. No, they have talent. Excellent, going crazy with 52. One of the best performances we've seen all year.
Fantastic comeback from Optic as well. Let's take a look, though, at what Rocker gets for winning against LAG. You match up against Toronto Ultra, a squad that's been looking very strong. 3-1 start here for the Ultra squad. Alley Cat, what have you seen from the team up north?
I've seen a roster change that worked incredibly well in their favor. I was a little skeptical of it at first. I'm not gonna lie, but their S&D specifically has been unreal. 6-0 across the board, best in the league. Insight is playing unbelievable. 1.48 with a 70% opening dual win rate. You talk about Insight, you talk about Winsight and the iciness he brings to search and destroy. He's also just been laying in that damage.
And Nameless, I said they were 3-1. Excuse me. This is a 4-0 squad. Yeah. They are without a loss up to this point. What's surprising, or did you expect this team to be performing at this level?
No, I actually expect them to be performing at this level. You know, in the preseason, I said they had the most underrated roster moves of the offseason. I think Joe Deceives is just unbelievable. Like, this kid is on his way to becoming one of the best in the world at the position. The last 6 months have been unreal for him, placings on LAN and individual performance. And then you talk about Beans, like a guy who's coming in to sort of change culture a little bit, bring a little bit more excitement and fun back to Call of Duty for Insight and Kleenex, and he's been putting down the damage. So this just got a good roster on all fronts. I guess if you look at it, you would say Kleenex is the superstar of this team so far. Despite how good Joe Deceives has been, Kleenex has just been doing better, man.
He's just kind of been the glue, right? They've been unreal at search and destroy, but where Kleenex has really been shining has been in the hard point and the control, as you see it on your screen, and that's what's been keeping them with a perfect record.
And he played especially well against some of the tougher teams. So look for Kleenex and Joe Deceives today as the SMG frontline. Rocker, on the other hand, is a team where I feel like it doesn't matter the role. Anyone is capable of clutching up. They don't go away either, Ali. Even when you have them down in a game 3, they somehow force you to a game 5.
You're right. They don't go away either, but we do have to talk about the fact that they are 3-2, and 2 of those wins are versus the LA Gorilla mates. So still a lot to be desired from the Minnesota Rocker team. But I will say they've been proving us at the desk and a lot of the fans wrong, especially when it comes to predictions.
Name with 20 games, you only win 8 of them, maps 1 through 4. It's the game 5, so that's the difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, and they're doing just enough in the respawns, right? Like the hardpoint control is decent. And you know what, Chris? Like, I look at this team, I've been on a ton of rosters like this, where it's like, you're solid in the game modes, but when you get to game 5, you just ice up. You play your situations really well, and when you watch them, it's like every single round there's unique strategy. Like, okay, we're gonna 4 bang out. Nope, we're just gonna take hallway from them on Hacienda. Like, these guys, they just know what they want to do. And in the game 5s, they have guys like Paul X, who is comfortable on the island, can play his life and do what he needs to do to get the job done. So for them, it's probably going to be like this majority of the season, just get to that game 5 and close it out. But hey, that's how you win championships, man. So I think that they are a dark horse, and if they win today, sitting at top 4.
We were talking about it before day 1. You said Minnesota has a chance of actually finishing top 4. This is the matchup for top 4. You beat Toronto, you're guaranteed that. Let's talk about another battle for top 4. That's between Boston and Optic Texas, and this is a rematch that we saw from week number 1. The difference this time around, Pred out, Hook is in. How do you see it playing out this time around?
This is tough, because if you asked me before that Falcon series yesterday, I would have easily said Optic Texas. I think it's a little bit more split now, because it was a great opening in hardpoint from them in the first time around. Shotzi went on a 10 spree. He ended 38 and 18, but it was Boston Breach and the Search and Destroys winning the Courtyard battles on Rewind, even though that's out now, and Cammy having a crazy game 4 and game 5. So for the Boston Breach, they're feeling comfortable in this matchup, especially after seeing how slow of a start Optic had yesterday versus Falcons.
Yeah, I don't think Shotzi was talking about Boston Breach when he was calling out the rest of the organization, because Boston Breach did slap him, took him down in a game 5. But, you know, here's some notes about it. Since that match, Optic have not lost to Search and Destroy since bringing in Hoop, right? So they've been unbelievable 5 straight. That is how Boston got it done versus them. There's also some new maps in, so it's a totally different series. I think it's the AR battle, what we need to look out for today in this matchup. Cammy, Awakening, you're looking at Dashy and Kenny, so we'll see how that goes, but I think it's going to be a banger.
Kenny has had an off series the first few weeks here, and it looks like Dashy, he's picking up the slack. The man has shown ice, number 1 on the leaderboard. But on the other side, you got Cammy right behind him at the number 2 spot, a guy who's coming up from challengers since EWC.
Yeah, being a great leader for these guys, right? We talked about Snoopy and his development last year and how it was stressful, wasn't learning that much. Under Cammy, like, he's been playing super well and has seemingly gotten to that next level. So we'll see how it goes today versus Optic, but I think we get a game 5 in that.
Boston Breach, Optic Texas. That is going to be the second match of the day. The third match, it's going to be Carolina Royal Ravens, a 4-0 record, a perfect record in the number 1 seed, as they are officially the favorites to win this tournament. Ali, does that stand true, or is that just taking a look at the numbers from weeks 1 and 2?
I think it still stands true. They're the strongest respawn team that we have right now. They are also kind of the biggest surprise that we've seen in the league. I don't think anybody expected them to be this good, and that's why it's been taking us this many days to just keep talking about it, right? Everybody's been unreal. 6-1 at Hardpoint, 3-1 in Control. They've only had 1 game 5 versus the Cloud9 New York Subliners. So if there's any matchups I want to see them make it all the way. I want to see them tomorrow going up against a team like LA Thieves, maybe Atlanta FaZe again. Carolina Ravens, though, have been unreal.
Nameless, this is a rematch, though. You're going up against Cloud9, who you've already beaten. It was a pretty tight matchup previously. Cloud9 looking stronger after yesterday's match.
Yeah, Cloud9 are looking way better after yesterday's match, right? Search and Destroy looked good. Sib got going, which was interesting to see. And then Attach as well, slaying alongside Mac on that map number 1. When it comes to Carolina, though, man, they've been unbelievable in the respawns. I mean, you're sitting at 9-2. Everybody's just bought into the system. Like, fundamentally, they're playing great Call of Duty. And Rookie of the Year, now in his 2nd year, has just been leading the way for them in the slaying department. Look at those numbers in the respawn.
Yeah. I tried to say yesterday, he's kind of my hot take when it comes to MVP. He's been the best player on this team. Slasher has made a good contention, but at least when it comes down to the numbers, Gwen's leading in every category. He has been so consistent.
Gwyn is going to be one of the players to watch. Rookie of the Year from last season here in his sophomore year. We'll see if he's able to get the job done like they did in a Game 5. Remember, that was a reverse sweep. And in the Game 5, it wasn't just Gwyn. TJ dropped 12-3, put the team on his back in S&D.
Yeah, they got a good unit in Surge, right? You put TJ and Slasher together. Like, they played so many S&D 8s, it just works out. But you look at this reverse sweep, and you're like, okay, Cloud9 went up 2-0. And then it was not close in the 3 maps that Carolina won, right? So, whereas it was a Game 5, the maps weren't necessarily that close. So, Carolina probably feel like they should have mopped the floor with them. But I'm excited to see with the Cloud9 improvements how the series goes, man. I think it's, in terms of talent, it's a pretty even matchup.
Is Mac the player to shut down on Cloud9 right now? Who's the most dangerous?
Yeah.
100%. You have to shut down Mac. He's been single-handedly pulling them through a lot of these respawns.
Cloud9 is here in the top 8. Can they power through the top 4? They have to get through Carolina first. We have one more fight to talk about, and it's the biggest one of the night. We're saving it as the headliner. The last match of the evening, LA Thieves versus Atlanta. This isn't a Major 1 final. We're getting it here in the round of 8 for minor number 1, Atlanta. The lowest seed we have seen them enter a tournament with, the 10th seed. They put it on the line against a red-hot LA Thieves.
Now, listen, before yesterday, it would have been an easy answer who's going to take this match. But Atlanta, pre that series versus Miami, 1-4 in S&D, 1-3 in Control. Drosa went into that series with a 0.6 in S&D and a 0.7 in Control. And that is not what we saw in their series yesterday. After heroic plays from Simp, we saw the Atlanta FaZe that met the expectations we set for them early on.
Nicholas, last time we saw this matchup, it was 250-76 in the very first Hardpoint. But then Atlanta goes on to win Control. They win the second Hardpoint. It was the search and destroys that gave LA the win. Is that still going to be the story today as you see Simp facing off against another MVP candidate in Hydra?
You know, it's hard to say, right? We saw the 1v4 yesterday, and it just looked like that was a spark. But I do still feel like Atlanta FaZe has a lot of growth that we need to see. Like, the Hardpoint map number 1 was abysmal. Like, they got beat by 130-plus points. So for them going up against LA Thieves, that will just not be enough.
They got the same colors. They also got 2 new skins. Who do you prefer, LA Thieves or Atlanta FaZe, if you're going to be picking up a new skin in the COD store, Alley Cat?
LA Thieves.
LA Thieves? Yeah. And how about in this match today?
In this match today, I'm also probably going to go LA Thieves. Why am I doing this so early?
I don't know. It's a little bit early, but let's take a look at these skins. All 12 teams with brand new home and away skins. They're available in the COD store. Pick them up right now. I know we've been sent some from Toronto Ultra. Other teams, if you have some codes available, Nameless is streaming them, send them our way. These are pretty dope, and it's not just the skins.
I want Heretics.
You get the gun camos and the gun buddies.
I want the Heretic skin. Yo, DM me. And
I had to get the Cloud9 one. It's got a cat charm,
right
dude.
there. I like that a lot. All right, all of the skins are available. All of the teams are in play today. We've got 8 of them taking the stage here in the second round of our minor.
This is the most beautiful bracket I have ever seen in the history of Call of Duty. I've been doing this a long time.
It's awesome.
It is. I mean, we're truly going to see the best of each colorway in this bracket. It's absolutely unreal.
The script and graphic designers working together perfectly. This is content creation, and it all starts right now. First matchup begins at 3. We got 4 coming your way. When we come back, we begin with Minnesota Rocker taking on Toronto Ultra.
Comes off with the backside of Palace wall, plus the delayed hit from Escriel.
Check the scoreboard, I'm running up stacks. Numbers don't lie, that's facts.
Oh my God, Gio, my God, is his hard point.
Check the numbers, I'm running it up. I got
Oh, and Nero gets a double over the middle of the map. Has more. Oh, Nero, hello. How about the full team wipe from Nero?
It's a battle of our purple squads as Minnesota Rocker takes on Toronto Ultra. We got our first sample of Minnesota in the minor yesterday. Slow start, but they finished with a win in a Game 5 over LAG. But today we see Toronto in full force. They've been planning over the holiday. They're ready to take the stage. What are you going to see from them today?
From Toronto Ultra, I'm going to see some disgusting search and destroy. As I touched on earlier, 6-0 overall. Inside Dragon 1.48. Joe's right behind him with a 1.5. The only thing for Toronto Ultra is that they could clean up their hardpoint fundamentals just a little bit. They're last in the league in rotations, but once they're in, their top 3 holds, they're getting those points. So literally, all they gotta do is clear that communication, get there early, and they're gonna be even more gross than they already are.
Nameless, I don't think I've said Insight's name at all. He's on the team too. What does he need to do today?
He just needs to keep doing what he's doing, man. Providing structure, supporting the backline. When you talk about this team, it's about Beans finding the kills, but then Insight staying alive and finessing. And that's what he's done so well over the years of Call of Duty, and it's working with this roster.
On the other side, you got Minnesota Rocker. So how does the AR duo break down? Is it a similar role where you're going to have one frying and the other staying alive? How does it work here?
Yeah, I mean, I think this roster is definitely built upon, like, anybody can pop off at any moment.
Okay.
You look at it, right? Like, they all have high ceilings, and Gio's the guy who typically will find more kills, play for them a little bit more, and then Paul X, more the clutch player, so I guess his direct comparison on the other side would be Insight. But I like this roster, right? And it's a tall task to take down Toronto Ultra, but if there's a team that's going to do it, it would be the team that's been clutching up in the Game 5s, right? So they match up well when you talk about the search and destroys. Just the respawn, though, it's going to be tough. Like, map pool wise, Toronto Ultra, they have one of the biggest map pools in the game right now between Hardpoint and Control. Rocker, they do not, right? So you're going to have to dig deep, get some big performances.
Nero has had some takeover series. He could have one here today. Do you have his over or his under, Alley Cat?
I have his over in the kill department, but as far as wins go, not so much, just because the wins that they do have is within like 5-7 points, so they still have a little bit of work to be done.
Let's take a look at our maps and modes for today. We could be seeing another 5-game series because Minnesota is here. Protocol as a double dose. Also, we see Hacienda coming in at game number 4 and 5. Game is about ready, so let's jump straight to our pick'ems. Nameless, the pick'em leader, is our front runner. I let Alley Cat catch up yesterday by choosing Vancouver. So today I will take the lead by saying Toronto Ultra first.
I don't know if you're going to take the lead, but just because you said it first, I'm also going to say Toronto Ultra.
Okay, Nameless.
I'm going to go with Minnesota Rocker. They've just been so clutch, and yeah, I'm taking a shot at them.
They've just been so clutch is the reason?
They've been so clutch, yes. I think, like, stylistically in the searches, like, they match up well. I think Rocker get it done today.
Whenever I'm confident, I get rocked. Let's find out if the Rocker are going to do it again. We send it over to Chance and Miles. Take it away, Bearded Ones.
I absolutely love this. There's a very spicy looking desk at the moment, and I'm all for it. I'm all for an exciting battle between our 2 purple teams here in today's game of the minor. Chance, what do you think, man? I mean, yesterday what we saw out of Rocker was fantastic, and I think they're bringing a hot game to a hot Toronto.
For sure. I think it's going to be a lot of fun and a really good test for both of the teams, right? Toronto have a phenomenal record, as it 4-0 on the series. They're undefeated in S&D, but they haven't played all the top teams just yet. And as Nameless pointed out, Minnesota Rocker are incredibly gritty, super clutch, and even where like their hardpoint record isn't great, 3-7 overall, the wins they have are like absurdly clutch. So the 3-7 record does not look great, but this map number 1 Protocol is their map pick, so I think it's actually the strongest map that Rocker have. So happy to see it for the game number 1. Get to see, well, I would say quickly what they're going to bring to the table, but that looks like a delay. So less than quick.
I wish I could say that. Something seriously wrong with Toronto. They're killing each other.
Bad vibes.
Treachery, betrayal in the camp. They're all having fun though, but yeah, that looks like an issue to start things off. Oh, was Paul's camera as well? Paul's out. We saw Paul yesterday having a great time. Big
with
reverse
a bloody
sweep.
nose, yeah.
Yeah, bloody nose. Paul got that game, really took it out of him. Left it all on the line there, and with good reason. That reverse sweep was a sensational one indeed. But Rocker, yeah, let's see what they've got to bring. Great pick for them in map number 1. We'll see if it pays off. Be ideal to get a leg up over Toronto Ultra, given that Search and Destroy has been their mode. But again, I think Ant's right. There's a lot of style points here to be seen between Rocker and Ultra. This could be a fantastic series, boys and girls, once it gets started.
It's going to be fun as well, because if you're looking at like the hardpoint stats, not just the 3-7 record that Rocker have, but if you're looking at like individual like KDs and like their Slayer ratings and whatnot, it really is a disjointed team where Nero is a hefty slayer in the game where he kills everything in sight, but honestly has so much output that his teammates are left to sort of like do other things. So there's dramatic differences in the camp. You just got to make sure you get the hill time. But yeah, his stats absolutely bonkers. He's been consistent at Hardpoint all year long. So this is yesterday against the Gorillas, a 1.34 from a sub with 28.6 kills per minute. Those are absurd. Those are tippy top of the league. And obviously, if you watch the top of the show, we saw CleanX's numbers as well. That's going to be the head-to-head matchup we're sort of looking for. And I think the bigger question for Nero is, can he keep up with CleanX? Because at least in my mind, that is the player to be like striving to be towards.
Yeah, especially in a map like Protocol, you want to be hitting those submachine guns head to head. If they can keep each other at least balanced, then you're not going to sort of lose those rotation fights too often, because this map will punish you heavily down low. In particular, that P4, an incredibly strong hardpoint we talked about yesterday countless times. It's the money hill, folks. It's where you get large quantities of points, really separates the good teams from the great. And here we go. Rocker, Ultra, map 1 here in round 2. Let's get it.
And listen, man, I'm paying attention to Shotzi's crash out as well. Teams pay a lot of attention to the opening breaks, and by the looks of it, Minnesota Rocker, those initial kills and initial time should be good to go. Joe Deceives, though, dominant on the opposite side of the map, and well, just like that, Ultra steamroll their way through in complete control, and Joe Deceives gets to have some fun. He just gets to slay.
Well, we heard a lot of love for Joe Deceives in the build-up to the matchup. Right now in stellar form. His teammates have the hard point. Not looking fantastic for P2 though, but that's where Joe has spawned up. So we'll see how that goes. Now the flip. Rocker on the wrong side of the map right now. We'll see if they can battle their way forward. And Joe Deceives, still an issue. Nero answers though, pistol in hand. That's an aims on spawn. He's looking good as well. Opportunity to bounce back.
Yep, that is the Nero special again. If there are kills to be found, he's gonna get them. And Paul X, bloody nose or not, that man has some moves. We got guys sliding. We got the power positions under wraps, and well, Minnesota Rocker able to take the lead on this time, and the setup is looking pretty flawless, except for CleanX just finds the route to get through, and the first man to die on Minnesota Rocker's setup just happened to be the guy on time.
That's unfortunate. Pushes Estriel out of position, but Estriel right into the point, able to find some time here. Reinforcements through mid. Geo picks up one, not enough to stop the onslaught though. Paul now put into position, slowing down the attackers as best he can. It's down low for Ultra. Up the bank, off the nade, up to the side of the grass there, as that just keeps the hard point firmly in the hands of the boys of Rocker. This is a sensational hold. P3 looks to be good for Ultra for now, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, they just thrived on the sort of open setup, and they're able to flip the spawn, so this is a beautiful little sequence for Rocker. I thought CleanX finding that extra kill would have caused some chaos, but Minnesota happy for it for the moment. But right now, Nero and Geo on the back line. Big responsibility. Geo's already been taken care of, and now Ultra, they just need to count names. I don't think they have any idea that Nero's back here, and as soon as you say it, look at the minimap, they turn and hunt them down. So Toronto Ultra, as we expect, an incredibly heads-up team. Their communication always on point.
Yeah, it's the submachine gun players, it's the route men, making sure that all the soft spots of the map are secure, and that's exactly what we're seeing now. Nice turnaround here. Ultra still in control of the time. A massive win again from Paul. Brings us up to an AR fight, and whoa, CleanX, they line up, and he gets a couple. Still hard point in the hands of Rocker, and what a back and forth map this is so far.
Hey, this is like the battle of just like sort of slay-heavy plays, and then like higher IQ moments where Ultra like sort of having better finesse, keeping track of names a little bit better, but then occasionally just getting slammed. So Rocker, it's going to be about a tie game going into new, the most important hill we have on the game. And look who's there first with SMGs prowling down low, so much so that Insight is trying to pull out a Jackal.
Damn.
That tells you what kind of engagements we're expecting for this one.
It's so important indeed. Oh, CleanX on a Nero. What a win. Lead change. That could be the difference here. The most important hard point in the game, arguably. And we've got it in the hands of Ultra.
Yeah, perfect time so far. Nice little push out as well. All bases covered. Even a Jackal in the hands of Beans. And every single kill you need to get, it is one by one by one by one. CleanX 15-7. And for the head-to-head battle we spoke about, Nero 6-11, feeling the pain.
Yeah, and you know in the comms, dead. Ahead big door, yeah. One more big door. Very soft, very calm, very in control. Joe deceives. A couple of loud deads there from he and Beans. This is looking good. What a turn. This hard point, cannot underestimate how important it is. Massive lead change right now for Ultra. 7 spree for CleanX, streaked out. We're looking to see a lot of damage here, folks. Ultra with the lead, with control. Quick listening.
Top broken as well. Top broken actually in there.
Near weak. Near weak.
That guy.
Top broken. I like it.
Make gun trips.
Take your time. Trips, that.
Make gun and time.
No time.
I see there's that time.
I'm main top.
Same time.
These trips and there's that time. Go top trips.
I'm dead.
I'm not. I'm
Trips are low.
Oh,
I'm in streak. I'm in streak. I streak, by the way. He's in barrels. He's in tower now.
I have a trophy.
I'm back. I'm making sure I
One more
block.
time, Joe. Come on.
Absolute P2.
I know what's 20.
Maybe both sides, I think. Yeah, both sides, I think.
Tally.
Nice. I spawned you, brother.
Time now.
I'm main top.
I'm trying to kill these good trips.
Should be that top.
Really weak time. Really weak time. On the mid somewhere. Mid gun. Mid gun.
Time.
I front there. I front there.
No.
I'm trying. We should block here.
I'm out.
I have time.
Oh, it's back tower already.
Spawner, I think, bro. In time, close left, I think.
I'll take routes.
I should have just been strip. My bad.
What's mid gun?
I'm gonna go top.
P1 or mid gun?
Name of time.
What's in mid gun? It's top. I'm gonna play tower. I'm
Time.
Inside. Yeah, one guy.
Any speak?
Give me a sec,
Absolute
bro.
guys.
main top. You want top?
Low fucking power steps. Low tower steps near.
Listen, I'm gonna go map.
Listen,
I'm gonna go.
Oh,
He's in map. He's in grannies.
Get shot crossing these stone grannies. He's out.
One gun close to front grannies.
We should probably just wrap for this.
Bro.
Hit the tower.
Yeah, one. I think he's tower steps for tower steps in time. I'm one top trips in
Trip and one's broken, I think.
Try to get time. Stay down.
Yeah,
Tower now.
I
I should have a streak.
He's Gen. He's gonna have a streak, yeah. He's Gen.
Go left for now.
He was. No, tell me back in.
Ultra may still have the lead and they may have won the P4, but they're losing the rest of the map. Let's have a listen in with Rocker, see how they domaminate.
It's a clean next one shot there.
And P1. I went top 10.
P1. I'm trying to reflate P1.
Yo, back right of me, back right to next. That guy got me. He's one solo. Watch out, back door. One time. Big as shit. There's mine in the back. I was shooting.
Oh, back left. He's on the back stairs. It's a B.
Top in. Pete weak as fuck. Top left. And one front right. Top door dime. I made it weak. Good shit. I'm in. One bump to you. I think with Beans. There are two as far. They hit Sparrow.
There you go. One Sparrow.
Big door,
I don't see the Sparrow. One's gonna flank this.
I power. I have all Sparrow. I got zip flank.
They be big door.
Big gun P1.
Big door.
I'm starting big door for you. Give me some.
Big door.
Nice. One more big door stuck.
One zip. Zip that.
Sparrow, get me Sparrow. Watch out, one HPV.
You got away.
Play this time heavy, I was Sparrow dead. Nice, good shit. I have zip pinch. I'm getting one. Big door. Sparrow. Coming that Sparrow down. Sparrow dead. They're gonna be close.
I'm trying to go big door.
Yeah, we're going big quick. I'm starting to big. I saw him. Big door dead. Watch out, Sparrow. We did too, maybe. I heard big door. I'm starting your big door. I heard it. I done a big door. B2, top middle. Three big doors.
Hold on.
Oh my god, bro. There's three.
Three there. Dead.
Two big.
Weak.
I'm gonna try this. Come. Hit zip.
The battle for this hardpoint continues. A slight moment of lead change there. Ultra back in it, and we're looking at a brilliant third set chance.
Yeah, this has been an absolute mixed fest, but where CleanX popped off early, Estriel on the P2 went on an 8 spree, completely locks down the middle of the map, and, well, you imagine gets the entry to the new time, at least takes down Insight. So Rocker inside P1 first. It is a lead by the smallest of margins, but this is the grit we talk about with Rocker. These are the maps they thrive in.
This is the clutch. Holding on to this small lead. Geo into the point. Great coverage there from Estriel on his right flank. Jodeci's picked up smooth shots out of Geo. Hard point time now for Rocker. You've got to get a break here, Ultra. The lead is starting to get dangerous, especially with the P2 to P3 chains that we've seen Rocker pull off.
And they're reading the route too. Yeah, Kleenex gets taken care of. So you see Geo and team had eyes on for that elevator flank, and they deal with that perfectly. And this is a freedom moment for Estriel. You just get to push up and plate for kills. There's 8 seconds left on hold, and that is a death that does not matter. He will spawn up and be back towards this new time. And this is the new time, the P2 hill, where Rocker have dominated this game. We go again.
Nero on the mid-map cutoff, making sure that no one gets over the top side. Aiming down low. He's got a very important job. Chase them red dots. He's being a nuisance right now. And in the meantime, the hard point is still in the hands of Rocker. One player through the back line. Geo can't read it. Jodeci's finds 2. A break. 1 man left. It's Nero. If they can take care of him, there's time to be had. Ultra, stay alive.
And you thought the setup was going to be a little devastating from Rocker, but Ultra bounced back and win some incredible gunfights. Jodeci and Kleenex putting in some serious work with 60 kills combined. Now 25 seconds left. It's a delicate moment for Rocker. A few players are creeping up with the idea of hitting this old time, but they got to make sure you don't give up that spawn. Beans just spawns out at new, and you get 3 down in the feed. Rocker, welcome to the wrong side of the map.
Oh dear, they found themselves here before, and they fought their way out of it once more, boys, and the most important of the map. This is the clutch we're talking about. Jodeci is in sight, locking down top mid. A couple more kills and 3 down again for Rocker.
Dude, they are still prowling the back spawns. You see how much they value it? They lose track of 1 player, and they hunt him down. So Nero's out of the picture before the plays develops, and now you're taking routes with Kleenex. He is everywhere for it. Takes 1 to the grave.
Cuts down at least 1 towards the front and the back. Now we go. A bit of a pinch. Anyone able to make anything of this? Final 10 for the game. Ultra now holding still. Rocker, 1 hit, 1 break. Are they in? Geo and Estriel find theirs. 1 man on the outside now for Ultra. Kleenex has got to go big. It's 5 seconds for the win. He could arguably do it. No, he's down and out. Front line. Here we go, Rocker.
And Ultra have to contest as well. You got to contest for at least 3 or 4 seconds just to force it to do. Of course, if you break, you win. It's a nail-biter game, a nail-biter finish, and Ultra wipe them off the map at the end, and now Rocker have to flood in just to force it to new. They can't get it done. Toronto Ultra win map number 1.
Nero pieces his way in, and Joe can't believe it. A tiny lapse of watch to allow that player through sidewalks, through the back door. It gives you the win there. That is a huge moment. Both teams playing their hearts out there on protocol to start the series, and we're in for a treat here, folks. Rocker can barely believe it. They had such a good first set, such a good second set. They kept it all together despite the P4 dominance from Ultra, but at the end of the day, it comes down to the clutch. It comes down to 1 setup, 1 single moment, and Ultra take the win. Whew! Look at them stats.
Yeah, I mean, look, the SMGs for Ultra obviously having a feast of a time. 38 kills there from Kleenex, 33 from Jodeci as well. But the AR players suffering a little bit. Both Beans and Insight do go negative, and granted, still doing the right things on the map, but I think that's probably the conversation to be had from map number 1, because Rocker consistently finding themselves in really good spots, but there's times where you know how to get kills, and there's times where you need to know just how to win the game. And I think Rocker sort of dropping the ball. Like, Miles, you remember that like initial P2 where they had the dream setup, everybody pushed out, so much space taken on the map, and then Kleenex just finds a route to go right towards time and kill the most important player on Rocker, and they let little things like that through. And then how about the big things they let through of just the left side of the map open when the only thing you need to do is rotate? If the little things are going wrong and the big things are going wrong, you're not going to have success in Hardpoint. Now a 3-8 record for the team.
Very tough. This very much could have been 4-7, but if not for a couple of moments, especially the end there, man. The end was a stinger. Yeah, good looks across the highlights again. I mean, the battle for the backside of the map. Estriel finding corners. He had a solid map individually, a lot of pieces from him. But again, at the end of the day, it's about the team play. It's about who walks away with the dub, and that was a Ultra win. Streaks from both sides as well. I mean, we really were treated to a very, very explosive protocol hardpoint there. Yeah, man, it's so tough. I mean, I'm sure many folks were watching Shotzi stream last night, talking about the importance of sides of the map, eliminating information to your teammates, and playing for the win. And this is exactly what we saw here. Good stuff. Start things off. Search and Destroy on its way. And again, Ultra have absolutely had the advantage there. And I think, Charles, that was one of the moments there. That was CleanX's big break on that P2. And this is the last few moments towards the end. This is the final hit. Rocker get in. No one watches the back door. Joe finds the tiniest of ways in, cuts him down, and gets a matter of seconds.
And even, you know, him finding that route, it's like someone spotted him. He gets reduced to like 30 HP, but still just not quite quick enough in those moments to be able to deliver. And that is something that separates the good teams from the great. Rocker just a small step behind in that moment, but if we're looking for more picturesque examples of it, how about those like P4s that we had? You look at the first one there from Ultra, they get 55 seconds on the hill, so close to being perfect. Well, you go over to the next P4 on the flip side. Well, when Rocker get control, they still have success. Like, it is a money hill and they're able to get 38, 40 seconds, but it's not quite as clean. And we saw it from Ultra. It was just easy, efficient work. Players lining up for CleanX. They're not having to sweat at all. When we're watching Rocker's perspective on the hold, it's chaos, and these guys are having to work for every little moment. And I just know that style can be exhausting to play in. The exhaustion turns into a 10-point loss. How close you could have been to a 1-0 up in this series, but to S&D we go, where we get to test the record for Toronto Ultra. They remain perfect in the game mode, 6-0 so far this year.
6-0. Will it be 7-0? The inverse Bond, kind of. Yeah, exactly. That's what's going on there. But yeah, exciting stuff. As far as the matchup goes, Chance, I mean, I'm thoroughly enjoying what I'm seeing in the hard points. The section's always gonna be good. I'm just trying to think about, like, you know, what are you bringing to another protocol here if you are Rocker? What's the sort of game plan? You've seen what's worked out, you've seen what hasn't. Where are we going, man? What's the deal, huh? What's the big difference that we can actually bring against Ultra? We've studied VOD, we've done everything we can to improve over the Christmas break. What's the deal?
I think mixing things up will be the way to go, right? So we've seen them on the map. Obviously, Toronto Ultra are going to be a team to do their homework, but I want to see teams start to steal other strats. Like, I really enjoyed watching Gorilla's mate play on Protocol S&D. I love Priesthood going out towards Helicopter on defense and just hitting the wall bang straight away, because it sets you up for so many different things. So I just want to see you go deep into the bag of tricks and be difficult to predict. And just like CleanX running straight through the middle of the map on offense, I mean, the B site is wide out in the open. This is a perfect mini-map for Toronto Ultra.
Paul knows something's up, and he's done. So that's a problem. That's the plan to B as well. Estriel wins this fight on the top side. Can they get to B fast enough? Bean's already in position in heli. A fantastic power position, gives you a lot of angles over the bomb. But watch out, though. Now he's a red dot. Now he's a problem.
And this is just, I mean, good luck rooting all these players out. CleanX is playing for a guarantee. Easy one for him. Not a trade to be found. Well, it does come through, but now Estriel's position's revealed, and Jodeci is in a god spot, Bean's in a power position, and there's only 20 seconds left.
20 seconds, got to make a move, got to get going, boys. Joe might have to pull himself forward now as well. Estriel tagged up. Geo now set in for the kill. 14 seconds to go. A big win from Beans, and a win from Joe from behind Ultra. Round one.
I mean, that's an insane first round. CleanX literally runs straight through the middle of the map, uncontested. Nobody spots him. A stun doesn't land on him. Absolutely nothing. And they take full control of the site, and then it's just completely free after the fact. And that's the absolute dream. And that's a tone setter of a round one offense. Now Minnesota Rocker, their next defensive round, are going to be forced to make some type of adjustment. And obviously we're expecting Ultra to play around that, but that'll be a future round. And we just get to see how Rocker respond on their attack. Do they bring that level of aggression? Do they go for the standard, drop down the elevator shaft, and bang out the A site?
They do. A lot of noise upstairs. Not a single soul here from Ultra down low just yet. On this one, watch out though. No trophies at play, so those frag grenades and Semtexes are going to be very, very handy indeed. Here comes the counter attack. A 4v4 on the bomb site. Here we go.
Miles, can I interest you in a big door hit? Ultra squaring up with all four players.
Yeah, I'll take big door chance for 200. Here we go. Stuns connect. Helps the first blood. Nero on the trades. Back and forth we go as we undulate from left to right. Back and forth. Here we have Paul watching the back elevator. Nero finds a couple of big ones. And that's Beans all alone. Down and out. Rocker. Hold the bomb site with an iron grip.
Clean, man, clean. You gotta love to see it when all the gunfights with the Jackals down low. I think you called it out perfectly. The fact that there was no trophies, it was certainly looking dangerous down low. The stuns were connecting, players getting reduced to half HP from some nades coming through. So on a strategy front, I like the attempt from Ultra, but I think Estriel and Nero just a little bit too much to handle down low. 2 rounds in, Estriel has already accrued 4 kills. So beautiful stuff coming out of him, but now, to me, this is where the mind games come to play. Number 3 on the minimap, Nero, making the adjustment, making sure you cover that middle lane. But now when players on defense are forced to put yourself in cruddy angles on the bottom of the minimap, Ultra have dominated the A site. They already have the first blood.
Oh, this time around, yeah, they commit down low. The Inside can't get the second. Man advantage, Ultra bomb down as well. It's a very awkward split right now for the Rocker boys. That's what a setup looks like, folks. Joe Deceives has Spiral, Kleenex has the front door. You've got the last man, Beans watching elevator. Nero, good luck. You have to win this fight very quickly. And that was a decent amount of damage. Wait a minute. We're able to push up. Beans makes it a 1v3. And now you play the numbers. Nero! Oh, damage, not enough to get the job done. Chance, one thing I wanted to bring up about that round 2, I know I'm hitting the rewind here, but I think Ultra threw all of their frags and concussions except for maybe 1 top mid. And because no one was home, they had nothing. No lethals, no nothing left to retake that site. Whereas this time round, you're able to cover out lots more down low with that lethal and tactical usage.
Fair enough. I mean, always an ever-present, ever-important factor to come into the rounds of S&D. So we'll see if Ultra want to use their tax nades for a potential site retake, but we know Ultra is going to be a team that makes the adjustments because that's exactly what they just did on the attacking round, right? First round, bang out towards B, completely taking space, and they play off of it and reposition. And right now, just outplaying Rocker in the initial rounds, but here's Estriel. Not only does Nero get the first blood, but he's taken bomb by his lonesome over towards the B site. He doesn't waste any time to get this plant, but make no mistake, he's on an island.
I don't think his teammates are going to be able to help too much from here. He's got to play this angle so tight. Gio's not been able to look over him anymore. He's had to now turn because Kleenex is inside his building. If he wins that fight, great. If he doesn't, wide open. This is a huge moment here. 30 seconds to go. Joe's approaching the bomb site as well.
It was good timing for Gio too. He was just waiting to get active. He times it perfectly. Just so patient, but Kleenex, the guy that he let through, gets the first blood, and now you're so far out of the picture, maybe it doesn't matter. Ultra just pick you apart a little too passive there, I think, from Minnesota on the post plant. And either way, Ultra able to swarm. And that was a very different look, right? Estriel basically gets sent in by himself with a hope and a prayer to get to the site. Successful on the bomb plant, but a breakdown after the fact and an easy gunfight win there from Insight. Ultra, again, always on top of the strategy battle in S&D.
Yeah, that's a... Again, if it works out for Rocket, all good, but you don't have any coverage on the bomb. Ultra managed to win those fights, and again, it's little individual moments like that from Kleenex. Strategies might be there overall, which is re-secure bomb site, make sure you get the defuse. But Insight, he's got the coverage up top. Kleenex finding just those insane individual plays. 3-1 so far. Rocker, not out of this yet by any stretch. Tighten things up a little bit, and we'll be getting them on the board, but Joe's going to get the bomb down and make this another 4v4. Or not.
Planting it just so you can check from the elevator shaft side of things as well. And not only does Kleenex get the first blood, he gets out with his life. Kleenex, 2 first bloods roaming around this A site.
He's already got information on the player at Big Door. Here comes the nades. If he times this well. Oh no, Estriel, that's unfortunate. It was the nade from the elevators that blows him up. Joe's going to be able to tag that player up who's already weak. And it's an immaculate hold. A little bit of misfortune there for Rocker. But another good one there from the boys of Toronto Ultra. Decisive start. Kleenex with the first blood and an immediate bomb plant after that. It could not have been any better for them.
And Ultra just looking like a team that has more ideas. I mean, again, that first offensive round, setting the tone, making sure that Rocker have to sort of respect that B hit. And now it's just relentless aggression over towards the A site. The first time Kleenex just runs through Spiral to get the first blood. This time he works out towards the grass past boat side of the map, gets the first blood and gets out. So they're mixing up the ideas, and Rocker will see how deep they can go through the middle of the map again. So the A site's been cleared, and now number 7 on the minimap when he gets that call from Kleenex, wrapping back over towards B. So you're set up and ready to go. You know where the pressure's coming through.
This is a very, very sneaky route. Not a lot of players use. Insight is going to get a freebie here. This won't work again.
Assassinate him.
He might. He could. He didn't. Shame. Boo! Oh, can't get a second piece.
If
Good
you would have
shots.
used the body shield.
If you grabbed his teammate, it would have been a 3-2. But what do you know? I hope the coaches are having a word with him after that one. Massive advantage here. Estriel down. Map point Ultra. It looks like the search and destroy prowess. The record might be alive and kicking. One more round. I got 2-0 here in our round 2. It's a one and done, folks. No more chances. He should have done it. He's a coward. He's a coward, JB. You had your chance. And then he would have pieced Estriel easy.
Yeah.
That ladder, though, again, I don't think that many players know of that ladder's existence, but that is a very, very sneaky position. You can play all the way up the coast. You go from the bottom of that ladder, you could walk up the cliff face to the back side of the bomb side. There's a little wall, a little brick wall, heady. Very, very useful position. Take notes, rank play teammates. And here comes a couple of sweet nades. First in for Beans. Nades are through. Joe Deceive's already on the site. Insight wants to end it now. Give me the control, he says. 4v2.
Yeah, and congratulations on the donut. Paul X is going to join that club. Not ideal. And as gritty and clutch as Minnesota have been, Toronto Ultra is simply not that team. Nameless is faded.
There will be no clutch. There will be no opportunity for clutch. No chances.
Maybe.
Unless Geo, in a 1v2, 20 seconds, he's got to send this. Joe didn't damage him. What? That's it. 2-0. Toronto Ultra put Rocker under the chopping block here in Minor 1. And the record remains unscathed.
Yeah, and no doubt about it. Ultra obviously a team that still has a little bit to prove, but from what we've seen, especially from the duo of Insight and CleanX, these are players that know how to win or play that winning style of Call of Duty. And I think Joe Deceives and Beans slotting into the roster pretty effectively so far. Series isn't over just yet, but that 7-0 S&D record, I mean, where they just make it look easy. Every single strat is perfect. CleanX, when you need him to get the first bloods, he's able to deliver 4 to you. And a lot of those are non-tradeds as well. Joe Deceives, it's not just the 4 kills, but the 5 assists. So his teamwork is on point. And Joe Deceives, of course, one of the best bomb planners in the league. Incredibly effective at getting it down. Simply outclassing Minnesota Rocker. And again, that donut, a little painful to see.
Sometimes they're delicious, other times an absolute horror. Great hard point there from the Rocker boys. That 240, a 10-point difference was a big deal, but Protocol Search and Destroy continues to be Ultra's bread and butter, folks. Or poutine, who knows? It's a Toronto thing, you know, delicious, absolutely delicious. We've enjoyed it a lot, and we will enjoy it again later on this year. Chance, that was a fantastic showing there from the Rocker boys in the hard point. Do you think they have the sort of mettle or the resolve to bounce back here and perform another reverse sweep against a team of this caliber?
Well, they pulled it off before, so I think they're capable, yes. I think, unfortunately for them, Ultra is just a nightmare matchup. So those are the fries, and the desk is the gravy. Puckett, how you doing, man? You're looking good.
Oh, poutine sounds so good right now. Shout out to my guys on the right there. Let's jump into this one. Nameless.
Yeah.
We've seen it before. An 0-2 start with a reverse sweep. They've done it twice. You need them to do it a third time.
Yeah, I got Toronto tweeting me, man. I thought Minnesota was going to come out and win the map number 1, and then we get to the search and destroy, and obviously the momentum on the side of Toronto Ultra just too much, man. This team is unreal at S&D.
I mean, I think this is the first time we've seen a team like actually genuinely look comfortable on Protocol S&D. I feel like every other team has just kind of been like trying some things out, a couple of trading back and forth. Toronto Ultra was in the driving seat the entire time throughout this map number 2. The second I saw Inside taking a low route to shoot that guy in helicopter in the back for the retake, I knew it had to be over. There's no other team that we have seen played this map as flawlessly.
Yeah, I mean, the way I would describe this map is just total control. I mean, we've seen it a couple of times now. Like, they have so many different strats. Like we've seen rounds where Kleenex just gets all the way pushed up in front of P3 building, takes his time, and then they're comfortable just wrapping back and dropping down and going down low bottom computers. So far on protocol, they're clearly the best team. And I mean, across the first 2 maps, man, like they just look comfortable. They're in flow state.
Want to give a big shout out to Adam Adamau and the rest of the Toronto staff that is watching their team play. Please let us know, who is your S&D coach? Can you give me his on Twitter? That man deserves some flowers. And a big shout out to, of course, Joe Deceives and Beans. They have upped Toronto's game in that game mode especially. But let's take it back to game number 1 because this was a nail biter. And at the very end, I thought you were going to have Minnesota stealing it back. Walk me through it.
Yeah, so let's jump into drawing conclusions, break down the end of this Hardpoint. It was absolutely insane. And honestly, Minnesota kind of gift wrapped it and handed it to them as a late Christmas gift. So let's jump into the minimap here and let's break it down, right? So this is currently P2. And where you're seeing right now is the white. That is Toronto Ultra. They are set up good right here. Number 5, this is Beans, okay? Number 2 is Estriel. And what he's going to do is he's going to take an underground route and flank Beans and kill him. So let's get that off the minimap, right? So he's going to go all the way around. He's going to kill Beans. But what happens is, and we're going to play this out a little bit. I'm going to pause again and explain to you why this is so important. So you would think, okay, this kill on Beans is fantastic, right? So what should you do right here? Ranked friends, this is what I want you to learn. There's not that much time left. Oh, let me pause that again. Sorry. Let's go back to the thing. So there's not that much time left. They cannot win on this hill. So at this point in time, you don't want to flip spawn. So if you're Estriel, you want to rewrap and just bang the time with your teammates so you don't flip. What happens is he ends up pushing a little bit too far. So now look at your map. He's currently like the back line. So the spawns flip and it flips out the Toronto players to have the positioning for the next hill. So when you look back at the mini map, what happens here is he goes around the back. You see Bean spawns out and now you lose the fight because you lost the added pressure. Whereas Estriel, if he instantly hit it, you might have had numbers on that push. Now you spawn out and you have to hit back across the map to a gauntlet setup of up top headies and the middle gun, right? Yeah. So Estriel getting past that back line costed him the map. Unfortunate for Rocker and Toronto. Gift wrap.
And of course, you saw Kleenex on a 5 spree throughout that. That was going to help them in this. In fact, let's go to our scuff play of the game because, Alley Cat, we needed to see it one more time. The final 30 seconds. Walk me through it.
I mean, it was just utter chaos. So after the breakdown, the ant just we get to this situation, right? Minnesota Rocker spent about 20, 30 seconds trying to break back into this hill, but it's going to be inside. He goes on a 4, Joe goes on a 3 to break inside, but that's 3 dead from the side of Minnesota Rocker. And who is it that comes from the top ropes? It's not going to be Kleenex just yet because he just got taken out. But 245 to 235, there's enough room for Joe Deceives to make some.
This should have been Rocker in this position. They had the positioning, but as we just watched in the clip, like, just unfortunate, man. It comes down to the smallest things. Now you're just getting farmed. Nothing you can really do.
Some big wins at the end as Beans picks up the final 2 kills. It's going to be Toronto Ultra taking the first 2 maps. They are now on match point. And we're going back to Respawn. We wanted to dial in on how are the SMGs performing this week. Well, Toronto's, they're doing pretty good here from game number 1.
They're doing unreal. It was literally a battle of the SMGs in map number 1. ARs on both sides were really struggling, and it was Kleenex and Joe that came out on top, and I expect to see them to do it again in map number 3.
Top 3 sub duo in the league? I'll give it to them.
Yeah?
Top 3 right
Top
now.
3?
Yep, top 3 right now.
I want to make a power ranking now.
Yeah,
all right,
sub
we
duos?
got a segment coming up. All right, we got a big game coming up. I'm told Miles Chance. Let's get to it. Game 3. Let's go.
Yeah, no, we both agree 100% this top 3 without a doubt. Sub duo right now. So gross. Joe Deceives says he's on an absolute generational tear right now alongside a guy like Kleenex. We all talked about this initially when the year started, when we saw that roster on paper. Like, those 2 are either going to be unbelievable to watch or it is going to be awful. And thankfully, it's not that bad to watch, especially if you're a Toronto fan. It's been pretty good so far. Rocker, though, not out of the woods just yet. Reverse sweep. They don't want to have to do it. I don't think they want to have to keep being in these situations where they have to reverse sweep, but it starts here. Ultra ready to rock and roll with a 3-0 and advance further into -1, but hey, Vault, woo, baby, she has been mean to our teams this year, and the records aren't fantastic for either squad.
Yeah, and I love how we say overall control. It's Vault. I mean, there's one back that's been played for the stats, so we don't have to worry about getting too specific on this one. But solid record for both teams on both the attack and defensive. Maybe an ever so slight edge towards Rocker. And honestly, like what I saw on like the player cams and whatnot, the vibes of the camp, despite the fact that they're on 2, smiling, little bit loose, having some fun, and obviously the fact that they've had the reverse sweeps, that they force these game 5s, they know they're capable, which makes your life that much easier. Nero gonna run straight into death, though, after he gets his first kill. And Beans with the Jackal in hand, proving that SMGs are easier to use.
Hey, hold up, bro. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Halfway through the A zone, now we go. The Sulligander continues. Paul's got the top side covers, and that means Joe's got to turn. Here comes Paul. Joe cuts him down, 2-0 so far. Second segment A, long gone. Way long gone. Ultra. Oh, insight. Slips out. Last man up, Beans. Oh, loses that fight. And wait, Clean X wins it. That keeps the play going. Geo's 3 doesn't look like anything now because the zone is still going. Wait for it, folks. Joe back in there. Endless battle. Here comes the pinch. It's Benjamin. It's Beans. And he's in for only a brief moment. And that might be the A zone sort of surrendered in the battle for now. Oh no, here we go, back at it. I mean, I've got to take a breath eventually. Chance, you should step in.
I mean, it was just a sort of beast mode moment for both of these teams. That was a heck of a fight over towards the A site, but Beans eventually just has to sort of sneak on out over towards that B zone just to open up that pressure to allow his teammates to get inside. So it's been a sort of masterclass of the movement and like discipline there from Joe Deceives, but where he gets the 1 kill, Nero gives him 2. So it is Joe Deceives by himself, but not getting too far ahead, waits to group up with CleanX and Ultra, sort of swarming around the map to get in position. They are just waiting for their moment to strike.
Yeah, it's a wonderful display of incredible confidence. And
oh, there it is.
Okay, I take it all back. Jump on the point, boys. Estria was in a great spot here to cause a little bit of problems while his teammates come up for spawn. Joe reads it. Unfortunate timing. Geo, nice beams from up top. Nero helps him out. So now you push the boys back for a second. That's 3 dead for Ultra. Good work, Rocker. You're back in there. Only down by 1 in the life count as well.
Love the play from Joe Deceives as well, right? His teammates fall around the point. He just goes and tries to reposition and get some sort of control. But that was a snappy moment for both of these teams. But 8v8 at this point, you're playing TDM. There's a minute left on the clock, and the A sort of like head smashing just means you got to make sure every kill is perfect. You cannot afford to throw away your life.
Yeah, no more trades. Let's try to get a couple in a row. And that's what you're seeing from Rocker. Good job. Joe's been nullified here by Estriel. Estriel now going back towards spawn, trying to cash these players out. Spots them. Oh dear, no lives left for either team. It's a search and destrizzle, folks.
And I mean, if you're search and destroy and you're forced to go over towards this B site, you absolutely favor the defensive team. They're swinging in position. They got P4 control, a triple stack over by Art and Ultra grouping up together in the middle of the map. CleanX, tip of the spear.
Wait, 1 chance is all you're going to get. The trophies are nearly done. The nades aren't going to connect. Here we go. We're on the control zone. CleanX with a circular shoulder strafe. Estriel opens up the flank. Numbers now towards the point. CleanX. Oh, gets 2. It's a 2v2.
10 seconds left, though. Yeah, Rocker just going to force him to point. Look at the flank from Nero. Might be perfectly timed.
Oh, he's only going to watch the back door. Will your spidey senses tingle, Joe? And the answer is no. Rocker. Clutch up a big round.
Yeah, and I see the face of Joe Deceives right there, frustrated with that round, how close they could have been. But that's an icy moment there from Minnesota Rocker, testing their resolve and their grit, and they deliver again. And a best play just coming through in the middle of the round. I tried to spread the SMG propaganda, and then here's an aims at close range. Doesn't even get the first shot on him. Still takes him down.
Okay. That's a spicy round. The attacking rounds aren't, you know, statistically as profitable for our squads. So Rocker, so far, playing it up to what we would expect a vault control to go. But here we go. Flip sides. Rocker, can you win an attacking round now?
Spread the map as well, so they're going to be taking this just a little bit slow. Actually taking the underground route off the break. This might be setting up for a B hit. Maybe Paul X waiting in the wings to try to pick up some like contact kills. And Joe Deceives does get caught, so great teamwork for this first blood. Estriel already jumping and getting inside of Art. And they haven't gotten that first tick of progress through just yet. And it's going to be a battle to make it happen. Trades rolling through. And, well, now Estriel is truly by himself, waiting for his teammates to get back and wasn't patient enough.
He's still out and about. Paul could be a problem here. 2 dead. That helps. 2 zone capture for now. How much of this aggression are you going to be able to pull? Looks like they're committing a little bit more now to Paul off of spawn. So the B zone they want to clean up. Done. Now over to A. ASAP. First segment goes out the window. Nice wins from Estriel up front. Can he get the second? No. Beans is there for it. Geo caught unaware. Perfect cleanup on both B and A. Back to the drawing board.
it's a little unfortunate. I really like that sort of opening strat from Minnesota Rocker. Maybe swing Paul in a different position or maybe try to tweak it. But overall, the idea was great. Maybe just trying to do a little too much. And, well, unfortunately, now you're down to 45 seconds off the game clock. You've at least cleared out your spawn, so that's fantastic news. And you get those 2 entry kills. So Nero, the nuisance on the B zone while his team's going to get A for free. Meanwhile, the one-man wrecking crew gets to do everything. That's a 5 spree. And that is a moment of domination. This B zone is falling.
That is a disgusting set of kills. Nero takes over. Big white pitch now from Beans, causing problems. Estrua now steps up to the plate, and he keeps swinging. You've nearly captured the point. There's the pinch from Insight, saves the day. Paul not able to stop the play just yet. You're so close to finishing this round, Rocker. Don't let it go now.
I keep the pressure up as well. 16 to 11 on the life count. You only need that 1 extra tick and only half of one at that. You run it down. Like, if you win the round, either way, you're happy. But if you get the tick, it's even better. You just make sure you keep getting the trades and they all flow through. Get that last kill, stack the point, you're good to go.
Yeah, looking for the beat. Catches just about with the pistol, and he's got it. What a round out of Rocker. Back to back, defense and offense.
Dude, and what a round out of Nero. At the start, it seemed like they were doing a little too much, and then instead of too much, it was just everything. Nero had no help on the B site, and here's the best play. There's no reinforcements. There's no one watching his back. There's no coverage. He has stuns and nades and everything landing on top of him. And not only does he give you the 5 spree, he gives you a tick of progress. He gives you the A zone for free. I mean, that's a top 5 play of the week, if not of the month. That is a ridiculous moment for Nero.
Oh, wow, man. No way we get another. Defense now for Rocker. They're looking unbelievably strong here on Vol. I don't want to jinx it, but I mean, this is the way it kind of goes. Nero, look at the movement, look at the snaps, the centerings are all there. He's got Beans dead to rights and a Mo waiting for the boys to show up. We are dancing all over the place here, folks. Rocker now trying to maintain this middle position. They've got a lot of bodies over here, and Paul finding 2 in the feet certainly makes that a lot easier. So does Estriel. 3 dead again for Ultra.
I tell you, one of those sort of Nero moments, that's just might be the breakdown that just kind of wins you a map, right? Just an electric moment that really sets the tone. I'm thinking like the Simp 1v4 from yesterday where that happened. You're just like, yep, they win the map. After that, things should be easy. Ultra, though, at least fighting back to sort of make moves over towards this A zone, get the double doors covered, watching the full flank. But Gio finds a pick, another 3 players on the zone. Got to turn their heads. A chaotic moment where Insight, though, doing everything he can to stay alive and doing a great job of it.
Back over to Insight as well, looking to finish out this point. A done. Minute 47. Plenty of lives to work with as well. Joe Deceives trying to do his Nero over by the B zone alone. Oh, Beans just about finishes the kill. That staying alive is very helpful. His teammates are in position now to cover. Beans waiting for the timing, waiting for the wind-up hit. Awkward's turn and burn. There you go. Take that. Keep it going. Oh, dear. Ultra now. Progress. They've got a bit of a stack. Here comes the counter-attack from Rocker. Boys are trapped in spawn. Couple through the front line. B-zone starting to bleed out, and Beans stays alive for now. Rocker, you've sport the lifeline. What will you do with it?
Yeah, you got those 2 ticks already. I was going to say Beans might not have helped his boys out too much for the actual capture, but he's still in prime position. 2 players trying to take him down, and off this stun grenade, you can't get it done. That is a gift, and that should be the round.
That should be it. Cleaned up.
Brother, what just happened?
Nero must have been one of those nades on the floor situations. They're all throwing stuff at each other. The Nero, unfortunate team kill there. It happens so much in this game. Whoa, and this moment from Beans as well for a best play.
Yeah, Gio, I'm so sorry about your ankles. You'll recover.
Finishing that one was enough, but the next here.
He didn't even react. He had no idea.
Also, strangely enough, Beans went into the house. The door burst outwards. So I think in a split-second moment there, Gio doesn't really know what's going on. And that was the nade from the top. Here's the concussion. Oh, man.
Nero, he bounced it off of him, I think. I think he jumped into it.
Oh dear.
Or was it a Kobe from an Ultra player from the? I don't even know. But
It must have been Nero.
Absurd.
It must have been. We'll find out later. Maybe he'll go on the flank or something tonight and talk about it. But what the hell just happened? That was another rugby one. Get out of there. We'll look at that later. But for now, it's a nice 3 down in the feed. Rocker. Not the best way to start this attacking round. Whoops.
See that behind you. Bad stuff. They took a route out of spawn to make that happen. So nice reposition from Rocker. They get slammed off the opening break, but trying to open up the floodgates to make moves towards any type of map control. But they can't get anything covered. CleanX wins a huge 1v1, and while he gets traded out, his teammates are there to pick him right up, and even Insight's starting to fly with the Jackal. Make no mistake, he can move. Man's got his slides. PF flyers on point. He has been everywhere on the map.
And we're just checking everything. Cross the T's, dotting I's. Now you got a little bit of intel, a couple of players through the middle of the map. Joe setting forward. Great kill. Gets at least 1 out of that. Estriel still keeping the capture going. Lovely pitch towards the front side. CleanX from upstairs. Estriel doing everything he can to stay in the fight. Lovely work. Plenty of reinforcements now from the Rocker boys. They've managed to get themselves into the point, no problem. Ultra, one more good counterattack. You're halfway through A.
These two teams are playing with some serious pace as well. I mean, dipping, diving, dodging, sliding, trading, everything. And that's some perfect synergy from Paul and I believe Nero in that moment as well. Maybe it was Estriel, but everybody coordinated together. Nero found his way back home. The trades do roll through, but you see Rocker playing with the same idea. Doesn't pay off long term this time, though. Going to be down a life, but you do have that A zone captured. 1 minute and 12 seconds left for them to work with. And Estriel finds the route to get through, but Insight finds the good shots, takes him down. No funny business just yet.
No. Slight disparity in the life count. Ultra on defense. Well, they're fighting back, though. B zone looks pretty secure for now. The spread here from the Ultra boys, solid. 2 players through the middle of the map. Beans in the classic top art spot. That is the most important position right now. Cannot let anyone down that street, but it looks like Rocker trying to punch a hole through the middle, and they might just get the timing. No coverage from CleanX.
That's like awkward teamwork too. CleanX down low, effectively watching Insight's back, who's playing inside the site, and now CleanX just gets to do it himself. So every little moment from Ultra, I mean, well coordinated. Players always there for the trades, even in control. These guys have talked through the setups they want to have. It's not just run it down. It's if we're turtled, how do we cover everything? Well, they've done it perfectly. 13 v4. Minnesota Rocker, we're up 2-0 in this control. I haven't kept up well enough. Yeah, tied on ticks. I didn't count the kills in time. I don't know who pulls off defense for the final round, but at the pace these two teams are playing, it's anybody's ball game.
Unbelievable. Well, round 5. Here we go. 2 straight from Ultra, and they have felt pretty decisive as well. This last little spree from Insight for our best play was also very nice. And Ultra do have the lead, so they will be getting defense.
I wonder how much that like final round slammage came to the table as well, because they were tied up on lives early on, and then Ultra just throttled them towards the end. So little things can often be a difference maker. Certainly was the case in map number 1, but all's well that ends well for Minnesota Rocker. They have shown their offensive prowess before. We'll see if they can orchestrate something while Ultra just looking to iron up and maybe let Insight get a cruise and run the show.
Oh, he's hoping for at least 1 out of that. He gets some assists, so he's very, very close indeed. His teammates find a few more, get inside the zone, find a few more potentially, and that could be it. Yeah, there we go. A single kill from inside the objective nets him the Hellstorm.
Let me find out Insight is an omni movement aficionado. It seems like he has been moving in this series. Plays on point. He's got the Jackal in hand as well. A nice little 7 spree. And again, he just gets to be the rock for the team. I mean, getting assist in those moments, everybody with the Jackal in hand surrounding that time. And now you got an iron grip across the map. Look at how devastating this mini-map looks.
Ooh, these nice shots. Unfortunate timing there. Estriel and Gio pick up a 2, and now you've got a wide open mid-map. Joe deceives on the flank. Do they read it? They do. Nice work out of Gio. He has absolutely transformed the state of this map for his team. Now to capitalize. Into the A zone you go. Paul X trying to find the cutoffs. Nobody home just yet, but you got yourself 1 segment, and now Gio. The trades begin. A 3v3 on the zone.
Yeah, Rocker have handled these spawn trap moments incredibly well.
Wow.
And speaking of the pace of this game, I mean, we got 8 Jackals in hands at different times, but that is step number 1 complete from Minnesota. Step number 2 is going to be to burn the cruise missile out of Insight, because that's going to be a wonderful tool to have in your pocket for this B-line defense, which Insight might have to invest early. Nero's behind you.
You start to lose that ground and you're in serious trouble. Pull back to the vault. Ultra, spread the map now. Insight gets the intel that he's on the inside of Sneaky, but here comes the counter towards the top side. Estriel finds it. This is a 2-man stack immediately. I do not believe we have any trophies either, and the trucks are still in position, so they're going to go boom. But they win the gunfights. First truck's gone as well. Massive turning point here with the numbers for Rocker.
And you're going to get that first tick as well. And now Insight going to be forced to use the cruise off spawn. But this is a beautiful moment for Rocker. I mean, you got all 4 players nearby. The contestants coming through. The trade's coming out. And maybe you don't need the cruise missile. Maybe Joda, Sieves, and Beans just slam you. Only a tick has gone through.
The new kid's on the block, cutting them down. Nero trying to fight out now. A minute to go. Still good.
And then the credit angle's on point, too. If he's not moving, he's doing something like that. Right side of the map locked down. Left side of the map apparently locked down as well. Estriel gets traded, and now you have 7 lives. You got to take your time, group up, reposition. You got to stop the bleeding, and that is not the start you want.
Yeah, the life count is not looking ideal. 40 seconds to go. We've still got at least 2 solid whacks at this one. Slow things right down. Insight finds himself a good old corner. And it is a very, very wide run. The 4-man hit now from Rocker. They're hoping to get this done quicker. Now the time is in the red. Big wins initially, right through the middle of those still. 20 seconds to go. Cruise missile probably at the 11th hour, just to absolutely guarantee that no one gets near that point. Estriel and Paul find their kills through the front. Here we go.
Oh, he's not even here to call it in. No respawns remaining. 3 players. If you get everybody on the point, maybe you can fall. Second tick nearly through, but Beans finds the extra kill anyway. And that should be enough to get it done, unless you pull off the miraculous 4-man down, 2 players left. Is this going to be in time? I think so. Rocker have done it again. The snappiness, the grittiness, the indomitable Minnesota Rocker. They cannot be killed.
I don't understand. I'd like a replay.
It doesn't make sense.
I'd like a replay if we can, team. That is a tough one for Ultra. You had it all going, boys. Rocker, I hate to say it. Is this the beginning of... I hate to say it, but this is the way it goes, folks, as it was written. Ultra take the first 2, and then after a sensational effort and a little bit of magic, Rocker win the control.
Dude, and that's the beauty of your control as well, right? You had no right to win that round. Insight just has to call in the cruise missile, and that's going to effectively seal the deal. But it came down to like 2 lives left. So we're going to take a look at it again, but it is more or less Ultra in full control the entire time. Getting all the trades, getting all the kills, getting all the info. Already you're basically to the no respawns remaining point. And then it's just a masterclass of kills. Ultra maybe just a little bit too scattered in the moment, start flooding into death, and a painful one indeed. And again, a cruise missile would have stopped everything. Instead, it's just the hero plays.
Yeah, it was a hero plays. They're sprinting forward. And absolutely nothing here yet. I mean, Geo's 2 down. I mean, Insight sends himself forward there, but that's the last of their lives. And that's the end of the capture. So not making the decision to call in that cruise after the first wipe of kills, the very first time they got on the zone, did actually cost Ultra the round there. Interesting. Interesting indeed. We'll be picking that one apart for at least 24 hours, folks. Woohoo! Okay. Spicy chance. And now, well, we say goodbye to Vault. We've said goodbye to Protocol. And now we say hello to Hacienda. This is going to be interesting. Hacienda Hardpoint. Who's done their homework? We're going to find out.
Very much an unknown map, and I think it's very interesting that Ultra is the team that picked it. So if you're looking at the respawn record or hardpoint record specifically for Minnesota, 3-8, it has not been good, and 2 of those 3 wins came on Vault. Their other win was on Protocol, which they looked decent enough. They put up a good fight in map number 1, but they lost their map pick, and now they got to win the brand new one. But for the side of Toronto Ultra, I don't know how much of the Hasi pick is. It's been going incredibly well in scrims. They're ahead of the game. Maybe they have some intel against Rocker on the map specifically, or They're just a team that likes to sort of build out the map pool as much as they can. So I don't know if it's necessarily their strongest map or if it's just something where they know it's important to get these reps in. But for Ultra, we just get to see what they can deliver on Hasi. Certainly they're going to be feeling comfortable enough going into it, but much more serious faces than we are accustomed to seeing with how much of a nail biter that Vault Control loss just was.
Yeah, and I think it's in the back of your mind as well as the Ultra team. You watching all these games, you know that Rocker are the reverse sweep boys right now. They've had to do it a few too many times. And I know the Nameless is pumping, his blood's pumping a little bit more now. He's back in the game, but at the same time, it's a scary prospect for all of our teams. For Rocket, it's another series where you have to dig deeper than you should have been digging already to not be in this situation. But man, you can't count them out. Hacienda is going to be a very, very interesting one, folks. Again, Hardpoint and S&D for that game 5. You're going to need to win both if you're a Rocker. What a situation to be in. Also, shout out the Rocker team /G2. Those skins look great. But this is the way that Minor One looks so far, folks. It is a winner takes all, and it is a single elimination. There is no lower bracket. You only get points. You get an extra 10 points if you get third place, but if you're out of the tournament, there's no more games. You get 10 points if you win this one. There's no more chances for our teams that are out to secure any points this weekend. This is a very, very precarious place to be for all of our squads that have been eliminated this early on. 20k goes towards our first place team, as well as 30 coveted CDL points. Here we go, Hacienda. Let's get it.
Yeah, and those bonus points go such a long way. Every single year in the CDL, those teams on the bubble, it always comes down to 10 or 20 points. It is a battle of the margins, and I'd say for Minnesota, that's been the story of their year thus far. A battle of the margins. A 10-point game on the Protocol Hardpoint. Their wins on Vault, they're constantly winning by like 5 to 10 points. Always the nail biters, the round 11s, the game 5s. And if they somehow even force a game 5 here, that might truly be some Minnesota magic or a Minnesota miracle sort of moment, because of the way that Vault Control just went down. I mean, I was trying to set you up for it. It's not the hero plays, it's the Nero plays constantly over on that B zone. The man was an absolute menace. Him and Geo working together. But first look for these two squads on Hacienda in a P1 where you just have 37 different angles to kill people off the time. But Ball X gonna start peeling some heads. Nice little start from him. You got number 4 on the minimap, Geo, just making sure he blocks those spawns, and now you get a reposition and go again.
The immediate reads there from CleanX. The subs are out. Top closed corridor. Here comes Joe. Immediate. What shots out as you go. Nice damage as well. CleanX does manage to make it through. Still at the same time, the man in the hard point, he's shuffling position based on where these attacks are coming from. So Rocker, they are soaking this P1 very, very well. 29 out of that with 10 seconds to go. Over towards P2 now. All good. Bad news. Beans is in the driveway.
Yeah, and I don't know if you're even paying attention to these back spawns. No, you are not. Completely caught off guard. Beans just takes one long route and secures the spawns, but you don't have the time just yet. And you can hold this hill from both directions, but if you don't have zig control, you're not going to have a good time. Insight there from the trades, and with the closer spawns, Ultra should be able to just overwhelm. And there it rolls through. Jodeci is for 2. I cannot emphasize enough how important zig control is. That little side door, it's where things happen.
That's certainly where the magic is happening right now. And Insight, he's got a lot to worry about here. He's the man in the lobby. There's a lot of damage there from Paul. Good work. Now Joe brings down Paul once again. We've got a close range fight now. Oh my, nearly on the slide. Beans, last man on the point. 20 odd seconds to go here, and you'll happily take that if you're Rocker. Remember, they are the purple arrows on the minimap. I know, folks. Ultra are in the white. 2 hard points up. We're going to the fences. This is already a banger.
Speaking of players getting behind enemy lines, I was going to say Insight nearly finds the route. He at least finds a kill to open it up. And Geo, come out with your hands up. You're surrounded, but he gives you a little bit of extra, but not going to make a bit of difference there. All 4 players on the right side of the map right now. Ultra are down by 30, but they have at least out-rotated the opposition, so they put themselves in good spots. They just need to execute on a hill.
Shots through the fence there from Geo. Not a terribly easy thing to do. Trophy's going to help out, but it's Joe and Beans who are doing a lovely bit of work there to cause problems. Nice return there from Gio, but not enough. Joe deceives now from the top side of this gorgeous Spanish colonial mansion. I'm not really sure what to call this thing, but it's lovely out there. Good shots out of Joe. 3 in a row now for him. Immediate turn. As here comes Nero on the pinch to take care of business, and the timing would have been great. Oh, but no, the coverage here from Ultra. Every possible angle, insight, beans, Joe deceives, you name it. They're all finding kills.
Yeah, in third rotation of the game, look who's there first. It's Ultra again. Granted, Paul X takes down 2 before he get there, so CleanX, have fun with this one. How many can he get? There's number 1. Are the trades going to roll through? No, he actually takes 2 before he falls. Maybe that's enough to soften up the push, because these Ultra players are swarming.
They're flying forward over to the rock hard point. We've seen some absolutely historic, iconic moments in COD history take place at this very location. The first ever 1v5, Looney. And now we're going to see plenty more. In the rotation will be 06. It's Joe on a rampage once again, able to isolate the fight, stay alive. His boys there for the help, probably not. Lots of information passed over. Now to funnel through that doorway. Here we go.
And I'm just looking at it, man. You obviously have Rocker, super skilled players. Nero is suffering at 2 and 11 right now, but that's because outside of the opening break, Rocker have just fought a constant uphill battle. They don't pay attention to the P2 rotation. They let Beans go and lock down those spawns. They let Insight get through and sort of pick you apart on the P3 rotation. And then they got all the entry kills on P4, except CleanX finds his way through and then picks up the 2-piece at the start of the hill. So Rocker are just making their game hellish to try to deal with right now. They got to find a way to stabilize. And I tell you, P1 is a difficult hill to make that happen.
Yeah, first go around, that score is about as well as it went. And Joe has just stabbed Insight.
So mean.
Okay.
Roster change? Question mark?
Haven't seen one of those in a while. Joe v Nero out by the rock. And it looks like something may have happened. Okay. It was an issue with the knife, but something somewhere has gone wrong, folks. That is unfortunate. What, 170 to what, 50-ish at the close. A very, very strong showing. Yeah, one of the Toronto players have had a crash. Okay, well, we'll deal with that in a moment, folks. But in the meantime, yeah, that is going to be a restart. We're going to see a little bit more of Hacienda here in round 2 of Minor 1. Again, this is the final chance that Rocker have got to stay alive in the tournament. It's a one and done, folks. Not your regular league matches. Points only for top 3, cash for first. And it really does remain to sort of test out who our strongest teams are. Looks like it might have been Beans. Hit the reset, hit the bathroom.
I think it was Insight, right? I'm in my head when Joe deceives knifed Insight in the back. That's like it happens to me all the time. The awkwardness of you spawn up, try to pull out your knife, and sometimes you punch, then you pull out your knife and you're not like quite prepared, so you accidentally swing it. I've knifed players in the back before. I thought it was an awkward moment, but no, I'm assuming a little scan and repair, and Joe deceives just having a little bit of fun. But either way, Hacienda again, P1 can be very chaotic, especially with the addition of like the new secret window or dark window. There's so many routes to take guys off of time. The fact that Minnesota won the opening break so hard they got 29 seconds on it was kind of impressive. But after that, Hacienda is truly a map where you have to rotate, you have to play that sort of like classic Call of Duty style. And Rocker just found themselves where they were having to fight that uphill battle, never getting any sense of stability. And obviously Ultra, we saw it on the P4s on the protocol. When you give them control of a hill that's easy to hold, they're going to execute. Their teamwork and communication is always on point. They got that P4 and they just turned it into an absolute blender. So there are some teams that can't handle the good moments. Ultra is not that squad, and that's why they built themselves such a massive lead. So on the reset, that's all Rocker needs to do. Focus and dial in on those rotations and make sure you at least can sort of bail yourselves out. If you lose a P2, get that early rotation, you cannot get chained together.
No, we're seeing plenty of chains here, but we've got a full restart ready to go now, folks. Rocker, Ultra, map 4. Final chance here for the Rocker boys to stay alive. Everyone's raring to get things going. Ultra, one more chance for them to show off the goods in the comeback. But again, as far as the first map went round chance, it was Rocker with the early lead. Their P1 was sensational. The P2 rotation, it was Beans. He was the stagger in the darkness. He was the problem for the Rocker boys. They've given up an eye for wisdom, and they've been given a second chance here on this map. Will it pay off?
I mean, again, I don't know how big of a theme this is. I don't know if Easy Mac is keeping track of it. I assume he is, and just like the opening breaks, but Shotzi's been like planting seeds left and right in my head. And one thing he talked about is like teams spend so much time working on their opening breaks, but not actually learning how to like efficiently play the game. And Rocker did come out and dominate the opening break. We'll see if they can pull it off again, or if Ultra figure out how to crack that code and actually win the opening break now. And we get to see how they handle the driver's seat already from P1. Ultra in control.
A little bit of luck, a little bit of magic there. Wins the fight for Joe versus Nero. Same thing for Kleenex. Paul goes right when he should have gone left. And a wonderful open here for Ultra once again on the reset. They've looked good. It looks like Rocker are giving this one up. 20 plus seconds remaining before they found themselves over by P2, and they thought we better stay there, boys. But split spawns. We'll see if this pays off on the kills. Ultra should be spawning miles away from that P2 hit. Here we go. Beans through the front. Insight kills them both. That could be a contest.
This is a 30-point lead on P1, and now look at where those Rocker players are spawning. 2 players alive in P2. Nobody's there for the back spawns, and of course, another little detail in Call of Duty. There's times where you can just not afford to die. If there's like 6 seconds left on the old hill, if you die in that range, even if you watch the kill cam, it doesn't matter. You're gonna be spawning out. So it is literally like the highest IQ players know when you just can't afford to chow. So 2 players on Rocker die at the front of time, and well, you get broken down so quickly. Ultra fully capitalizing off of it as well. They got the Zig control. He got lobby pushed out. Estriel trying to open things up, but Joe deceives. Easy trades, easy time, massive lead.
15 seconds to go here. You've got yourselves P3 Rocker, but you have come out of this one very, very flat indeed. And Joe Deceives continues to roam across the map. Beautiful shots there. Paul's banged up, tagged up. He's going to be backed up now as you're worrying again. Joe marching his way through the map. Beans over his shoulder. Geo off of spawn able to slow things down just a little bit. But again, the tandem, the duo of Joe and Beans, sensational in Hacienda so far.
And I've been loving the Beans, or the work Beans has been putting in with the Jackal as well. Look at the distraction he is. 2 players forced up the office steps to take him down, and while they're busy dealing with Beans, the rest of Ultra just fly in towards the time. And granted, Rocker have handled the chaos a little bit well, still chipping away at a few seconds here, a few seconds there, but this so far has not been the sort of clean hold you're looking for. Ultra are making them work for every single second, and frankly, Ultra are even taking a little bit of this time for their own.
Indeed. Good test. 50 seconds left on this one. It looks like Estriel's made his way over towards Noob. He's going to run into Beans in a moment. Beans, big man on rotation. Oh, that's a win from Estriel. Lovely stuff. Insight will be next over as the boys from Malta now flying towards Rock. Shots were there for Nero, but that is 3 down. All over to Paul, who has got to somehow purchase some real estate here in Hacienda.
And this is the easiest hill to hold, but if you got the chaos sort of moments and you got Paul X on the flank, and the timing is perfect. Wow, Call of Duty timing at its finest, and that is exactly what Rocker needed to be able to break through. And again, one of the easiest to hold, certainly the easiest one on this map. We'll see how Rocker can handle it when they get a clean 4-man wipe. They are prowling for this mid-map control.
Perfect parallel spawns gives you the perfect pitch. Well done, Rocker. You made the most of that. Keep on holding. Joe is in, finds himself 1 out of that. Can't look everywhere at the same time. Insight on the slow pinch, not going to work out. You don't get the same blessing, or do you? This will be a side door hit, but with less than 20 seconds to go. It's an awkward situation to be in indeed. We'll see if the cruise missile matters much for Insight later on. Lots of wide open hard points here at Hacienda. Cleanup crew now arrive. Ultra, they're all down and out. Mostly spawns back over to the low right-hand side of the minimap.
And that is just the one hill Rocker needed to get right back in this game. And for Paul X, he started out 0-5, so now 10-7. He's had 2 back-to-back lives where he's gone on a tear. His 5 spree does end, but the gunny certainly hot, and that is going to be necessary for Rocker to get back in this game, which they most certainly are. Another 3-man wipe in the feed. Nero sent to collect this time, and cheeky spot to do it from. Can watch his own back from the spot, and you see him head on a swivel, waiting for the call outs from his teammates, and Ian's maybe breaking it down from mid-haul, but Nero, This is his moment, what he's been waiting for to strike, and he
man.
executes. Easy two-piece. Rocker so clean on this P1.
He gets out of a situation where his teammates are all dead and finds himself 2 kills somehow. Now he's put pressure towards the new hardpoint. Wins a big one against Joe. He's got himself P2 control. You're telling me that Rocker have got the lead now? Oh dear. The reverse sweep's not quite there yet, folks, but they're making a case for it. Wonderful stuff.
This is where you capitalize. Perfect setup as well. Nero pushed out the front, has Pollux for a little bit of help. 2 players dealing with the lobby pressure. And Nero's getting the comms at their bottom secret that they're on spiral, so he's gun up ready to go. So a perfect setup and a perfect hold. Minnesota Rocker thriving on this P2. You love to see it. Elite Call of Duty being played right now. These 2 teams getting after it.
This is great. One man, though, making his way through lobby, and looks like he's been let through the timing. Yeah, Gio finds one. Here comes the pinch. Nero's got to win this kill. He's trying to get himself streaks as well. Estrel on the side door. There's Zig. Finds one. No more damage into the next. Nero gets it. Streaks as well. And he's right back towards the front. Magnificent hold. And he even checks the window. Nero! What a 10 spree!
From 5 and 9 to 15. Yeah, Nero, dude, he just has those moments where he can be absolutely built different. The Tyrant of Tuscan, the nefarious player, the hero Nero plays he was making on the B zone. He could just be electric, but for Ultra, they've at least stabilized on the rotation. But I mean, now you built yourself such a nice lead. One good break, you're good to go. And look at the toy Nero has to play with to break this time down.
What an incredible piece of property that is. Wow, with the lake and everything, you love to see it. Hardpoint now in the hands of Rocker. You did enough damage there. The mere existence of the cruise missile was a problem. Insight's like, mate, we'll hit you right back with one of ours to try to break the hardpoint once again. Tons of intel passed over. Oh, still no good on the connect. It has to be the main missile to deal the damage. Joe's going to get into the hardpoint, but you have to win the gunfights, and they don't. It's Estriel with 2.
With the pistol as well, and give him number 3. Nero sets you up, and Estriel knocks him down. Estriel was also the route man on this hill to go and block those initial back spawns. So Rocker right now, they're doing all the little things right.
Estriel 6 spree. Look to make it a 7. Absolutely, mate. We won't be looking for number 8 for now, but you've crossed 180 in the scoreline. What a turnaround here from Rocker. Our team of Saiyans only gets stronger as a series goes on. The more battle they experience, the higher these power levels get, folks. What a rotation, and they're still holding Rock.
Hey, this should be game as well. I mean, the setup from Rocker on this P4, it is too clean. It's a 90-point lead they have, and it should just get ramped up even higher. Pressure rolling through the front. Estriel gets one before he falls. Gio there for the trades, and you had what? A 10 spree from Nero. Well, Paul X goes on a 5, then Nero goes on a 10, then Estriel goes on a 6, and now it's just Gio's turn. Every single player from Minnesota getting involved. And you can blame the reset cheese all you want. I mean, Ultra had control of this game at the start, and Kleenex is going to do everything he can to take it back, but this has been a Herculean effort out of Minnesota again.
It certainly helps that Nero is no longer missing bullets, as far as we can tell. He's locked in. Estriel trying to take care of the top side of the minimap. Closed hallway, not a safe place to be. Ultra are in P1, and it's a fresh set of hardpoints. Joe wins a doozy. Can't win it again, though. As the player goes from down low, pulls Kleenex out of position. Lovely stun. Back over to P1 we go.
Ultra dominating the sort of rock section of the map. You get the guy out of time. Gio, last man up, wants to sort of make a dent on the impact. He's at least keeping them away from the time, and Minnesota Rocker just immediately taking the routes over towards P2. That's going to give Paul X the spawn, and unfortunately from Ultra, I don't think they've read this. They've got cornered up for P1 where they're just desperate to play for this time, but Nero gets you off of it. As P1 continues just to be such a difficult hill to actually collect, and you can see Beans doesn't even know what he wants to do. Help him out on time, go for the back spawns. You're trying to figure things out, but you got such a long way to go.
That's a lot of time when you get, what, 20, 25 seconds of open hardpoint time there. Now you're trying to battle for the new one. This could be the death knell, though. You got to get going, Ultra. One man on the inside of the point. One man down low. Reinforcements moving fast. Joe catches another. Kleenex trying to bait out the play. You are going to clean up the point, but do you have the health? Do you have the trophies to survive the next battle? Here we go. Estriel through the front. You bought so much time. Beans banged up. He's a bullet. He's down. Oh my. Insights into the point. He's got to get 2. He only gets 1, and that could be game.
It's your victory lap, trying to get these players on the heady, and well, Paul X He's got Estriel to work with. Everybody flooding through the back, and there is just nowhere you can go. Minnesota on Hacienda, lighting things up, locking things down, and taking turns teeing off on Toronto. Crazy efficient work they just put together on Hasi. You just got to close out.
They got to close out. It's not done just yet. Here we go. Ultra with another run for it. Ball going to get two, and there's a pistol. Bullets. The menace here on Hacienda, putting them to bed in garage. Beans now on the break once again. Kleenex gets in there. Rotation's done, and I bet you wish you had a cruise for this one. No one too close for this, and it's a matter of seconds, folks. That's game. I hate to say it, but the prophecy may come true once again. Written in the stars. Rocker, Forza Game 5.
Dude, and call me crazy if you want for this, but that moment on P4 where Ultra already had like a 40-second lead, they won the rotation, they got to the time first, and then Insight gets the worst Call of Duty timing imaginable. He gives up the pinch, Paulex is able to pounce through, and then the second Rocker got control after that moment. They never let up. That was an utterly dominant second half of a Hacienda that just got played. Minnesota Rocker looking crazy. And I also have to ask myself, is Nameless a genius?
He just somehow knew. How did he? He's a man who believes in the old texts, the old gods. Some still believe in them. And Rocker have said their prayers to the COD gods today. Nero, 26 and 18, dancing around the map with the confidence and the ability of a young Achilles, seemingly unkillable. As Ultra fall off after P4. And after that P5, I mean, it was not good. They could barely keep up. Minnesota Rocker, you stay on Hacienda for one final map in this series. Here in Minor 1, I mean, this is such an important turning point. This is the milestone of the tournament. You get your points. You get something out of this weekend. If you don't make it over this mark, you go home with absolutely nothing. Folks, we go to a quick commercial break. On the other side of this, Hacienda, Game 5. Is it written? We'll find out.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
They're trying to drive me mid.
At their hill.
Mid. Draws on mid, guys.
Oh my god.
Draws on mid. Him.
It's your boy Shotzi, man, with the ace. Little ace, man.
Map number 1, I'm leaning towards Toronto. Oh, Oh, Joe, I think we have a gift for you. Oh, it's early Christmas.
I missed out on the whole Christmas memo. Do you guys send that one back?
Do you need a receipt?
I got the receipt over here.
Yeah,
if you
receipt.
need it.
What's the return policy on this thing?
I think 24 hours.
Do I have to open this?
Yeah, you have to open it
I
first.
do? Okay. Hello. This is weird. You look great. It's a brand new Maven.
Merry Christmas!
Yeah. They really got that on tight, huh?
Hey, I'm gotta go with the New York Subliners in this one.
FaZe warmed up the subliners.
Go vibe check, bro. Dang, man. Paco has carried me in a rank. I'm gonna go with the New York Subliners.
That's crazy.
Well, if Hydra has carried Nameless in ranked, Insight carried me in ranked, but it was way back in Cold War, so I don't know if that still has any stock value. But right now, it is super serious. Whether it's the hands, whether it's the body, or the mind, everything has to be sharpened and ready, and that's what Ultra are going for right now. Rocker, is it just written in the stars? Is it out of their hands and into that of the COD gods right now? Could we be seeing another reverse sweep here in Minor 1? And against such a superb team. I mean, what a show this has been. Here we go, folks. This is how map 5s look so far. Both of these teams squeaky clean.
I'll tell you, man, if Minnesota Rocker win this series, I will officially be converted into a believer, because I was certainly doubting them at the start, but like just the moments that they've had. Like, obviously, we just watched a bonkers Hacienda where they just had that little moment. Again, I'm still talking about that, like, Call of Duty timing Insight had. It was 85-38. Ultra had the lead. That moment happens, massive shift in the game. And then how about the moments on the vault control of, like, the things that were happening on the B zone that Nero and then later Geo were able to orchestrate on it, pulling out absolute magical stuff. But, of course, the first S&D, dominant for Toronto Ultra. Not even remotely close. Protocol, they own that map. They own Rocker on it. But now we're testing the perfect Game 5 records of both of these teams and the perfect S&D for Toronto for the Game 5. Miles, who do you think wins it?
Well, it's on Hacienda, and I don't know, Chance. I've had my face tested many times throughout Call of Duty. Many, many times.
Yes.
This one, I find it hard to go against what we are seeing. This undeniable evidence, this irrefutable presence we have of an extra worldly being that is taking influence over the events before us. Where they come from, what they are, I know not. I just know that Hacienda Search and Destroy, we haven't seen many of these yet. Anything could happen next.
Yeah, this is the ultimate there's no strat-like knowledge. Like, teams are going to have their own things. Actually, I take that back. I saw Minnesota a little bit on it. A lot more turtle on defense than I was expecting. You can post really in the depths of your spawn and keep things under control, so that'll help them influence that repetition, but it is going to be a fun one indeed. Estriel bomb in hand, leading the charge. Paul X going for the secret and dark control, but tough task ahead of him. Joe Deceive's going to be there for the trades, hunting this man down. Hiding spot not good enough.
Yeah, he gets away from Mo, but now it's just a bloodbath downstairs. The rec room. Okay.
Okay.
Everyone's faces really sod that one. They're like, what? No. Yeah, me too, guys. Ah, goodness gracious, folks. Well, that's that. Well, a quick reset, second reset of the series, I believe. A tough one, folks. That's yeah. That's sometimes that happens. We will get this one restarted ASAP, friends. But yeah, that break's not going to happen again, is it, Chance? Not for maybe 2 or 3 rounds.
Oh, fingers crossed. It is interesting, though. I do think team culture is always an important conversation. Like any team that wants to have success, you have to have a good culture around it. This is any sport, really any sort of team environment. It doesn't even necessarily need to be sports related, but like Ultra's a squad that has talked about it consistently, and they have sort of shown that success. But I like the vibes out of Rocker too. Like, I'm sort of thinking about teams we've seen when they go down in series, Vancouver Surge, they look like they're dead inside. Even when Minnesota Rocker was down 0-2 after Paul X dropped a donut in the S&D and they get slammed on Protocol, it was still smiles. It was still like sort of vibey enough, and like, granted, it's not like I was necessarily having faith in the series, but here we are, made it back to a Game 5, so even on a culture front, like these guys have been like, they've been all right. They've been pretty good. And that just emphasizes of like that ability. When you complete these reverse sweeps, when you win the game 5s, you like have that self-belief, you know you can do it, you've been here before. And Rocker just setting themselves up with another opportunity. Scrappy players we have on this team.
Yeah. I do like the team culture notion though. I mean, how do you handle adversity? How do you handle being down as we look across the cleanest of all time? And tried completely with Nameless. Never seen anything this color coordinated. It looks like a swatch palette. You know, you're trying to, paint a bedroom or something like, well, here are our blues, here's our greens, here's our reds, here's our purple, all together. You can match them against one another. All the other outliers have been dealt with. What a day of COD that we've got today, folks. All of these matchups potentially sensational, and we're being treated to a game 5 off the rip. Again, you only get points and prizing for top 3 onwards. No cash unless you get first place for that. 30 CDL points goes a long way, folks, in that road to champs. We'll find out who gets that. And again, after this matchup, I like the minor format. I think it's pretty cool. It's a spicy way to start, games. Regular season matches are fine. It's important to, see who the best teams are. But now we put them under that bit of added pressure. We're not going to be seeing any more of the teams who've been eliminated this weekend. They are watching. Hi, guys. Hope you're doing all great. Maybe see you in ranked player. I don't know. See how it goes. I'm coming up on Crimson. I'm getting there. But it's been a lot of fun. A really good time. I think, chance as far as this one goes, not enough data. Not enough information, not enough to go off of on the gut. I mean, what I would love to be right now is a camera in the green room in the CDL studio in Columbus. That's what I want to see. I want to see how Nameless, how smug he looks right now, and how how good he feels about this one, and how nervous Ali and Chris look because they think Ultra's got this one in the bag. I don't know where this really goes though. Truly, it all comes down to who's hitting the plays. Hacienda's a brutal map to play Search and Destroy on as well. We'll see, man. We'll see. We're waxing lyrical, folks, when we get this server reset. I'm just ready, dude. I'm just ready. You know what? Let's get out of here. Network issues. There you go. It's not actually a server anymore. Let's go, folks, to a quick commercial break on the other side of this one. Game 5, take 2. Be right back.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
No, it was like the worst time.
Time short.
Wall bang him.
Put your head down and secure the target.
We're so back, baby!
No way!
We're so back!
Deranged native! Deranged native with 100 gifted subs!
They sound with a very quick listen in.
Last one, missing Zach, missing Zach. P3, missing Zach. Two boxes. Got you. He told me. No, he didn't get to the left. My bad if I need you.
You're good. Go, copy. There's 3 on 3. The short steps. One clean break, one set of kills there. Afro sneaks in and steals the victory.
Se ha pegado.
No deberíamos.
¿Qué orden de izquierda, tío?
Hay una de izquierda, no ahora, están por medio.
Pícalo.
Absolutely loving the Rio addition to the asset. And you get into the Hacienda S&D just so.
Please, you're gonna check it, right? You're gonna check it. Oh, it looks one way. Envoy's on the other. The magic man continues. Envoy gets 2. Scrap gets another. It's all on Nasty 1v3. I promise you, he's in that corner. It's in the 10's corner. It's Envoy's corner. Oh my God! The pleasantries exchanged between squads.
forget about him and instead try to play for the quick retake up the middle. Inside, well, he sees a lot of it, but not able to find any kills. So now Kleenex, he's really far away with the rival 9 at the moment. He's going to wait for Envoy to be the first one to move from the flank. Smoke is out. Envoy to check. No one's on the bomb. And Envoy holds his position a little while longer. Oh, my! How did...
Oh, come here. And backdoor.
Oh, no. Alley.
Oh my god. Oh my god! The paternity test is in. I am the father.
Can they be shop scrap? No. Okay. Both in you. In you. Weak in you. Nice. Our set time. It's sell. Make him do something. It's 20 seconds. One more. Damn. Roxanne. Mirror on the wall. Anyone do some breathing with me?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go. Got it. Just come play in the bomb. I have low. He has to go top. Low.
I'm gonna help you 2 seconds. Nice!
That played so bro.
I set up. Come on the stairs. Nice. I'm looking you. Could be outer.
Outer.
Nice. 3v1. Please go.
Oh, nice, baby. Oh my god.
I mean, I'm trying to scam it. They won't even kill me.
Anti-bridge. Yeah, our bridge is shield.
One's left.
I'm cutting in. I'm not sure if I'm getting old, but I swear to God, Joe, sometimes when Celium talks, all I hear is... Yeah.
I'm trying to cut. Purpose up, cut, shot top.
I can't trouble this. Well, that's tragic. I'll be slow to middle.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I think that
Nade hit a couple times and stunned mid cut.
What am I doing, bro?
One guy's
mid cut.
I mean, maybe you can ego chow at times, some teams if you're phased, but you're not doing it to Sib. There's 2 that line up in front and Cell, maybe making the play, trying to stay alive, pushes in, and Cell goes nuclear.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our game 5 here in round 2 of minor tournament number 1. Rocker taking on Ultra, and Rocker having issues with ping, so we actually, screw that, we're going in, boys and girls, strap yourselves in. We had an issue, there was a technical timeout, we had a little bit, forget it, go, game time, here we rock and roll. This is it, game 5. Can we complete the reverse sweep, or will Ultra survive? Many questions answered here, Trent, so asked here on the CDL. Will we answer at least those 2 by the end of this match?
Yeah, you heard that call and I didn't, so I just don't know if it's the voices in your head talking to you, literally or metaphorically, but hey, when you're right, you're right. Hacienda, we go. And I know on the side of Minnesota Rocker, the vibe's certainly flowing. The momentum has shifted in their favor. But for the S&D, it was a 6-1 beat down on the protocol. And I think the way that Ultra played it, they just set the tone so early on that they just seized control of the game and then played off of it every single round with a new idea sort of building upon it. So I know for Rocker, you want to strike quick, you want to strike early. And again, incredibly limited data we have on this map for the new introduction, but Rocker did play it. They're 1-0 on it, and it was a 6-2 victory. So they have displayed some level of dominance and some level of competence on it as well. I think Ultra is going to be a really fun team for them to square up against.
We'll find out. I'm trying to find out what kind of sharks are in those tanks. Anybody know?
Tiger.
No, tiger sharks are actually way bigger, and they don't have as pronounced a stripe. We're going to get one more
sharks.
What?
Miles, why can't they be themselves? Why is it tiger sharks? Why is it bull sharks? Just
because
you're a shark.
We as human beings like to be like, oh, that's a bit like this, isn't it? That's the same as that one. It's kind of like that, isn't it? You know, that's why if a shark had a really long neck, we call it the giraffe shark. You know what I mean?
It's too many animals. It's also the most British I've ever heard you.
Yeah, thanks. I was trying hard there. It could be a Greenland shark. Actually, no, that's not even close. Put that one away, Ross. All right, folks. Hacienda S&D. Yeah, I see. Look, they've got a nice little stripe, little dot thing going on there. Maybe we'll ask the tryout team. They could probably tell us. What was it modeled after? Because it's definitely a real thing. slight network issue. No, we were close, folks. We were close. So we're trying to make sure we get this as fair and even as possible. Rocker having some ping issues getting their server ready. So give them a mo. They do have a technical timer on this, so we can't sit here and do this all day. We got games to play. We got lots and lots of games to get through here. The zebra shark chance, not too far off. Doesn't actually look much like a zebra. Looks a lot more like a cheetah, if you ask me, folks. Anybody at home who has access to Google, tell me I'm not wrong. Tell me I'm not wrong. What we are wrong about, though, easier. Yeah, basically, we haven't got a game right now. We're still waiting for this one. But the boys of Rocker are still patiently making sure that the servers are all good to go. They have to load the game up, check the ping. If it's hot to trot, they restart it, and then the game begins from there. But we'll find out. Paul has been a stalwart for the team here, Chance, despite dropping the donut in the first search and destroy. He's the guy we're going to be watching in this one for sure.
Yeah, Paul X is sort of in that spot of like, his S&D stats don't look particularly good. Like, they're fine, but a little underwhelming, except the clutches. He's just had some ridiculous clutches, so he's been the guy of like, when you need him there, he delivers. So we'll see what he can deliver on a Hacienda. Gotta give a quick shout out to Esriel as well. Maybe the coolest headset in the league. Really like the color palette he's working with on the old headphones. But outside of that, that's all I got.
We got some looks, though, folks, while we're waiting for this match to get started. Rocker have had their fair share of Game 5s, let's face it. 3 now, and they've won them all. Here are some highlights from Minnesota Rocker. When the chips are down and you need them the most, when it's then against the Gorillas, mate. A huge victory here on Rewind.
I miss it.
I miss it, too. I really miss it. I mean, Geo, the old snibby snaps. This has been, yeah, a fantastic run for them when the chips are certainly absolutely down. That was a round 11 against Gorillas, mate. This one against Boston Breach.
And just craziness, though. The amount of work they've put in. It's sort of like not even necessarily playing the competition, but it's like a weird combination of like whoever they're playing against, they never, like they always look dominant in like bursts. It's never like a fully controlled game. It's just the, oh, all of a sudden Nero's going on a 10 spree. Oh, all of a sudden Esriel's going on a, I think, an 8 or 9 spree he was able to throw together on the protocol as well. But I do appreciate that for this Rocker team. All 4 players have taken turns showing off that electric stuff, and obviously the final clips you just saw there on the Hacienda is against Gorillas, mate, and that's a team that we were expecting to be fantastic at Search and Destroy, but Rocker absolutely picked them apart. Pretty even on the round win percentage. I know the KD for Ultra looks extra fantastic, as does that opening duel win percentage, but at this point for Rocker, you're testing their ice, and the record, well, it speaks for itself. It is a true battle of the clutch titans, so to speak. You know, it's week 3 in effect here in this minor tournament, but this is where you get to sort of either maintain that confidence from Rocker of their ability to clutch these moments, to force you to do a game 5, to pull the reverse sweeps, and you get to test the confidence of Ultra. If they just continue to have a perfect S&D record, then they will be motivated to sit in their chairs. But I gotta say, Jodeci's and Beans leaving is a bad sign.
Yeah, not great. Well, in the meantime, folks, I have received some fantastic updates across the Twitterverse. But in the meantime, we've also got some more clips of the Ultra Boys. Here we go. Some in-game emotes, which I'm not seeing enough of, frankly, guys. I'm not seeing enough of the easy Tiger. This is the Toronto Ultra in-game skins with their bats having a good time. This is you two, folks, can look this purple. Man, it's lit. They're Kleenex, having a fantastic time. Team skins are available in the store right now, folks. And that's what it looks like. I've not seen it in third person. That's even more surreal. Good stuff, Kleenex. I also received an update across the social media platform of your choice, which right now for me is x.com, from the Sharkophiles, the shark fans, is in fact a leopard shark, a pair of leopard sharks on the inside of the tank there on Hacienda. Shout out to Nufi, Ripley, and Mike. Thank you very much, team, for getting that to me super fast. Super fast. Definitely not a zebra shark. The zebra shark looks way more.
I'm not trying to turn this into a podcast, but why are there, like, genuinely, I was just cracking a joke. There are tiger shark, bull shark, zebra shark, leopard shark.
I made up.
Is it just all shark names have different animals? Is there any other species that does that?
Oh, we deal with all sorts of things. I mean, there's birds. We give birds weird names. Shark bird. It's got a big fin on the back. I'm joking. That's not real. But you know what I'm saying? Okay. We would apply that. You know, or like the machine gun monkey. It's a chimpanzee that has a handgun or a fully automatic rifle. You know what I mean? Like, that's a real thing. No. You've seen Planet of the Apes. It's a documentary. Get on the level, dude. Let's go. Up next, Hacienda, folks. We're still waiting to get this one going. Yes, it is a podcast now, boys and girls. But thanks again to the folks who let us know about those leopard sharks. We will be bringing that up with extreme confidence the next time this map loads up. Oh, look, Chance, is that a pair of leopard sharks? Yeah, that's what's going to happen, folks. But everyone is basically in the lobby, but we're just making sure that the servers are fair and even between these two teams. That's the name of the game here, folks. And we do have a time limit on this. There is a limit to how long we can make these tests go for in the interest of all the other matches, your time as well, folks. Chance, feels, thoughts, opinions.
I very much just want to actually get in the game and play. It has been a fantastic series when we're in game. I know we had the one quick reset on the control, but overall, one of the more exciting vault controls we've had. I think one of the most exciting series we've had is a 10-point game we had on map number 1. And granted, map number 2 was certainly a blowout, but I think it was really fun to just watch like Ultra sort of play like the chess game that can be S&D at times, and if a team is playing checkers against you, well, that's why you win 6-1. I don't know. It's just been exciting stuff. Maybe take a turn of which player is going to pop off at any given time. Obviously, Joe Deceived and Kleenex running the show as the SMG players, but on the flip side, pick a poison, man. Could be Nero.
Could be Nero indeed. Well, we talked about it. It's either the record of Toronto Ultra in Search and Destroy or the record of Minnesota Rocker in Game 5s. We're going to go to a quick break. Minnesota Rocker are on the clock for this technical timeout. When we come back, it's game time, folks. Don't go too far.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Really right
Yeah, got me. Don't even worry about it. Got these guys on.
So go next.
Don't even worry about it.
Yeah,
Did you go next?
Just go next. Just go next.
Yeah, we're good.
Oh, we gotta laugh that one off, boys. Oh,
Yeah, we got that one off.
I'm bad.
We gotta laugh that one off.
Correct.
Yeah, weak, close.
Nice.
Calf. Yeah, Calf killed me. Top out.
Calf weak.
Falcon.
Alex, jump down. He's still in the yellow car. Weak.
I can kill him. I'll point, bro.
One's out now.
Mid-cut.
Too slow, buddy. You haven't got time to go, Dumpster. You haven't got time for that. I got world starred. Oh my god.
Yeah, he was shooting guff. I've just seen that in the death cam. The guys jumped off plan. I'm like, surely he's getting his kill.
Yo. It was bad. It was bad.
Pure guff coming out.
I had the wrong attachments on.
Yep, he's absolute.
Guff is holy shit, speak. Yo, tell me how. Tell me how.
We did.
Hardpoint located.
Did I just get killed by a f***ing door?
El otro, cerca del... El otro tiene que estar por el under, creo.
Going alley.
No en el Eli, Go. Eso es, joder. Bueno, Javi, coño. Madre mía.
Nice try, man.
Oh. I calmed it, dude. I said, like, wait for that.
I know what you meant. I know what you.
We were hyping this up, right? It's the 4th matchup. You know, we've seen you guys constantly in grand finals. You guys came out and made that look easy.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've been saying it online the whole time. Online respawns are different. No sound EQ. We're a way different team, and we just showed it right there. Also, people seem to forget who built that camp. I know how they play. I taught those kids how to play Call of Duty. So don't forget that. All right? Like, let's.
All right, hey, chat, watch this. All right, we gotta just go play the game. Let's take a look at this bad.
Space fans, the hype squad in the front row. They make it to nearly every single event. That poor guy that hit the deck today outside the venue, is he here?
Saw that. That was tough.
Hey! What is that poor guy ate concrete for breakfast? Tough one.
Number 40.
Yeah, brother.
Done. Hydra.
The first win for LA Thieves. God damn it, I love to be a Thieves fan right now, gentlemen. We just hit 10,000 viewers. The boys just got the first win of the 2024-2025 season. Holy shit. We should have won 3-0, but we'll take the 3-1. A win is a win, and boys, we look dangerous.
Stuff there.
God, I love this shit.
It was like watch.
Time, man. Like when you have the Slayers, when you have the talent there, it's all about putting it together.
They're going to pounce out 04. Great damage in. It's going to be all on 04. They drop them. Lucky with both. Fickle is roaring and Heretics win. And he lets the crowd know. Silence. Big map 5s that Miami have gotten over Seattle Surge.
Can you walk us through what kind of y'all's situation?
Yeah, what's the setup you got going?
Apartment?
So we have a kind of like a penthouse apartment and a whole bunch of setups in here.
Do you guys all live together in this penthouse? Who's cooking? Who's whipping up the meals after a win?
So Brian gets the penthouse. We're all staying at a different apartment.
Okay.
Still pretty nice, not quite a penthouse, but you know, we spend every day here. It's
Brian Saints living in a penthouse? Call of Duty can make dreams come true, children. You heard it here first. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to our Game 5 Rocker Ultra. And we're almost ready to go. Rocker are on tech time. They're basically against the clock now to make sure they can come up with a solution to this ping issue. If they don't, it's up to them to play it or to potentially forfeit, but that's totally up to them. In the meantime, though, we will tell you with absolute certainty that the fish tanks on Hacienda are not regulation size for a leopard shark. Leopard sharks is a very, very popular aquarium fish, but it is illegal to keep a leopard shark in a tank that is smaller than 36 inches. Wait, no. It's illegal to keep any leopard shark that is smaller than 36 inches in a tank like that. Leopard sharks can grow up to 7 feet long, people. 7 feet. The males are anywhere between 50 and 60 inches, and the females are even bigger than that. No, don't put the tournament bracket up. I'm not done with the shark chat yet. Those tanks are not okay for animals like that. But yeah, we're almost ready to go, folks. Ultra versus Rocker. As things are only getting more dangerous. There are some seriously big fish in this tank, which I can assure you is legally off standard for all these fish.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Attenborough, for the lovely commentary on the fish tanks. We got to write a strongly worded letter to whoever owns that house in Hacienda, but interesting Game 5 here. Once we actually do get to it, players certainly locked in, shooting bots, trying to stay focused, keep the hands warm. Joe Deceives spinning in circles, not in game, but out of game, certainly. Man is ever on the map, and CleanX doing the tradition, just trying to stay calm or trying to stop a runny nose. It could go either way.
Oh, there is something going around at the moment. Beans is staying certainly focused, and again for our boy Nero's something's just tickled Nero. You know what it probably is? It's these S&D leaderboards. But look who's up there the most. I mean, obviously Big Bruce way up there, but the entire Toronto Ultra roster, they're 2, 3, 6, and 7. The boys are all there.
I'm sorry, Dashy has a 1.8. I know it's not his year. He has a 1.88, and I know it's early in the year, but like it's not that early. 60 and 32 is crazy. So that being aside, yes, the fact that all 4 Ultra players are in top of the leaderboards really does highlight that there are no weaknesses. And the fact that Joe Deceives is also towards the top of the leaderboards of bomb plants as well, and he's the one with the highest KD, is completely crazy. So I don't know exactly how long Ultra can maintain this level of dominance before. Obviously, for the CDL historians out there, Toronto Ultra last year started off their year with a perfect Hardpoint record. I think they went up to like 13-0 before they finally lost. Maybe they're just switching up the game modes. Insight and CleanX just, you know, choosing what they want to dominate year over year. At least come Major 1 time. That's for a long time to see how things develop. I just know this team is always fun to watch.
Always fun to watch. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Whether it's Hardpoint, whether it's S&D, Ultra tend to get really, really good at one thing. But hey, we're not too far away from Major 1. We've only got after this 1, 2, 3, 3 weekends of online play before we go to Madrid. Yeah, and the boys are laughing because they've seen something come up. That looks like it might be another issue. And again, folks, we are on the clock here for Rocker before they are forced to make a decision. But it doesn't look fantastic for them if Nero has left setup. Joe's found something really funny. I'd love to know what they're giggling at, because the whole squad's having a chuckle now. Even CleanX, who has broke his stoicism, is having a good old chuckle. Maybe they're playing 2v2s. You know what I mean? Or they're all in the same lobby shooting bots. Maybe something like that. But we're almost ready, folks. We're almost ready. We'll be back to us. Again, for the Rocker boys. The wait is somewhat killing me, because I need to know if we are going to see Ultra lose their record or if see Rocket lose the game 5. I mean, there are 2 records at stake here. I mean, this is bigger than the King of Kong right now. This is beyond Steve Wiebe and you know, Billy Mitchell. This is a big deal. This is a big deal, folks. We're trying to find out whose records remain intact as our minds slowly unravel to the madness. We go to another commercial break, but this is the last break. Compops on the other side of this one with an answer to either yeah, we're playing, or somebody's forfeiting. We'll be right back. Here we go, folks, right into it. This is it. If there is a dropout, we will have to continue playing, or whoever drops out has to forfeit. We've run out of time to mess around with cables and screws, and we're going to the A-bomb site. And my word, all of Rocker are here. First off, in the kill feed goes here.
And this is the perfect strat. If you're trying to get something done in rank play, you need to call out something quick. Everybody hit outer fences. You clear the guy outside. You plant away from top dark, and you use nades to back him down to get the plant off. And then even after that, Rocker, all class, all gas, no brakes, running it down for that first round win, which, I mean, we talked about it some time ago, setting the tone in S&D for Rocker, a necessity against Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, magnificent. Again, ideal start for them. But I just want to quickly reiterate, folks, if there is a technical issue during this matchup, if somebody drops out, we got to play on. First time we may experience that in CDO history, so strap in. One way or another, we're going to remember this series. Rocker, take the first.
And not trying to bring up any bad memories for whichever team might have lost a 3v4 back on an evac S&D in Black Ops 3.
Whoa.
For the players that lost that, yeah, my bad. Random stray.
Bad. Absolute random stray. 2-2 split here from the Rocker boys. Kleenex, he's in from behind. Beans somehow managing to win that first opening blood. A lot of guns upstairs there for Rocker as well.
This should be a freebie kill on Paul.
Ooh,
and
close.
Inside gets an extra pick in the meantime. Yeah, what a bounce back round. A little bit more calculated. And Joe deceives. Not going to be able to pad the stats with the bomb plants. The final kill goes through in time.
He gets that with an aims as well. That little circle strafe for the crouch thrown in there for good measure. Joe had that one red. Good stuff. But yeah, bounce back. Literally perfect. 2 lightning fast rounds. Not much tape for Ultra to work with here when it comes to watching Rocker on Hacienda. A simple series. What playbook have they got? How deep is it? How broad is it? Go back to the Black Ops 4 days. Very, very different look back then. Let's see what we got.
Well, opposite side of the map this time, right? It was a massive stack over towards the A site, and Ultra have a lot more pressure in that direction. The B site has been left completely unguarded. And honestly, shades of what we saw in the protocol, Ultra just trusting their ability to retake this site. And it's early enough. I don't see any trophies out just yet, so maybe the nades can make an impact, but that concussion certainly won't.
Yeah, that one won't, but the Fragmite. 2-2 split here for Ultra on the retake. They're trying to find absolutely every angle possible. Paul checks it. Guns on both. That is sensational. Does that alone. That means all guns forward now. Over to Estriel. Guns at the ready. And Rocker spring into the fight. The 3v1 for Beans. Dead.
Yeah, definitionally a credit angle. That is on point from Paul X, and that is one that if you know you're the guy that needs to watch the Lambeau side of the map and you want to play for a guarantee, that is a beautiful spot to do it from. Gotta add that to my repertoire as well. But that is 2 clean rounds coming out of Minnesota. 1 massive attack on the A site, 1 massive attack on the B site, and Ultra, well, their heads on a swivel. So difficult to trade. Joe Deceives gets close, but no cigar, no round win.
Quick deep breath. Ultra on the attack. Now, you got to bounce back, fellas. 3-1 split inside the Soul Man over towards that long line of sight of B. Kleenex now trying to hit out the corridor. Geo pumps the brakes immediately. Might be able to get the kills, but you've overwhelmed the bomb site, so at the very least, plant that thing and play for the counter.
Is he just going to steal the
He's doing it! He's doing it! He's doing it! Oh, but it's an absolute massacre on the point! Nero! Oh, goodness! That's disgusting! Another 3v1!
Yeah, that's too much of a breakdown. Insight playing the credit, or really just worried about the flank, but before the bomb goes down and his teammates get overwhelmed, the Beans just not quite there for the trades. I think he might have just ran out of ammo. So unlucky look, but a fantastic retake there from Rocker. And now Minnesota going back to their like classic strat, dude. When they get a man advantage like this, it is just group up together, play for the guaranteed trades. Insight, one of the most clutch players in the league. But this is just not a situation where it's looking possible.
Good luck. First man over the top gets it, and Rocker rolling together as a pack. 3-1 now on the round count. They're over the halfway mark. Oh boy. 6-2 for Nero. He won a couple of disgraceful gunfights this round.
Yeah, just so clean on that door's flank. And I think Ultra maybe a little bit too early with their nades to like watch the flank, because I mean you just get steamrolled through, and you see the angle as well he had to get the guy off bomb is perfect. Even with the team kill rolling through, didn't make a single bit of difference. That is good comms and great work out of Nero.
Yeah, the first kill there, Joe Deceives planted the bomb. The cake is just sticking out a little bit too much there, and Nero just couldn't help himself to a slice. Starts off that 3-piece, and it was just decadent after that. Fast hit now, and again, it's a 2-man hit every single step of the way. Rocker just roaming as a pair. It's a pack of players in every fight, and if you get one, you're going to be traded instantly. It's a man advantage for Minnesota again. Oh, no.
It's too easy.
Oh, no. Insight 1v3 again.
I mean, Nero's just the streak machine, frankly. I'd drop the bomb for him, let him plant to get the extra points just to play for the Crews, but why even bother doing all the little things right when you've already done the hard work? This is a reverse sweep potential, and I say potential, but it's looking incredibly likely. Rocker might have really pumped the brakes and take a lot of time to load into map number 5, but once they got here, they have just been steamrolling. Again, And breaks aside, this has been an absolutely electric series where right now from Ultra, they are feeling the heat. Their perfect S&D record soon to be in shambles. A 4-1 lead for Minnesota, where seemingly they can do no wrong.
Again, it's doing no wrong, whether it's Beans or falling over in the top corridor now, giving you a freebie like this. 4-1 for Rocker. The writing's on the wall already. The prophecy. Nobody home here at the B-bomb site. What a pick from Beans. Back over to the first round we go. Oh, Beans, what a 2. A trade to complete, though. And now it's a 2v2. Holes apart on the map and an open B-bomb site to get the plant down.
Well, no, they're not even going for the plant. They're worried about that dart control a little bit too soon, so they're not comfy for the plant just yet. They're trying to play for the kills. And 2 SMG players as well from Ultra. Jodeci's finds his moment, trusting Kleenex, and Kleenex might have to be the guy.
He's got to come back over towards Kleenex. The way that Rocker have been playing this, they've been so close to one another. It's going to be a 2-man hit. Through the back, now we go.
Great damage.
Kleenex. Oh, Geo somehow cleans top plat, and it is just sensational from Rocker. I cannot believe it.
That's ridiculous, too. I thought Jodeci did enough damage that Kleenex might be able to swing in for some easy trades, but that is just a lightning pace Rocker just played at. So quick to sort of diversify your setup. One guy take one route, one guy go a different direction. Spread out after that, and Kleenex just caught off guard Ultra. Maybe they got iced in these tech delays because they have shown us nothing on Hacienda. Rocker have come to play.
Are you kidding me, man? I mean, that is a perfect position there for Kleenex to pick up both those kills, and somehow doesn't. Joe still on a donut. Match point, Minnesota Rocker. To end the spree. To end the perfect play. And Ultra say nay. Not yet. 1v3 now. Estriel has been marked for death, and the boys are absolutely sending it for him. But wait.
Oh, no.
But wait. Estriel's position is known. 1 minute to play, and this 1v3 is now a 1v2.
He's got so much time. I would assume he just got spotted down low, so you got 2 players for Ultra just sort of cornered up, checking the hallways. But, I mean, 50 seconds left in Call of Duty world. This is an eternity for Estriel to play with.
Again, shoulder to shoulder right now for Ultra. How do you play it? If you play too tight, you wind up possibly getting eaten alive by that jackal at close range. 30 seconds now. Dancing. Estriel, as he doesn't have the bomb, he's got a little bit of a journey to go back for it. There it is. Will he double back towards B? He might just do that. Jodeci, did he get spotted out? No, he didn't. He's going to get the plant down at the least. Oh my word, this round isn't over yet.
And if I remember correctly, Estriel was like a Black Ops 4 grinder for multiple years in the offseason. He has played a ton of Hacienda.
He still has a frag grenade to play with as well. That's going to be unbelievably useful. Beans has the door covered. There's the damage.
Nice.
And Jodeci is there for it as well. A very, very fast reaction from Toronto Ultra to stay alive in this game 5.
It is a good try from Estriel, though. I think if he has a plant spot just a little bit further, sort of like towards the right where you can spot it for top office, there might have been a bit more potential, but I think Beans was very confident. If he peeks from that side, he's not going to be able to see the bomb plant. He will be coming from mid, and they just had the angles covered. So heads up gameplay from Beans and Jodeci, but obviously they have a long way to go if they want to fight their way back in.
I mean, what an unbelievable story that will be. We're yet to tell that, though. Another chapter now in this saga. RCXD creeping forward. Opening damage is sensational across the board, but no one able to actually clean up just yet. Watching out for Nero upstairs. That is such a power position. Nero gets away with his life.
Repositioned as well. You haven't gotten the bomb down. You got caught trying to plant it. Easy reads from Nero. Nameless might be a genius.
On the timing of this. Nero brought down. The pinch is safe. He still pulls 2 Ultra members away before being taken care of.
And look at the setup for Minnesota, too. They know they got bombed down. They are not worried at all. They got number 4 Geo up top, worried about the pinch. I take it all back. They forgot they had the bomb down. They're going back to the group up together and make sure we get these trades.
Yeah, they did not. They've completely left it, but they're moving very, very quickly. So Ultra have got to get this done fast. I think it's, I saw enough. Yeah, gotta go. Beans manages to make it a 2v2, a 2v1. What a win! Benjamin Beans, one half of this British duo, representing Toronto. As Paul deals a bit of damage, can Beans make it 3 on the round? He can. The temperature rising as the current kings of the North find back-to-back rounds.
That's a tough one, man. That's a tough one to lose. You get bombed down, you get the early picks, and then you get 2v4'd by the AR players. I don't know if they lack object permanence and forgetting that the bomb was down, or if they just didn't have the space or they wanted to trust the group up together, but they had a good setup, but they do not deliver. Toronto Ultra, still a long way to go, but they're hanging on.
5-3. Nero's double digits look fantastic. The Beans on a 5 spree, 1 off the 10 kill. He had one hell of a round there to keep the boys alive. Here we go. A lot of intel passed over, and Insight is looking to confirm it. That stun will. He had to have got it. Had to have got the connection there. Yeah, trophies are in position. Immediate counterattack potential now for Ultra.
Double doors, and then 2 through front. No flanks this time. They don't want to deal with Paul in the back end, but you got a 4v3 around this side.
Here we go. Estriol playing it slow and steady. They win the first. The trades are on. Here comes Nero! What an unbelievable 2! The reverse sweep is completely San Al-Gaib. Rocker have done it again. Ultra's spree in search and destroy, a blemish on the record now.
And for Minnesota Rocker, I don't know what it is, man. I don't know if they just need to get like sort of punched in the mouth to like wake them up a little bit, but it doesn't matter how far these guys are down. They claw their way back. And for Toronto Ultra, that's an interesting moment because their record has looked fantastic, but they've only played sort of mixy teams. Maybe one team towards the top, but the rest a little bit towards the bottom of the standings. Minnesota Rocker, one of the more true tests for them, and, well, tested indeed. Those S&D stats, certainly for Ultra players, going to look a little bit different now. Joe Deceives felt the wrath of Nero. A 1-7 for Joe, 12-6 for Nero, who just every single map, it felt like, goes on some type of crazy spree. And of course, a well-orchestrated effort. Estriel, 4 bomb plants as well. First Bloods pretty spread out across the board. 2-0 on Hacienda is Minnesota Rocker, and perfect in the game 5s. One of the most important stats you can have as a team. Minnesota Rocker have it in spades.
Rocker. And Minnesota Rocker, you did it again. Another reverse sweep. Hey, how many more do they have in their sleeves here as we say goodbye to Toronto here in Minor 1? And there's only one man I want to hear from right now, and that is Anthony Wheeler.
Never a doubt,
How
fellas.
we doing, bro?
Never a doubt. Let's go Minnesota. That's all I gotta say.
How did you see this coming?
I will tell you why, and it's obviously because of the grit that they've had in a lot of their series, but the team they have reminds me a lot of the teams that I've been on. I feel like they're on like their little run right now. You're winning your game 5s, and they do play sound in these respawns, and they have players who have high skill ceilings, right? We've seen it all the time with Nero. Gio can go on runs. Paul X, great gunny on him as well, and then Estriel can take over a game too. So they're just in their flow right now. They're confident in each other, and when they get to a game 5, you see they aren't afraid. They're taking all the space, which we'll get into in the highlights. But so far, Hacienda, unreal for Minnesota.
Let's take a look at some of these clips, Ali, because we were blown away with the aggression. We've seen it from Nero in like invasion control with the previous time. He's doing it in search and destroy as if his life doesn't matter. He was fearless the entirety of this game. They run at you, and they are winning these close gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, the clip I just saw you, the fact that he just slid out courtyard there without a care in the world is insane. And it works out because Beans literally had attack in his hands. He was unable to watch over his teammate who he has to watch fall in front of him and then also get turned on himself. Nero is just a different beast, man. And not even Nero, Estriel was having a really good map number 5 as well. And he started to heat up as the series goes on. So unreal for Minnesota, man. You give them just a little bit of momentum and they take it the whole way.
If we have Brian's stats somewhere on Twitter, I need to know how many reverse sweeps have we seen?
It's been quite a bit.
What is the most on a season? Because Minnesota has back-to-back here in the tournament. They have 4 Game 5 victories, and you think about those Game 5 stars, You go through the notes, it's 3 different players so far, at least through mine, Alley Cat.
I mean, it is unreal for Minnesota Rocker. I remember looking at Ann after they went up 2-0 for Toronto Ultra, and I was like, you sure about that one, Ann? And then we walk into that vault, and it was just Gio and Nero. And we have to go back to the beginning of that series, right? We have to go back to that map number 3, because it was a 2v7. Technically a 2v4, but there were 7 lives on the other side. And it was Gio and Nero keeping them alive, and then keeping them alive not only in the series, but now in the minor.
The end of that control was, I mean, if you're Toronto, you are down horrific. I'm pretty sure you had a streak. Could have used it out of position. I mean, we need to rewatch that at some point, but that was egregious. It leads to a loss.
Last time he was in the winner's circle, he had a monster 43 kills and a respawn. Tonight, he takes over the final search and destroy. Welcome back to the live stream, Nero from the Minnesota Rocker. Buddy, what's up with your series? Estriel was telling us yesterday, yeah, we started off a little soft, a little slow. You guys do the same thing today.
Yeah, we did. I just think first map, like, we choked really bad, and they're a really good S&D team. Obviously, they were undefeated. So going into that, we were just trying to blind counter, and you really can't do that as much. We just didn't stick to our game plan, and then after that control, that's the swing mode, and we're really good at control, and we just had the momentum shifts in our favor.
Nero, I want to ask you about Hacienda, the new map getting added into the series. It was the double dose at the end that gets you guys the win. Do you have any fond memories of Hacienda, and how happy are you to see it kind of back in rotation? Because it clearly works for y'all's team.
Yeah, I love Hacienda. I do have a memory at Black Ops 4. I 4-pieced Sib and Mac and them on that rock hill. That's me, baby. All rock. That's me. Don't chow that shit.
You gotta be Hacienda for Nero, man.
Nero, I want to ask you.
Hacienda's a great map.
I want to ask you, first of all, congrats on the win. You guys look phenomenal. You, particular game 5, like not hesitating at all, just pushing the issue, taking space. What's like the theory in search and destroy for you guys, without giving away too much? Talk to me about your guys' search game and your identity.
Basically, just do stuff together, and I really don't even know.
So
I don't want to tell people
green light.
Yeah, because I don't want to do too much. Just get kills, green light, play together on clutches.
Well, Nero, congratulations on making it into the top 4. You're the first team to do so. Would you rather face off against the LA Thieves or Atlanta FaZe? That will be your semifinal matchup.
I don't even know. They're both great teams. That's just a hard choose, because both of them are great. Both of them could win. I'd probably say FaZe, just because like they're looking a little down so far, and Thieves just came out swinging. But it might be Thieves, because I want my rematch against them. So.
I love it, man. That's what we're hoping for as well, potentially. We'll see where Allie goes on her next prediction. Nero, congrats on the win. We'll let you go celebrate.
Thank you so much.
I can't believe Nameless nailed
Unbelievable.
This one.
I
mean, do you not see how turnt he is? Nero's locked right now. I'm not picking against him ever.
The Ohio boy is locked in, getting the job done in a game 5, and that means Minnesota Rocker is moving on to round 3. You are going to see them battle against Thieves or FaZe. That is the final fight of the night. But when we come back, it's Optic Texas taking on Boston Breach live here on the CDL.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
like a cannon. Blast like a cannon. Big bang coming through. Blast like a cannon.
Nice, I'm in the game. Yo, CDL 2024. Yo, this is fire. This is fire.
Oh.
This fire, yo, Pete. Hold up. CDL champ and the shit. Come on, now. That shit clean, bro. This kind of clean.
Yeah.
Yo, that's aura, bro. Come on, now.
Ghosty doing his best to do it. Oh, here we go. 3 are going to drop. A chance to go. One person. It's Rods that's got to go clutch. From the position we saw Crip do it, he doesn't do it. Ghosty able to put him down. They get on the point. Everybody's up. That's not going to hit. Second bit of progress done. They got to surge on forward. A BZ with 1. Can't get through. Solo and Sim connect. But you win it if you're Crip. Of course it's Crip. Time and time again, he wins his one-on-one.
Welcome back for match number 2 on a 4-match day. We are currently in the round of 8. Time to find out who is moving in to our final 4. Optic Texas taking on Boston Breach. And Boston, they won the previous showdown. This was match number 2, day number 1 of the season, Allie. But we've had a new body switch in for Optic since then.
We have had a new body switch in, and on the side of Boston Breach, things have been a little bit back and forth. Their control has really been hurting them in a lot of these series. 1-4 overall. They're all negative across the board. Where on the flip side, Optic Texas has been getting better. So we're thinking this series might go a little different this time.
Yeah, you know, when I look at this Boston team, like, they've been good, 3-1. They beat Optic in both search and destroys. But at the same time, their map pool not great. Like, they've only really won red card, which you're probably going to be seeing removed from all their series. Right? Ball, right? So for these guys, like, I think this is a really big test for them. You could see they're vibing in their player cams. We've seen some great development out of Snoopy over the course of these few games. So potential.
It's been fun to watch Boston. They were the worst team in the league last year. They bring up Awakening. They bring back Cammy. Cammy is number 2 on that ice leaderboard. Look for him in search. But number 1 on that leaderboard was Dashy, and he plays for Optic Texas on the other side of this one. Shotzi, he's been kind of the front man, the spokesperson for the team. But Dashy has consistently laid down that damage. The question for me is, what are we getting out of Kenny, a world champion tonight?
I love that you said that, Chris, because I did want to talk about that. As Dashy has kind of continued how good he was at S&D near the tail end of last year into this year, rocking a 1.8, and then Shotzi is kind of handling the respawns, a 1.26 in Hardpoint, 1.3 in control, but then you're like, okay, well then where's Kenny and Hook at? So Optic Texas, they're still winning, they're still considered a top team right now, but we're kind of waiting for the newer additions of this green wall to really find their place in this game.
I was like, the boys are just waking up. You nervous at all?
Yeah, they do. Just wait. Their player camps have been really interesting the last couple of matches. But in terms of the stats thing, I will never look at anybody's stats playing alongside Shotzi and Dashy, because sometimes it's like, it's just the Shotzi show. He's just running around. And you're like, okay, I have to hardball.
I'm in position.
Yeah,
I'm blocking spawns.
I'm waiting. You got him? All right, let's go. You know what I mean? So I think it's, you got to take it with a grain of salt when you look at like the Kenny stats after series. But so far, so good for them. They've been winning.
Let's take a look at your scuff. Maps and modes. It's a best of 5, first to 3 wins, and we have 2 Haciendas, 3 protocols. Why is everybody voting out Skyline and red cards?
Well, red card in this series, that's a good ban for Optic because, like I said, Boston have loved that map. They've been the best red card team in both game modes so far.
And when you talk to the side of Optic Texas, I think Ant already touched on it, they have the deeper map pool. Now, the Hacienda opening up the first 2 is a little bit of a question mark for both sides, but as soon as you hit that protocol, you got to start leaning over towards the things of Optic Texas.
We've got a big major number 1 coming up in Spain. This man just found out he has lineage from Central America, Mexico, and Spain. He calls himself Spanish. Shotzzy and Optic are going to win this one. I got Optic over Boston 3-1 tonight.
Because we're going to Spain.
Because we're going to Spain. And there was a snowman involved last night. He's my favorite player right now.
That's true. That's true. I'm also going to go Optic Texas. I think they get their revenge.
Yeah, I'm going to Optic Texas. Shotzi's been rogue, and the gameplay is going to reflect that.
Maven, how was that break? How's your brain? You ready to party?
Bro, I was going to say, Joe's got to carry me today. Dude, I had a horrible night of sleep, and then that series, I swear to God, I thought I was in like the Twilight Zone. Like, I don't know what happened. We were back in the green room, and it felt like 6 goddamn hours went by during that series.
Just like 2.
It felt like 6.
Well, I mean, we'll feed.
I'm gonna need you to slap me in the face and get locked in for this one. No, imagine. I just got a bloody nose just gushing down my face. But no,
I've been waiting for that for a long time.
Yeah. I've been really wanting to hit you.
Yeah.
But no, we're ready to rock and roll. We're going to have some fun as we continue on with this minor. Yes, Optic looking for revenge. Shotzi's on his like anime villain arc. I'm not really sure what's going on. If he's having a midlife crisis. I get on social media and this guy's just been spouting shit at people.
He's just yelling at the wall.
I love it. I love it. He's having fun. You know, they won a world championship. They're filled with confidence and they're feeling good. But yeah, I was worried a little bit yesterday because they seemed a little flat or unmotivated maybe at times during that series in that particular matchup versus Falcons. But I got to think here, just because they already got beat by them once this year, you're going to come out with a little bit more.
No, 100%. Yeah, I mean, that's where the play, we talked about the vetoes. The interesting stat, really, when you look for Boston, is that Boston is 0-0 across the board on every map. Now, obviously, we start with 2 Haciendas. Not many teams. Yeah. But they played nothing on protocol. So when we get to the back half of that series, it could get interesting there for Boston.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's just been, that's all we've had, Hacienda protocol.
Hey, listen,
I wish we still had rewind.
You need to tell your teams, if you want Skyline in the game, they better stop vetoing it. They better stop vetoing it. That's what I'm saying.
Jesus.
Bring back rewind.
Don't get me started, Joe. We'll get right into this matchup here, day 2 of the first minor. Snoopy right into action, and Hook is ready to greet him. So far, so good for the green wall out bottom mid. Right over to Cammy we go. What a nice little resurgence it's been from him. Excited to see what he was going to do this year. You know, one of our favorite players dating back to Cold War and what he was able to do. All we talk about sometimes when he comes back into it because we know the capability, like that peak he can reach.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it, right? I mean, really, he's been doing it in Search and Destroy, so we get there in map number 2, but can he keep it going here for this Boston Breach team? Awakening a nice 3-0 start, some good early time, and really Snoopy finding the kills on rotation to control this P2 lobby area. Hook is kind of lurking right now. He's the point man for Optic Texas, and you know Boston Breach, that's what the comms are right now. Where is Hook? Trying to find him. There he is. Awakening, gonna take him down.
Has there been anything like so far stuff the Hacienda you've seen that's made it feel really different than it did back in BO4? Just I know there's changes from 5v5 to 4v4, some small changes to the map, but mostly play the same?
Yeah, fundamentally. Yeah, it just kind of makes sense. Right there, fundamentally, there was nobody in the back there for Boston Breach. They were not blocking the spawns. Optic's gonna spawn in the back. Kenny's gonna get 4 in a row, and they're gonna control P2.
In a great position here to milk some of this time. We'll see if the point players from Boston Breach can get some penetration here towards the point. Kenny is trying to hold the door, keep this streak going. Little backslide out, and he's able to stay up. Some help comes in as well. That's Hook that's able to bail him out, make a big play around the hard point. Dashy doing it from the back line as him and Shotzi combined to take down 2. And Kenny still alive on that streak. Basically everybody on a streak right now for Optic Texas, and you know, you'd love to get that reflecting a bit more in the scoreline. Only 20-point advantage, but you're starting to really get grooving here.
Well, I mean, that was a chance there for Boston to have this scoreline, right? They were controlling that P2. It's just you die at the wrong time, right? Snoopy did a really good job, but back spawns were open. Optic take advantage of that mistake from Boston Breach on rotation, and now Boston gonna have to respond here at P3.
Breach with the opportunity, but Texas shutting it down, and now it's their chance to answer back, though. What can they do? Hook on that 5 in a row, tries to get across bottom mid, not able to do it, so he swapped right over to the Phenom. Shotzi's POV. His chance to maybe look for an opening break. It's not going to happen as he's going to get dropped. Snoopy lights them up as he pops a triple. And now you're answering back within 20, and we'll see if we get a couple of solid holes back-to-back for these squads.
Yeah, when you talk Hacienda New Edition, this is the biggest difference, right? This window wasn't here. It really changes this dynamic of the map, and, well, Snoopy taking advantage of it. Watching that cross, he's on 5 in a row. You got a response here from Boston Breach, and then look at this rotation. Optic, they're going to go for the scrap time. Boston, they're going to take it. They're just going to rotate over towards P4.
You got 2 already early rotated. One's going to be popping deep left and rotating out. That'll be Awakening, and we'll see what the timings are going to look like. I think number 6 and Cammy that pops, you basically get opposite split spawn there for Boston Breach from 2 of your players. They're able to isolate out and push through to drop Awakening backside garage on the wrap through. He's going to spawn up in that same position, so he'll be able to kind of pinch this out again. You've got a 2-on-1 near the point here in a second. Purge is going to need some help. Or is he not going to? Gets back to full, takes the gunfight. You've got control early in this point. Now, we'll see if that rotation with, 15 to 20 left ends up paying off.
Cammy locking down one side. Gonna find one, has the pistol. Nice shots onto Kenny as well. And now, with him controlling this side of the map, they know where the push is from them. You're spawning them garage side. Dashy, though, with a great opener. Here comes the rest of Optic Texas. Maybe waiting on Kenny to pinch through the middle of the map. He's up off spawn. Little contested in there, and it's just a back and forth battle. Hitting slides, trying to find a nice pop-up, and there we go. Hook and Kenny able to do so.
No, I mean, you said that perfectly. For a second there, you only have one side to hit it from. But first guy to drop is Kenny. He spawns out mid. You wait for the pinch, and you're able to get it done perfectly. Usually you're going to need 2 lines of attack on this particular hard point, and they're able to take advantage. We basically got a tie game now as we get ready to get back to mid-map. All the fights kind of happening out around the point. Nobody in for now. First to push out will be Snoopy as he looks to get some of this time. But any major takeaways to that first set of rotations?
No, I mean, you know,
trading blows kind of, right?
Just go sort of back and forth, right? A nice response at P3 from Boston after what Opti was able to do at P2, and then you kind of split time elsewhere. So that's why we have such a close game. As we're back to P1, and it's just trying to find chunks of time while you can. And Shotzi, he's thinking about going on a wide flank, maybe trying to spawn a couple players out for P2.
You probably feel pretty good too with Shotzi. He's been kind of your respawn god. He's double negative, and you're still basically a tie game. You got to imagine he's going to find his moments where he pops off and starts to take over, and it might be right now.
Yeah, and that's just it. They get the flips. They're able to flip the map with 20 seconds to go, so you're going to earn some time. Shotzi's going to be on 5 in a row, and this is what makes him so darn good. Just recognizes the situation. What's the best play here? I'll try to flip the map for my team to set them up at P2, and he does just that.
Boston will get the final couple of ticks, and now we'll see how they plan to attack this. Last time, such a good job from Optic Texas at P2. Absolutely dominant once they were able to get in. Can they do it again here? They deal with the pressure through mid. You're going to lose one towards back statue, so Shotzi will have to pick that up, and he's going to drop. So it's 2 big ones from Snoopy, and then you win the 2-on-1 towards the point. That is fantastic from Boston Breach. And I thought after the first kill, from Shotzi, like he got the opener. I thought you were in a pretty good position if you were Optic, but everything else after that goes to Breach.
Yeah, and then Snoopy just taking his time. I don't think that fence was there in BO4, right? So you kind of mess with your timings when you're watching that pinch. And Dashy just gets some bad timing there. So, but they're able to fight on through. That's going to be 3. Dead. Purge, the last player alive. And again at this P2, and at least Boston break the setup. You find some of that time, but Optic, you're right back in.
Yeah, I mean, you'll take the break, right? It does shift the time a little bit, but it didn't take too long for Texas to get back into it. I think a 1-on-1 that goes down, what does Purge that's able to win it, it's going to get them like the final 10 seconds of that, and they win it on the other side. So this ends up being a pretty nice sequence because they got to worry about Purge and Old as he's still finding kills. You're winning them at the next hard point as well, so this actually turns out really great. You get the scrap time, plus all this time in new, and they're still wondering where is Purge? How's he going to play this to get back in the action?
Yeah, it's me, Kenny and Shotzi trying to hunt him down.
He's still getting kills.
But they finally do that. Now it's just a contest. Snoopy, this is where he popped off on that first set of hills. Is here comes Optic, trying to hit the nades, trying to hit the stuns and win this, but been a very solid hold through the first 30 here for Boston Breach.
Well, yeah, I mean, you only had 2 players really able to attack the point through the first 20 or so seconds as they were still trying to find Purge. Finally, you get the whole team here involved in the action, and they're going to mollywop them off the point. With what, about 20-25 seconds left, but you still have those back spawns, so you're still going to funnel in if you're Boston Breach. Remember, last time they rotated pretty damn early, right? With like 15-20 seconds left, you can see they're starting to back it up. That number 8 in Awakening starting to move it back. This time that you've got more pressure forward for Optic Texas, it could go differently.
No, that's just it. Yeah, they went for it one more time. Like that 22-second mark, maybe just kind of baits them in of let's just go for this. But that allows Hook to get on the hill. So you're not in a better setup here if you're Boston Breach. Might be a mistake, but you still have some presence here. Dashio, he's on 8 in a row. Shotzi's been talking about it. He thinks he's the best player in the game right now, but there is a break behind Persian too.
Gotta get it done. Yeah, I mean, it's gotta be tricky though when you're spawning like close back there. It's like, do we really give this up? And so it takes like 3 seconds to get to it. Takes a hell of a lot of time to rotate, but you're talking about the spree this man had. Now, missiles up. Well, It doesn't go too great. Shotzi and Kenny both going to get blown up. Snoopy will get taken out. Thankfully, Hoop's going to get a kill for you as well. He gets 2. Dashy gets 1. The streak may not be beautiful, but the rest of it is after that. Optic down 20, ripping and roaring back into this as Dashy's approaching 30.
Yeah, I guess best thing is it gets them all off the point, right? All of Boston kind of reposition, allows Hoop to get in a good spot.
Yeah, but you still kill 2 of your teammates.
Yeah,
so.
no, I'm just taking the positives on it. Take the positives, the small things, and well, they're only down 12 now.
I mean, it went better than I thought it was gonna.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse there for Optic, but Hoop, a great double right there. This is going to be breaching the hill.
I'm guessing that was an AR. This Cammy's just a statue there and gets incinerated. Still 20 points separating them. 3rd set of rotations now as everybody vies for control around the top balconies. It eventually tries to get to the point. There's 3 down for a second there for Optic. Optic, they're trying to work the comeback. Dashy's on a monster game, and we want to hear him coming. Let's go to Optic, Texas.
What's up? What's bottom secret, Snoopy? Yo, where's our bottom secret? Actually, I think we're top close.
Are you on me? Open that.
Top
close. Last guy top close. He's our open. Our side open. Purge. That's last guy. Yes, our side open. So open that. Nice. Good shit. Let's get that. Guy's gonna be on you. Go. Right. He's on me. Low spot steps. And on you. Another low spot steps.
Pushing one.
Really excited. Anyway, I'm here, Brandon. Oh, y'all play back. The rest are funny front.
I will. What's deep back on me.
Pitch front late, take it on. I'm pitch front late. They stun me. They know I'm here. I gotta live. Rock on me. Rock. I'm just shot. Here in front of me. He's close to time dead. Yo, rock. Rock me. Top left, 1 shot. Nice. Just spawn on deep on me. Deep front of me. I'm just living rock, bro. Do the left you can. And go open. That's it.
I have deep left. Can they be side or not?
No. We have your side. I'm dead. I'm absolute. Keep me on me. Nothing hitting left. Yeah, bottom it. Open, absolute. He went mid. He did not go front. Yo, I'm leaving the back. They might spawn in the back. Last guy top up and Purge. I spawned. Actually, no, we're good. Yo, they could have got a well spawn though. That kid's 1 shot front.
One front.
Wake's 1 shot. Nice. Go. I'm pushing through. I hit him. I'm behind him. Not running, he's clear. Only 1 year max.
Yeah, pick up secret. I'm already right.
Listen, you guys cut.
What side
time. You guys cut.
I
hear you, Gallery.
I have all right.
They can only go middle to secret. I have it. Yeah, they're gonna be taking open routes. I got time. I hear you. Good shit, bros.
I'll top you.
The kid don't hit.
Top me 1 shot. Okay, too close. Both 1 shot. They're hitting 3.
They're gonna hit top plot, right?
Yeah,
top plot.
I'm front, sit on.
I spot for it. I'll get a skid.
Shot jumping out.
Optic, we're down 20, now up 20. 21 for the victory. Purge trying to get things done as he gets a double. Nobody in the point for now, but the 2 from Purge get wiped off the board as Optic Texas answer back. Still fights around the point. 1 peeking out, wrapping around the backside of garage and trying to hop back in. We'll see if they can make the play. Snoopy, he does. He gets all 3. He hops outside the map, comes in, gets a triple. Gonna force out another streak from Dashy, but what a play that is. You can't win it here, but I mean, that looked like a win for Optic on the minimap.
Yeah, I mean, just great individual play there from Snoopy. But you had the extra utility. You can't win here now. So Boston, you get it to another P4. There's still a lot of members here. You see 7 and 6 on the minimap. Boston going to be at P4 first. Optic are kind of going for this. Fighting this scrap time. So Boston behind that Snoopy play. Now in a chance to potentially win here at P4.
Well, Hook gets 2, so he makes this a bit messier than you'd like it, but you still have bodies here. Cammy timing is, I thought, horrible, but it ends up working out. He's tucked into the corner. Now pick it up Lambo side.
Waiting on shots. You see number 2.
He gets spotted?
Yeah, Snoopy saw him. I think Snoopy saw him for half a second. You're waiting him to pinch, but now he's got to get involved. And now it's 2 dead here for Optic.
They might be in trouble. Boston Breach now in front. 10 points needed for the victory, and everybody falling on Optic Texas. They got 1 more chance for this, but they're going to be able to get there. Snoopy says, no, sir. Made the play at last. Clutches up here. Boston Breach sneak away with 1. And bro, I just saw it the last hour in the minimap. I was just watching, like, it looked like Optic did, what, like 15 for the win? And they had all the control, and I saw like 1 arrow inside a garage. And I don't think we got it on the, I was watching the minimap. He just hopped out, hopped in, killed all 3. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, so you should jump out of the map and go back into it, right? So
yeah. Just went outside, hopped in, and just wiped 3. And then from that point forward, because that was such a bad time to die, then they didn't spawn in the back, then you got the rotation then to 4th, and the wheels just came off. I thought Hoop getting 2 on rotation was maybe going to be enough. I think Dashy might have got 1 after that, but you still had numbers and spawns if you were Boston, holy hell.
And they hit it one more time. They fight for that scrap time that allowed the two players there from Boston to just rotate, but a huge play. I mean, Purge and Snoopy both with 30 bombs. On the other side, Dashy continues to go off. He leads the lobby in damage, but Boston Breach steal the map number 1.
Yeah, I think they were probably thinking, like, they knew people had rotated. They were like, there's one person here, they had 2 players, but like with all the fences and stuff, like he just stayed alive and contested forever. Whoever it was, Purge. I don't remember the last player was, but like he stayed alive. You only end up getting, what, like 3 seconds if you were Texas there at the end of third? It didn't turn into anything.
It really, like, the P2 is, I mean, Optic kind of dominated. You know, even when Boston, like, maybe won the rotation, Optic found the breaks. Like, the big money hill really on this map that we've seen so far really felt like Optic won it, but Boston did such a good job at P3 and P4 throughout the map. It was such a back and forth game that Boston takes a bit of a lead. Once we go to that listen, it just felt like Optic were rolling. You had multiple streaks from Dashy. Some of those hellstorms come on in. The Purge was so good throughout this, and yeah, you know, the team kills come in, but it didn't really matter.
No, yeah, it looked so bad, and then it ended up being absolutely fine. But now Dashy was on a heater throughout most of this. I mean, he typically is. Guy is shooting straight as always.
Yeah, so I mean, this was like a great play, and then, yeah, so
right here, so this is it. He hops out and just gets all 3. Bang, bang, bang. And then after that, they just never really regained after that. Because then you end up winning the rotation, and you were able to contest it third for a while. I'm glad we got to see the POV of it. I just saw it on the minimap, and like, yeah.
You're rarely thinking when you play Call of Duty you have to watch outside the map.
No, you're right. But like,
it's insane. Insane stuff.
I'll tell you, the third guy did not react though.
No, not at all.
Oh, wow.
I mean, maybe they're stuns. The nades are coming in.
That's true.
I think that's
what I was wondering how he got 3 though.
He was repositioning, right? He was sprinting.
True.
So he was hit from a nade, but yeah, that was the play.
I was thinking he was going to get 1, maybe 2. I would yell 3 on the feet. I was like, how the hell did he do that? Well, we got to see how he was able to do it. One of those hero plays out of Snoopy that helps them get the dub, 11-point victory. And, well, if you thought maybe Optic was going to come out and smash him with the payback, at least early on, we got ourselves a battle.
Yeah, we sure do. Yeah, just back and forth. And again, Boston, this is the first time they're playing anything on protocol. So if you're Optic, you're just trying to do the back half of that series.
Yeah. Get to the back half, and hopefully, I mean, this is where you need to improve, though, with the Search and Destroy side. If you think about the 5-game series where they beat them last time, right? You won both searches. If you're a Boston Breach, you feel like you've got an advantage there. We've liked what we've seen out of them, at least in this particular series. What do you think needs to maybe improve on the side for Optic when it comes to Search and Destroy? I know, like, Dashy's been terrific. He's been, like, number 1 in clutches and stuff.
They've been winning. Like, they're on, like, 4 or 5 in a row.
Yeah, so it's just since that series. Like, you think they're in a much better place than they were. Yeah, I mean, that was week 1.
Since the Hook edition, I mean, it feels like that's been their most comfortable game mode.
Okay, so just the production or the improvements they had right before the break. We'll see if they really come to fruition here up against this Boston Breach team that had their number. But it feels like, I don't know. It's like in part of my head, I feel like I'm talking about, like, oh, they just played like week 1. Like, it's not that long ago, but it's like a month and a half ago, basically. Yeah. it's been a while. But just shots of the guys as they get ready to get going. Huge win there for Boston Breach in the opener. But Optic just try to brush that one off. They've been chatting with a lot of confidence on social, been streaming scrims, feeling good, but you just have to shake that one off. You see the S&D streaks, that's what you're talking about. You're on 5 in a row now. Mostly I just asked you because, well, in this particular one, they had some struggles. But now you get to see, have you really made improvements in this mode? Will it help you in this particular matchup?
And one thing I always talk about with a team like Boston, right? You're coming off the year that you had last year. Early on in the year, the way you steal series, it is through Surge, right? We can't always say, like, the team that is the underdog, they have to win through like 2, 3, 5, for example.
We've said that forever,
especially at the start of titles, like, if you really put extra time into Search and Destroy, you can catch a lot of teams off guard.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever said, like, upset incoming 1, 3, 4. Not usually how it goes. But right up the gut goes Purge early. He's thinking to look right. Nice little snap back to left and able to take the fight. Couple positions he can get chased from. That is a win and a half. Purge feeling it as he's able to get 2. Wasn't sure if the second player pressure was coming from bottom or from window, but he picks up window and guns him.
That is just a confident round 1, just straight up, right through the middle. Woo. Right through the middle goes Boston Breach, and yeah, Purge gets the opener, repositions, knows there's going to be a second challenge. Well, that second challenge is the last player alive there for Optic.
Yeah, and stuff like that, moments like that's what we've been looking for. I mean, I know we were big fans of his gameplay last year even before he was let go from that Vegas team, but where he struggled, like we were liking what he was doing on the map. He was having some big games at times. So usually when playing against like this type of competition, would disappear at times. Like wouldn't have those same performances. I don't know, when you're slide, challenge, dashy out of a window, it seems like you're feeling all right. We'll see if he can keep it going over the course of this. Nice start, but there's a big chow here in the hallway, and that goes the way of Ken Dashy. Purge just tries to send it through with that same confidence, hoping everybody's weak because they all are tagged up, but only able to get one, and now it's going to be all on Wake.
He just challenged middle of the map again, does Boston this time, though. The AR duo shut it down, so Awakening left in a 1 versus 3. Didn't have the best map, number 1. But it didn't really matter because his team won it, but there we go. Optic hit the stun. They fly on through. This is what you're going to see a lot on Hacienda. It's a very much a retake map, and normally what that means is the defensive team, they're going to 4-stack sort of one side of the map, and sometimes the offense is there right away. So it is just a very quick battle.
Yeah, it's a quick battle or a quick plant. Like,
exactly.
One of the two, typically. But I imagine usually those scenarios, it's like you don't typically get away clean like they did. And if you do, I bet both of them are like something 20 HP or something. Like they are tagged up, but you're just able to win it. Somebody's shot's just a little bit better. As we get down to 1-1, it looks like we might be meeting again. Because the pressure is to A, the stack is to A.
They're
aggressive here on defense.
I wasn't sure if they knew they were here. If any nades hit, stuns, if Optic were just kind of waiting, and well, the patience pays off there for Boston, catching them off guard, but we're new at 2 versus 2.
1v1. They each win it on the other side. It's now going to be Cammy versus Kenny. A ton of time on the clock. Bomb has been picked up now. And these are these fun 1v1s where like you kind of just have no idea where the other person is after enough time passes. And it becomes a bit of a guessing game here. What are you trying to do when you've got bomb in hand in this position?
I mean, well, you're going to have to pick a bomb to plan, right? It's sort
just
of
pick
50-50. Normally when you're the defender, it's sort of the same thing, right? Do you just pick your bomb site and kind of wait? Hope you guess the right one, but Kenny, he guesses B.
So it's like, don't overthink it. It's kind of a coin flip. Like
yeah, 100%. Yeah, normally if you're the defender, best play for me was always just kind of picking one because you're going to have 45 seconds now to hunt him down.
Better chance just don't get caught sprinting or something silly. So Cammy's going to plant, and he's going to take a route. Kenny has read this. Cammy's extending the route. Oh, and as Kenny goes up, I think he
if this doesn't exist, he just watches middle connector, probably finds the kill, but it's new. Instead, he spots the middle of the map. 15 seconds, though. And Cammy just goes all the way back through, says you can hop on the defuse. I mean, if he hops on that, I think he would have got it. But, well, Cammy plays it. Plays it perfectly. It's a long 1 versus 1. Kenny stays alive.
I think there were 2 different chances he probably could have opted. Because when he first peeked out towards Balk, he didn't spot him, did he?
No.
He didn't go the whole way out Balk. See, there were multiple times he could have, but, like, it's the gamble, right? Like, I mean, most people don't just stick it in that scenario. Like, Kenny's trying to get some kind of info, but, yeah, Cammy has some balls on him. Takes a couple routes. I mean, he ran a solid 2.5 kilometers throughout the course of that round. Got a good, beautiful view of Hacienda. But he clutches up in the 1v1, and yeah, those are always interesting because there's like the 1v1s where like you're close to each other, you have information right away, and they don't last that long. Then there's those. They're like these extended like 2-minute 1v1s.
And a lot of the times, your teammates are telling you, hey, it's this player. They normally don't hop it, right? Like it's sort of a player tendency in those comms.
Kenny get some vengeance though. He'll get the first blood onto Cammy.
He was pretty good at BO4.
pretty damn good. That team was disgusting. Hook thinking about going, but repositions as the nade come in. He's has a teammate here to work with. Kenny's on 6 straight. Hook's gonna drop though, now to a 3 versus 3. Purge, Snoopy, both on the board. The streak for Kenny will end. And now suddenly you had a clean 4v3 and things have fallen apart, but you go to Mantle up top and Shotzi's gonna make you pay. Maybe threw one away there if you're Snoopy.
Yeah, he's just hoping he's not expecting that. But you got to pull yourself up, and yeah, then he gets caught. So 2 versus 2, you have to plant a bomb, though. Looking like it's going to be A. Awakening, you're going to find that info. Just wait for Purge to reposition.
Plan in, and now, yeah, how do you attack this? Well, as Purge goes to reposition, he wins the fight. He is shooting over the course of this one. Up to 6-2 is Purge. Dashy's gonna win his one. An instant chow. Weak and just pops and wins it. Add another clutch to his resume.
He's got a lot of them.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking like, oh, this Purge is ready for this. Same thing. He already picked him out of the window at full health, but he's just thinking he's not going to pop instantly like that in Xiaomi if he's tagged up, but he does. Plays the heady beautifully. Nice snap onto the first. He's 13 HP. You toss a rock at him, he's dead. And you just, yeah, he peeks it and just, he loses him for a second, thinks he's backing out to get health, and just insta-pops on him. Oof. Ooh, I mean, he holds that for a second more, he gets the kill.
Yeah, he tries to go for the slide repositioning, and just unreal shots there from Dashy.
That's just one of those things where it's just, yeah, it's just COD. You just die so fast. You like think you've got the time, but you don't. They go 2 for 2. Is Wake's able to get 2 from Lambo? Kind of cleans up the weak players from his teammate, and now into another one of these tight scenarios in the 2v2. We'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, bomb down now, so they might spot that Kenny and Dashy. Cammy and Awakening on the other side of the map, so you just flip the map right now. They have all the information. Yeah, they see that bomb was down, so Dashy just going to look over this in a great position, have Kenny watch his flank.
Still 45 to go. Moving around as a pack here right now is Breach, is Cammy and Wake. Clearing everything as they go. A little bit of an opening gunfight there between Kenny and Wake. Cammy goes to pounce, wins it. It's going to be another 1 versus 1. Kenny's just trying to get out, popping back up. The timings are so awkward. Wake gets fried.
He's got no ammo.
He's just trying to get a gun reloaded for God's sake in battle here. Pulls out the pistol, screw it. That sequence looks so awkward from Kenny. He's just laughing it off like he was in hell.
I think, was he trying to like pick up another gun, but maybe Dashy's gun had no ammo in it either?
I don't know.
Yeah, he just kept trying to switch.
He kept juggling guns.
Juggling guns, so he's like, screw it, I'll just use the pistol. He broke the glass, so Awakening thought that he was in the water.
He was going to reload and kept picking up the other one.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that gun also had no ammo.
Yeah.
But a great trade on the first one, then yeah, breaks the glass, so you know, there's the option he jumps in the water.
That just looked like one of those funny moments that was like the average player, you know? Like,
oh, 100%.
Not to our pros usually.
Like this gun on the ground.
Yeah, dude, it just looks, I'd be so flustered in that sequence. But Kenny, he's dealt with his fair share of awkward moments here in Cotton. He gets it done, up to 8-2. The Desk was talking about him maybe having a big day, and he's doing it here in map 2.
It's interesting because they're using this to clear A, but the push is actually towards B. And Awakening, it does find one. That's actually a huge kill from Awakening.
Because he's in like a 1v3 there, yeah.
And Ken is still in the car. So Ken's very much out of this play. And there we go. Breach is repositioned. Bomb is planted. Ken's still driving.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
He's still driving. I'm dying, dude.
Good luck, Ken. You got to be faster than that. You aren't Flash. And they're on it.
Well, that was a play.
Yeah, yeah. I just kept thinking, like, he's got to get out of this. Like, maybe after the first person dies, he's going to get out of it. And then the second person dies, and then...
Well, normally, again, like, our teams, they normally just use the car for info, right? You can 3P around it. You clear a bomb site. They saw nothing at A. And
well, now you got to clear the whole map, though, when they're the other side, Joe.
Well, they decided to go B.
But, like, you got to get your use out of it. If you're going to use your streak, get your miles in, right? Like, if it's your rental, like, you got to use it.
That's good point.
You have to.
Hanging out. He's got that covered for a second. Shotzi's just like, hopefully you can get one with this.
Yeah, I mean, got to get value. Dude, he hopped out there on the defuse. Like, oh, that was awesome. 3-3 now. One of these kind of quick plant and then retake type scenarios. Going to be some pressure then eventually towards Cammy, likely in the backside of this, as he's going to deal with the one side push. But they're mostly going to hit this from mid. He's actually going to end up repositioning on the map.
Potentially a big stun on the Purge. Purge was going to make the play, so now they know he's there. So I think that was number 4. Dashy throws the stun down the staircase, able to hit him. So that makes it so tough for Boston to try to defend this in the 2-on-3. The numbers are too much. And if Purge gets that spot, maybe flanks Dashy. Round is completely different. But the stun hit.
Good call there, Joe. Big stun and a round win after maybe a frustrating one they had the round before. They're able to get back into it. We keep going back and forth, whether it's the hard point of the search. No one able to get any kind of significant lead over the course of this series so far. And if we thought maybe, Breach beating the first time was, I don't know, a blunder or just a one-off thing, I mean, they're still battling here.
Hey, they're a top
Second
4 seed
through.
for a reason.
Yeah, no, they're looking good. And it's awesome to see this based on, how the organization did last year. But you're back in front of your optic now, trying to extend their search and destroy streak to, 6. Some damage onto Shotzi with the nade. Purge going to get another first blood. He's up to 8 and 5. Snoopy was hit, or sorry, Shotzi was hit with a nade, never able to get the position he wanted to, and then Snoopy pushes it out. Oh, Wake with a wild chow there. Hook just wins it with 9 HP, and maybe one you didn't have to throw away if you're Wake.
We've had some wild chows on both sides, so.
Yeah, true. Just I'm thinking you're in a 4v2, maybe just.
Don't do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, screw it. We're doing a 3 versus 2 now, and yeah, this is happening so early. There's still 50 seconds left on the clock, so Boston, they're just going to get together. Dude. Purge, again, another opener. It's not a first blood, it's just like...
Still a big
huge
one.
gunfight.
Yeah, no, Andy got the first blood as well, so yeah, he's doing it all within this particular round. You still got a chance to do this if you're Dashy, because you always do if you are Dashy in Search and Destroy. But everything kind of against you right now. You got sub 30 seconds to go. You got to get bombed down. You've been spotted now from the new window. You snap onto Cammy's forehead.
All right, just wait till he plants, please. Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah, just sit there.
Dude, after the first shots, I was like, oh, God, here we go. I swear, listen, he always shoots very straight, but it's like a little bit straighter, I swear, when he's last alive.
Yeah, just like a buff.
Yeah. It's like he gets a buff, yeah. It's like, oh, the rest of the boys are out?
I got this, plus 10%.
Yep. But now, thankfully, they close that out. You bring it back to tie now if you're Boston Breach. Trying to see who was kind of calling for either side. Not a lot of discussion really going on anywhere, it didn't seem like. Back to attack, go Breach. And Purge just wanted to get right up mid-map more often than not. That's going to be the play again. Right up mid-map, catches Dashy. I think that's his 3rd or 4th first blood now in this one. He's up to double digits. Masterclass out of Purge right now, but you still got to win the map. Trying to take advantage within this one if you can get the round victory. But what do they do now from this 4v3? Because this is like not the typical stack we've seen on defense. You're pretty much all over right now if you are Optic.
Yeah, you're kind of relying on Hooch, but yeah, they're thinking maybe this is an A play. And again, what's that time you need to be like? Purge just repositions, hits the slide in the corner, going for the ace right now. He is playing so confident in Search and Destroy.
Oh, he really, really is. Like, just the bottom of this map has been his playground. His timings have been so good. He's been winning some difficult gunfights at times, or the easy ones when he's tucked away in a corner like that. Up to 12, gets 3 there, a round away from a 2-0 edge.
Yeah, right, Hook was just right there, right? He was holding that staircase. That is a play where in a 4-on-3, you plant the bomb. It's not something you actually have to do is go out and get more space when you have main advantage, but he hits it and it worked out.
Well, it was those ones where, yes, like you take the gamble and you die, and we're like, why'd you do that? But then when you get multiple, well, usually he's had somebody kind of with him to follow him up, though, at least. It's just when you both die, then it's real bad. 5 straight for Purge. Back-to-back round victories for Breach. I mean, they'd love to go up 2-0 for a number of reasons, especially with how their control game has been. And you think about the control that's improving for Optic. 2-0 advantage could be massive. First blood could be huge. You get one there if you are Dashy. He was on the receiving end last round. This time he makes him pay, and he gets another one on. Not the guy you want to chow right now. Dashy up to 9 and 7.
2 versus 4, Cammy has an idea that this is an A play. Bomb gets down, though, so Ken at least able to plant the bomb. Give his team that advantage.
And Purge has had a lot of great plays, but not really like from this type of scenario. Like, what he wants to do becomes a little bit more difficult. Well, now he's kind of on the receiving end what he's been doing to Optic. Hook able to get that one closer to around 11 we go. Not a ton of time. Just 20 or so seconds to go. Cammy's got so many things to clear, and he will drop. So Dashy wins the round for him early as he's able to get 2. And we go to a monster round 11.
I feel like the one thing we've noticed the last couple of matches with Dashy, it's like his timings with the backslides, right? That he's just been hitting.
No, it's like he's not, his movement doesn't look like Shotzi's or something, but like just a clean backslide. Yeah,
beamer.
Yeah, backslide beamer, and it just looks, you just get zapped. It's like, it's depending on the angle, like when you got high ground, it's almost like it's like a pop-up. Like it looks like a joke. You just get zapped. Round 11 now. Purge has been leading the way at 12-6. He's been so good in the first blood departments. It's always, well, not always, but a lot of it's been through bottom middle. This time he plays a little more passive. You can see they're playing for it. There's two kind of playing for it. Don't want like Dashy or Hoop to get isolated, which has been happening. So it's a different type of opening break from Boston Breach. They switched the defense on the side of Optic Texas.
So what's going to happen here? Because you were so fast through B for Optic. They know this is an A play. They are so far up the map.
Whoa, you just barely get away. Shots hit to 16 HP. And Dashy gets another first blood. He's on 4 straight. Purge nearly snaps, but Hoop gets another. Optic so close to shutting this down. Wake just sticking out a little bit too much as he gets tagged up. Everybody falling. Wake going to be last up. Does get one. But he's got the rest of the team to deal with. Just trying to get the eyes to the window. It's going to be Dashy there to greet him, though. And they're going to send it at him, drop him. Optic Texas clutch up and close it out. Dashy with back-to-back first bloods goes huge.
And that was just a full hard counter. That was just send it over towards B and continue to run. In Boston, they slowed it down a little bit. They were going towards A. But as soon as they got past like that first archway, they just kind of stopped, right? They didn't have top close control. So you saw that first blood come to the window as soon as that player went for the plant. You just really had no room to work with. Purge was on the flank. He was able to back one down, but they had no map control. It was all to Optic.
Yeah, that's just one of those things where, like, like where Purge has been making those plays, it's through bottom mid. He probably wants to get to it again, but it's that conversation of like, well, I just did it. Like, it's not going to work this time. You try to mix it up, and then things kind of unravel. But you see the stats throughout it. Purge 1,500 damage, goes 12-7. He was out of his seat quickly. He's probably frustrated after that loss. The guy matching him with the clutches and the big plays was Dashy. Kenny started out insane. He was like 8-2 or something like that early in the game. Then as he kind of fell off a bit, Dashy really stepped it up.
Yeah, and again, I mean, he's been number one in the game. And Search and Destroy has Dashy. Keeps it up here, 11-7. Another incredible stat line from him.
And this is like the game 2 that you lost, right? Like you had some that went the distance, went to around 11 against this particular team, and you weren't able to ice up. You end up losing that series the first week of the CDL season. This time you're able to do it. You get the dub, and that might be the change in this series because now you're tied up 1-1. You feel you have a pretty big advantage in control, I think, as you get to go to Protocol. And the fact that you mentioned we haven't seen Protocol outside the Boston Breach side, which sometimes we don't know how it's going to go. Like we haven't seen it. Like they might look great. They might be ass.
Yeah, not a clue.
Well, I'm excited to hear what the desk think. Let us know, guys.
We'll get our first whiff here in just a few moments, but let's take a look at what happened in these first 2 games. I was prepared to say, I'm going 0-4 on the day. This is going to be Boston up 2-0.
I was right there with you.
Optic pulls it out. Dashy, some heroics at the end of the search and destroy, but let's start at the beginning of this one. And can we talk about Purge? He is having a career day, a highlight in game number 1, and then he leads the lobby in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, he was going crazy. I mean, and Optic had to change the entire way they were playing this map based on what Purge was doing. Coming into this series, their last 5 search and destroys, Optic #1 in defensive win percentage, and I think that was a great display as to why. You saw, like, when teams push through B on this map, like, a player's just going to get through, right? Because you can't map spread when you're on defense, or you're going to get picked apart. So Optic was kind of stacking, so they would take their time, and they try to bracket Purge and just, like, limit what he was able to do. Some of the rounds they were able to take him out, and then in that very last round, deciding to not bracket, just to push together and catch them off guard. So whoever's calling the plays for Optic Texas did a phenomenal job, and especially in preparation coming into this, because it's tough to stop that.
It is tough to stop that, and it's tough to make that change. And literally one of my notes while we were watching this Hacienda Search and Destroy is that Optic Texas, they're just scraping by in 1v1s, and Dashy's clutching a 1v2. Kenny winning his 1v1 back by Lambo. Like, it was all by these individual plays, and they weren't really playing together as a unit until the last couple of rounds and that round 11 when they finally were like, you know what? Like, we're Optic Texas. We forgot how freaking good we were. Just play together, play our trades, watch each other's backs, and it's going to work out in our favor.
I'll say Optic is kind of playing like major 3 Optic of last year.
Think so?
The game wins are not pretty.
They're not clean.
But they're coming out in the clutch moments, showing that they have the potential. Will they be able to live up to that standard? We have a triple dose of Protocol, and as Maven touched on, not a ton of footage out there for coaches to watch Boston.
The biggest thing for them is just going to not only have silo control when you just want to talk about it's going to be Protocol, but obviously the fact they just need to play together. They have not been playing together. It's been very individual. Shot Speed's been playing very individual. On the flip side, I think Dashy's had to play very individual in Search and Destroy. Like we said, I need more out of Kenny right now as that other AR. I need more.
He had a good start in that Search and Destroy. Can he get off to a hot start in Game 3? Only time will tell. For now, though, I do know our Scuff play of the game already in this series. It belongs to Snoopy. The end of game number 1. Boston trailing. Snoopy brings it back with so many triple kills.
So many triple kills, and one of them being the fact that he jumps out of the map at one point and slams 3 players on the side of field. And not only was it a crazy play, but it is quite literally what kept them in contention to get those final points and push the next step.
Yeah, I'm not going to say like Optic are playing better. I think Boston's just a good team. Like, I legitimately think Boston's just a very solid team. Snoopy's had a lot of development. They played this map fantastic. Like, even applying enough pressure on that hill just to rotate and only have 2 guys to deal with when we get over towards Rock, which is great plays and poise at the end, where Awakening wasn't having a good map, honestly.
Right.
And in that second game, like, Awakening lost some big gunnies. So he's the guy that I think needs to figure it out right now for them to close this out.
I got one more clip for y'all at home, and I have a question posed by the chat. Should Optic continue to use score streaks throughout the rest of the series? Let's take a look at their Hellstorms versus Boston. We had it in the week 1, day 1. We figured it was just rust. They weren't really used to these as shots he takes out his teammates. Today's bombs were even bigger, Allie.
No, they just do it to help the other team a little bit. Look at that scoreline. They had a 100+ lead. They're like, let us just help you out.
Listen, I think Optic just don't want to win, man. I mean, I look at all these other teams and they truly, like, they want to win, right? So, like, they're practicing their streaks and stuff and, like, dialing in their practice. Like, Optic just clearly don't want to win.
And we should also point out the victim in both of those situations, Kenny.
Yeah.
My bad.
Right?
That's why it's player
neutral party. His stats aren't his fault, y'all. Let's find out. Can Optic keep their run alive, or is it Boston retaking the lead? Casters are ready. Let's go to map 3.
Here we go. Let's keep it going. Yeah, this has been a very, very tight one. I want to keep looking at you 3. Is Sir what was it? Sir Squirts yesterday? Puckett? Sir Squirts?
Yeah, it's a nickname.
Yeah, I don't know why I gave it to him. It's just what I think about when I see him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got
okay.
it.
Well, let's take a look. What do we see in body language out of these guys, Joe? What do you see on either side of this? Who looks the most ready for battle, Joe?
I mean, Hoot does every time. Says it doesn't change.
That's true. No, he is.
I'm pretty sure he's literally in the same posture every single time we see him.
Absolutely.
He actually backed up and gave a fist bump.
Absolutely in the game, Joe. Well, fist bump's getting out from both sides. We're getting ready to go into map 3. Taking a look at Shotzi and Snoopy, and we kind of joke that Snoopy's like like the younger brother, right? Like he kind of models his play style off of Shotzi. He's not found the same success he has at all. A very young player, a lot of talent, but you see how it's going right now. And
well, this is just a control. Yeah, just control. So yeah, control has not been great for Boston. 1-3 on the air. We're on the other side. 4-1 for Optic, but it has been a lot of vault. Has been a lot of vault for Optic. Not a lot of protocol. Same can be said for Boston Breach, so we'll see how this one goes.
Well, after we had, like 18 straight vaults or whatever it was. So I'm exaggerating, but it was a lot. And now see protocol. And it's a nice opening break there from Boston Breach. They are able to get 3. And they'll start to work this 8-point progress getting there slowly as you just have Cammy kind of sitting on it for now. You keep winning fights over towards B, though, trying to stop them from getting underground. One will get on through, though.
Shotzi just pieced out.
Just keeps on going, right up to his stairwell.
Well, man said, I'm out of here. There we go. Awakening is able to spot him. They're able to take him down.
Those are big kills, though. Those are big kills. Like
yeah, no, 100%. When he sort of gets away, just not allowing him to turn it into a play.
There's a reason he just keeps sprinting there. He's like, I want them to be looking for me. Let's play hide and seek for a while. The faster you're not playing hide and seek, the better for anyone, I think.
Yeah, now on the other side, it's the same thing here for Snoopy. He's sort of the one finally on the trying to make the play, and well, he's able to do it on the fight. Takes down Kennen this entire time, or at least most of it. They've been on A, pausing the clock, and on top of that, they have a 7, now 8 kill advantage.
Oh, this is about as clean as it gets. I mean, you're gonna have 2+ minutes to work with, plus nearly a double-digit life advantage. You feel fantastic. There's the minute secured. Now the 2 minutes to go. Purge has been posted up. Snoopy is 6-1. You came out here with a vengeance in this round 1. Can you strike first on offense? You still have work to do, obviously, towards B. You are all over the map. They're trying to deal with one, all the way push through in number 8. That's Awakening. It's able to win the one-on-one on that side. Some gunfights go down towards mid as well. You still have Purge, who's lurking and getting held. Nice shots there from Shotzzy, as that was a tough one at range for both.
Yeah, and I think right now, if you're Boston, really what you're just trying to play for is you do not want to go 3 or 4 dead, right? That is the one way Optic really gets right back into the game. So make sure someone's always maybe just playing a corner, finding an easy kill.
But you trade effectively, you win the round, right?
Yeah, 100%. Just you have that 7 to 8 life advantage. You have a ton of time to work with, but we all know if you get put in that offensive blender on this map, it can be so difficult to deal with. And there we go. Going to be 3 dead. And yeah, Cammy just needs to play his life. Hopefully he can find one to help his teammates.
And exactly what you said couldn't happen is exactly what did happen. But Cammy did do a good job, as you were hoping, for him to play his life. But then you're right back to 3 dead after that, and the blender happens. You know, that 8 life advantage is now down to 2. It's now down to 1. And where you really had a strike, you know, our chance to get like a foothold in this map, in this series, you know, the round 1 offensive win may have disappeared. But thankfully, you had such an advantage, you still have an opportunity. There's still 46 seconds to go.
Yeah, gonna be tough now, though. Just middle of the map, all of Optic right now is Shotzzy's on 4 in a row. He had a slow start, was losing some gunfights, but turns it around. Jeez. And now all the advantages we were talking about are just gone here for Boston Breach. And Optic know this. So what do? They just slow it down. They say you have 30 seconds left. You have to work this B point. Not the easiest thing to do, so good luck.
As much as we're saying, you know, it happens to Boston Breach, you can't let that happen. Like, props to Optic for getting it done. Yeah, for getting the 3 or 4 down, because I mean, you're up 8 with 2 minutes to go. You are feeling so good about your chances. And okay, hold up a second. Might have got a little more interesting. 8.2 to go. No respawns remaining for Boston Breach.
Is there a trophy? That's going to be the key here. Doesn't look like it. So Cammy and Awakening, they are scrambling.
4v4.
And that's what it is. But it's the time. It's
3v3.
the time right now. Cammy trying to do what he can. A great win to his teammate did to the point they do. Cammy and Snoopy are here. It's a 1 versus 3 for Hook.
Hook, can he do it now in the 1 versus 3? This has been a round of playmaking. Oh, God. He sees the head on 1. The other right below him. 0.9 on it. Half of the tick to go. And Hook's just got to go. He's got no choice. Stun doesn't get the pop. Has to chow out. And where... I mean, that's just a game of emotional swings. Like, you are in such a good spot with your Breach. Then you're in hell as you're getting spawn killed. And then just the clutch moments down the stretch. How did Breach get that done, Joe?
Oh, it's the early advantage. That's really what it is.
The fact that they even had a chance, right?
I mean, 27 to 19 in the lives. You had a minute 50 to work with, and that's really what you're hoping for. You wanted to get messy there in the final seconds around the B point, and I just love the patience there from Purge, right? He doesn't let you, he knows the flank is open, so he backed into that sort of box corner, just kind of waited. I mean, there's a chance if Hook finds that kill on a Cammy, maybe the stun hits, but yeah, again, just the patience there from Breach was on point.
No, but you're right. I mean, it's just you don't even have that opportunity unless you start that strong, right? If it's even a little bit more of a 50-50 type game towards the first capture, you're not in a position to make that type of play. Because usually you get like 3 waves of spawn kills. Like, it's probably over, right? Like, or you're at least not getting an offensive round victory, that's for sure. But they kept on fighting. And now we'll see if Optic can get their win, but Purge playing with some sauces. He's finding kills aggressively on the other side of the map. They're still looking for him. So Kenny's trying to deal with Purge on one side. On the other side, they're trying to deal with Shotzzy. Purge is able to win his. Hook's gonna get picked up as well. And Purge is still just lurking around. He was on 4 in a row before he dropped. They're finally able to deal with that, but like due to his position and winning a fight on the other side, like you haven't really got pushed out at all if you're Optic. You have no map control.
Yeah, you had a couple of players like push up in the base, just going for spawn kills, but you had nobody on A. You can see that you don't have a tick done. The clock is already down to 35 seconds.
Well, it's 'cause, yeah, you had like 2 on their base, and then the other 2 were chasing like people in theirs. Like,
yeah, no, it's literally just like 2v2 on opposite sides of the map. So Boston are going to take that all day, especially now with this situation. But Optic finding kills, and now you have that player getting the objective done.
We'll see how far they can progress this. Not going to be too far as Cammy wins a nice one there onto Dashy. Kenny, though, with the double. And Shotzzy will be to lurk right over to the point. So you're looking for the minute extension. We also see the pause of this clock. You don't have a lot to work with. No trophy coverage there. You're staying weak if you are Shotzzy, but you're still up inside of it halfway towards that final tick in that extra minute. Dashy's shot just a little off, trying to finish the kill, finally able to do it, and you do get that minute added on. So at 15-13 lives, advantage to Boston, a little over a minute to work with, so obviously not nearly as strong of a start as you had if you were Breach.
Yeah, and the problem is you're stuck. Yeah, the problem is you're stuck. It was the only 1 player left in the middle of the map. Everybody else was off spawn, Persian Awakening in your base. And yeah, this is sort of that spawn trap we talk about on Protocol.
Well, part of it's just been like,
okay, well, that was a play.
In both rounds, just it's been Purge or it's been Snoopy. You've had these aggressive players and kept like maybe your AR second, like just guessing, trying to find people. And like, I mean, Dashy was 5 and 13 a second ago. Like he's found no success early on. Well, he hasn't been able to get comfortable. Just get to his power spots and look one direction.
This map, listen, if you're playing Reigns or whatever, you know, if you get put in a spawn trap as an AR, it is hell.
Oh yeah,
because you're running into buildings. Cammy snaps onto Hook on the flank to shut this round down.
Okay, yeah, no, you're breaking down something great there. So I got a little excited.
No, I know, he hit a beamer.
He was clipping wigs there. And he is feeling it. 5 straight for Cammy. 1 life remaining. It's all on Dashy, and he is dropped. Boston Breach. Hadn't seen him on Protocol. We're wondering what we were going to get, and so far, so good. They are bringing it to Optic and Control.
No, but honestly, like, dude, you're an AR. You spawn up on both sides, and you have to run up a tiny staircase. Then once you get to the top of the staircase, it's 2 buildings that you have to clear.
Yeah.
If you get to the top of those buildings, you're in good shape, but it can be tough.
No, I just felt like when I was watching, like Dashy was trying to get out and on Heady. Like the whole time he was looking forward, he was always having to like turn around too because he's worried about like Purge getting behind or somebody maybe shooting in the back because they lost one player who got through. You just never get comfortable. Because I mean, I'm mostly pointing out because you just don't see Dashy double negative very often. So like when he is, you know he's going through it. Like he is. I'm not even trying to criticize him. It's just
the map.
It doesn't happen very often. Yeah, it's the map. And well, credit to Boston Breach and how they're playing.
That's another 3 dead. They're controlling this map well. And you know, one of those things we talked about is you have that 2 weeks, you have a big break, and your weaknesses show. All right, we have to improve on control. So their practice, I'm sure, there has been so much emphasis on this game mode, and they are showing it off right now as Snoopy hit some great shots as he's leading the way with 19.
And again, it's like the same situation where like you win it on one side and you deal with the player on the other side. They've done that efficiently, it feels like so often. And while I'm saying that, they then go 3 dead. So,
dude, that is not an easy shot from Shotsy.
No,
you have the AR as well.
No, it is not.
Version. Yeah, you kind of saw it in the player cam there.
Well, yeah. Before I finished talking, you went from a very good position for Breach to 3 dead. Sometimes you just hit your shots. And things can turn on their head so quickly. They have 1 bit of progress done, but only 45 seconds to work with. So obviously not that insane success they had in the first round. You're still streaking right now if you are Snoopy, and you're still winning tough fights, and that'll be 3 dead now to Optic. Up the zip comes Hook. Still no work done around the objective. You do have a body here, though, in Cammy. Cammy's going to get flown at, though, and they're going to get dropped.
And really the big play is Kenny and Dashy. They're playing a little hide and go seek. They're just trying to find Snoopy, and they were able to find him, right? He was number 7. He was in their base. Again, just trying to deal with those subs off spawn. And they were able to find him so he doesn't let any more damage happen over towards A.
Well, I mean, it was just a really good job. I think there were like 3 different times that you got 3 dead. Like if you're Breach got 3 Optic guys dead, and they weren't really able to turn into anything because Optic bounced back really quick. Just got like a big pick, got a nice double. Never able to really spawn trap them well. And we're not quite done yet, but the first point's not done. You only got 9.6 on the clock. Lives are starting to get thin, though, on either side of it. That nade is going to hit. 1 player left in it. Will that be enough to close this out? I thought he was just going to finish the point, but he takes the gunfight. I think it just gets dropped. And then okay, they got the minute. They got the minute. Yeah, I thought for a second they didn't.
Well, he doesn't say the gunfight. Dashy goes for it. He starts to contest and wins the gunfight. So
Snoopy,
don't
say contest.
Snoopy just jumps out of the window, and now Boston have a chance to win this. So able to capture A. They're looking for 2 offensive round wins on Protocol.
I thought he popped up like just right before the capture and got picked. I was like, oh god.
Yeah, no, Optic went for it due to the time. They went for it 1 last time, but now they're down a couple of lives. There's only 3 lives remaining. Breach looking at a 3-0 here on Protocol.
So close to getting it done. It's just going to be on Kenny and Hook now. Hook tagged up and gets away. 1 player left. It's Hook. Oh, knife up, stays up. 22 HP in a dream.
And those awakenings off spawn.
He's a 1v3 in the last offense as well, right? And this time he's going to drop as well. Boston Breach. Get it done. And I'm going to tell you what, dude, my brain for a second was in the blender again with the colors. Bro, this bracket is getting to me. Like yesterday with what we had the double purple, right?
Yeah, double red.
Today, the double green and white. Like, Bro, I said something. I was like, I just said that backwards. Like, just looking at it.
I think you're good. You're all right.
Holy hell, man. Like,
a lot of green.
It is. This whole bracket's just color-coded. And sometimes, dude, when you're talking fast and crazy stuff's going down, I'm like, what did I just say? But wow, you get a wild one there. Breach win it 3-0. Snoopy and Purge, like, we're just constantly being elusive and aggressive towards that back line. Dashy goes 13 and 23. I think that's a big part of it. Like, they just had constant pressure from Boston Breach, so he could never really get to his spots. A frustrating one there, and Breach, who had a tough loss there in the search and destroy, right back in control, and a 1-2 respawn. So it's not really...
They're one round away from 3-0 in Optic. In the search and destroy, maybe one Dashy clutch away from, this being done. So at least you have that if you're Optic. You won that game too. But in terms of the respawns, Breach they look in control, man. They really do. It was a very close hardpoint, but this control, I mean, winning 2 offenses on protocol, so impressive, and it's the way they're doing it.
I think there are a lot of people that weren't really, I know they were a top 4 seed, but they're not that convinced maybe with what you were seeing out of them. Like, it's just the beginning, but then you have the break, and maybe their control game's improved, and just playing them so tight in every mode. Wonder if Breach is the real deal and a threat to some of our contenders right now to, maybe they're not going to be a top 3 or top 4 team all year, but can they make a run? Like, did they have a chance to beat the top teams? Because usually that's the big thing. We were talking about the middle of the pack, right? Like, yes, they'll go back and forth a lot of those teams, but do you have the ability to beat, your Thieves, your New Yorks over the years, your Optic? Like, can you do it? And, well, I mean, they're showing it looks like they can. Potential's there.
Yeah, potential is there for Boston. And yeah, I mean, just the game plan. Right, both offenses, they had the idea to get Snoopy in the attacking or defensive spawn. Purge was controlling bottom middle. The ARs were just getting on the 8-point, pausing the clock, and letting the subs roam.
And, like, it's honestly, like, when you talk about what's, like, really impressive in this, like, I don't know, we think about Hardpoint, you think about, like, a 100-point club. I mean, I don't know what Search is. You got, like, 6-1, 6-0 type thing. But, like, Control, 3-0 and 2 offenses, wins, like, that is very impressive. I don't know what you call that. We don't really have a name for it, but it doesn't happen all that often. Like, there are some maps, a handful we've had that have been, like, really offensive favorite over the years, but, like, this isn't that. Yeah. Like, some of the ones we've had that are more, so that is really, really an impressive win and some great stuff there out of Boston Breach. So now you got to rethink things if you're Optic, bounce back and try to win this Hardpoint. You had opportunity, obviously, to do that. If it weren't for the big Snoopy play and, I don't know, just a couple of key gunfights down the stretch, you maybe win the map 1 because that was, 10-point game. But now you have to do it. Try to push this a distance. We stay on protocol the rest of the way?
Yeah.
And I just like what I'm seeing out of, like, because you think, you got a lot of players here too on the Boston Breach side that have got, like, chips on their shoulders. You think about Awakening getting down to challengers. Cammy, after being literally God on the map, has just been battling through challengers. Yeah. Purge, after I thought, making a name for himself and really popping into the scene and having some really big moments, gets dropped, and, well, he had to feel pretty good after that. Vegas team fell apart. But still, a chip goes on your shoulder. Snoopy, I'm not really sure what the chip is. Like, I mean, I'm sure he has one in some degree.
He wants to prove himself.
Yeah, he's just a young player that wants to prove himself. But I think for the other 3, like, you just got a massive, it's not a chip, just a block on your shoulder. You're trying to show what you can do.
Well, it's been a rebuild process, obviously, for Boston. All the roster changes last year. Everything that went along with it, but they found this core 4 and even through a new title.
Yeah, you were surprised. That doesn't happen all that often where it's like...
No, that's a trust from an organization. This normally doesn't happen, right? Like, they normally play the market. You play for a young team, and they said, this is the 4 we're going to stick with it, see how it goes.
Yeah, I'd be curious to talk to one of the guys and see, like, how it came together, why they were so confident this would work. It's not like they had some insane success at the end of the year. It's not like they went out and, won EWC or something like that, But, yeah, they stuck with it, and so far... looking good. I mean, who knows? It might not be the same team a month from now. I don't know. But, like, right now, I'm loving what I'm seeing out of this young crew.
Yeah, I mean, 2 maps could happen, and we can just be saying they have more work to do.
Yeah, I mean, I still think regardless they do, but I think it's easy to kind of gasp and feel good for them just based on what's happened to these players the last couple of years and also just the Boston Breach organization. Like, it's kind of a feel-good story, at least so far, unless you're an Optic fan right now.
Yeah, and then, well, for Optic, maybe that motivates them, gets them going a bit. There's a nice start there. Kenny onto that P one time, starting to earn some time. Burge is able to find one, but Shotzi trying to get lost. So after a nice opening there from Optic, Boston respond.
And that is something I feel like they've done just a pretty good job with in general. We talked about in the map 1, like, not letting Shotzi kind of take over the map at times. They didn't really let him do the map 3. Map 1, for the most part, there were a couple streaky moments, but usually if you got behind enemy lines, they were good at picking it up, which makes they're calling names well and calming well. I think. I'm not listening to their comms, but it seems like that, right?
Yeah, 100%. Considering, I mean, yeah, the respawn stats that Shotzzy's been putting up.
He's not doing it in this series, right?
Yeah,
and it could just be an off series from him, but I think it is what Breach is doing to try and make sure he can't just isolate and pick apart the team. Or they're isolating him, yeah, and making sure he can't. Shotzzy tries to pop up. Not going to find success there, but the rest of the team does, as they all find kills, and with 40 seconds left, you get back into this point. Fastball there at a hoop, but he'll just continue to hold, calm to the squad. Really is one player really applying pressure here. Maybe it's about to be two towards this for the final 30 seconds or so. Shotzzy able to stay up, win 2 big ones, keep securing this time where I thought he was, but Snoopy's actually able to get the angle from bottom, but thankfully you've got another body here, and Dashy's able to snap onto the next. So this turns into a very successful hardpoint. Now, what do you see on the hardpoint, or what do you see in the minimap now with 10 seconds
25, 30 seconds left. Boston were already thinking about flipping, right? And they did just that, and they were controlling the middle of the map. That's when you saw Shotzzy get taken down, but then Dashy wins 2 big ones. I thought flip the map again as he spawned 2 players out, but immediately after that, that is when Boston Breach, they do get P3 control, because, yeah, there was a chance there. You saw it from Opti. They flew out of P2. We're trying to fly up cliffside and get to the hill.
And
Boston do a good job.
And Dashy should be able to get there for free, right? Like, he should not just be able to walk up outer catwalk, flank him behind us, get the guy laying in the hardpoint. And I know there was like a gunfight going down the back, but like, that just looked too free, like wide open, right? He gets sort of waltzed on in. I mean, I know you regain control here if you're Boston Breach, but the guy in the hardpoint had to be like, guys, what the hell?
Yeah, there's someone back there.
Snoopy with 2, Cammy with nearly 2.
It's a big kill as well for Tenny because he actually splits the spawns. So that'll make this P3 a little bit messy, but there's only 15 seconds left, and Snoopy and Awakening, they're just going to rotate, but there's only 2 players here, so Optic didn't have a chance to break this. Woo! And well, Shotzzy with a great slide, hits the shots, throws the stun, he has the info. And there we go. It's a Shotzzy play maybe to get them going.
And he wins the one he needs to first, right? Because Wake's got an AR then. He's able to stun him up and take his time with the second. You still get people here quickly, and it's a big double from Snoopy. So the play from Shotzzy, answered by Snoopy. Still a mess around the point. Which way will it go? The way of Snoopy. 12-6, 3 in a row. Lead change incoming.
Well, yeah, Cammy running an extra sub as well. And Kenny gonna respond with one of his own. Well, now it's just a 1 versus 2. We talk about this being a money hill, but this has not been both teams just trading back and forth.
Oh, this is what it looks like when no one actually gets a setup, right? Like, it's just been gunfights since the go, and it's mostly been like 2 for 2 over and over again. You haven't really had that clearance. That might be the final little skirmish, though. There's not a whole lot of time left. I say that, and then 2 more are going to hit it. So they want to battle for these final 10 or so seconds. They'll get that. Now we'll get ready to go deeper into our hard points. Statistically, Dashy bouncing back after a tough map 3. He's had a great series really outside of that control. Asserting his dominance now getting this one, but a 2-point advantage right now for Boston. Shotzzy gets one flying out the window, and we get back to mid-map.
Yeah, very similar to map number 1.
Shooting.
Just pretty much tie game after that first rotation. Now Opti's starting to get going. Have P1 control. Know exactly where they're spawning. Have Dashy looking over the hill, and again, he's just having another map. Yeah, 16-7 from him.
No, he is on a heater. They're going to need to slow him down, especially when like you kind of get a dud out of Wake. Dashy's put on a map like this. I just feel like the more Dashy starts to win like fights, the more it just frees everybody else up to do what they want. You let Shotzzy get into his spots. Let Hook go crazy. Game becomes a lot easier when he's winning all his gunfights. He's doing that right now at 18-7. Streak is now up to 5.
That's like 40, 45 seconds, I want to say, on this P1. So a great P1 out of Optic.
P2, they were, I think, about 50 last time, right around that ballpark. There was a bit of a contest, but I think that was it. It did not last long. So you want to do a lot better this time if you're Boston Breach. And, well, I think already it's been better, but can you turn this into a lot of time to answer back? Is nice shots there out of Ken and stays up after the nade connects. And things fall apart with the opening hole from Breach. His knock on well at P2. Started okay for the opening 20. That's just too easy then from Optic.
Yeah, he wasn't involved in the fight, but Hook, he goes on a long route through the middle of the map and flips the spawns. But now it's in a little bit wonky. You see 5 and 6. Cammy actually spawned on that side of the map, so it's a little bit split. And now this is a chance. 20 seconds left. Boston were doing this last time. They let Optic just kind of get on through. Hook does get spotted by Awakening, or sorry, by Cammy. Now he's gonna wait for his teammates and able to win that gunfight. Maybe freeze them up so he can get across the map towards this P3.
Yeah, these will be some big gunfights because you're going to have like a 2-on-2 here for a second. Well, kind of a 2-on-2 on both sides of this. As 2 players spawn out from Boston Breach and they try to trek across the map. Can they pinch this together or can you just win it from the back line? So far in the back line, you've done well, and then you just hit the grapple and you're able to smoke one there. You still have 2 players, about to be 3 players close for Optic as they push forward through the front. Can't win the gunfight at the back, though. Still have the safe spawn if you're Boston Breach. So far, so good.
That's a huge win out of Awakening, right? We've kind of talked about his... You know, he's starting to pick it up right there, but Snoopy was off spawn. So I think if Fook wins that, there would have been a split spawn. This could have got real hairy, and it still does, because Optic behind Shotzi right onto the hill.
Yeah, they were just like kind of spawning close up front, kept funneling it, and eventually it sort of believed their way in. Didn't really rely on a back spawn, just kind of forced their way through the front. So what, up just over 30? And now this was one of the mixier points we had, well, like on the year, really, for this particular hard point. We'll see if it's a bit cleaner this time. Remember, Shotzi made the play. He came down and got 2 to open things up last time around.
I mean, Optic, they break this, that might ice the map.
That might, yeah. This could be a big one. I thought Dashy had that win. Snoopy, 2 HP, just able to win it. My God.
The stun hit, so he's still weak. He's still weak because the stun hit, and there is the break from Optic.
Again, they're able to get through, and that might ice the map. You might be absolutely correct. Still 40 seconds to go here, but you just don't have the same kind of pressure right now if you're Boston Breach trying to get in on this. Kenny trying to spot for info. And Kenny does more than spot for info. He's able to get 2. Maybe even 3. Nope, his teammates will rally through, and that'll be all 4 they're going to get dropped. So it'll be about, what, 70 or so you're going to be up after this. Boston Breach are going to have to be spectacular through these next couple of points. But Kenny is taking over in some big moments here.
Yeah, he's another player. If there's 3 subs, he has no problem running that 3rd sub. Can do it all. Has done it all his entire career. But, I mean, it could be worse. If you're Boston only down 60, you have P1 control. They're going to have to do what Optic did last rotation.
Yeah, you're saying, could ice it? I mean, it's still doable. It's still doable. Obviously, not as a good a position you could have been, but you're winning some massive fights there, and that's a big Cammy triple again. I think it's his 3rd triple of this map 4. And that's going to turn into probably at least a good 15 clean seconds. I thought so, until Purge gets zapped out of the point. And Dashy gets another one. He's approaching 30 again in a respawn. 26 and 18 out of him. We're watching Shotzi's route right now. He's dipping, diving, dancing, and as he gets in behind enemy lines, frees up his teammates in the front, and they shut it down around the point. 20 or so seconds left here, they get a crew.
And that's just what he does. But obviously, as soon as you get a player top zip,
Kenny,
on that side of the map, everybody has to turn. Maybe the nades are hitting, but now Optic in control. And as you said, Kenny, he has a triple. Doing it with the AR, doing it with the sub. That's 2 5 sprees in a row from Big Ken.
Yeah, he goes 10-1 over this stretch, and this stretch is where they've really found some separation. So big plays from Ken. Dash has been leading the way throughout the course of this from a slaying standpoint. They've been mostly good here at P2 and a chance to close it out here with 14 points needed, but they'll go 3 dead. They'll go 4 dead. Breach with another late chance. And it's like you're still just in striking distance. Like, it's going to be tough, but you're close enough that you could potentially rally. You get these final 30 seconds, you're only down 20 or so, and that was a chow. That was a questionable one.
No, I mean, those were the ones early on in this match he was winning.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just not the easiest gunfight there from Purge. And now Hook with an insane double to get them on the hill, and that is going to be a break and 4 dead, and they can win it here to send us to a game 5.
Wake needed to win that one. I'm not sure it would have mattered, but he needed to win that one. And they have the time in this hard point. They'll close it out. We're going the whole way to a map 5. These teams have met up twice this year. It's gone to a map 5 both times. Last time, Breach won both Search and Destroys. Optic won the map 2. They've got a chance to get a little revenge there. Win both Search and Destroys. Show their improvement in that mode. But I mean, Dashy was a consistent factor, and I mean, Kenny was just great late.
Yeah, and I think honestly, the way this scoreboard ends up, I think they all end up positive. I'm pretty sure just the slang got really one-sided the back half of that map. Once you got to that second set in that P1 where they got 50 seconds, it started to get real ugly for Boston Breach. Just not a great map again in a Hardpoint for Awakening. He finishes at 14-28.
Nah, he's had a tough series.
And I think, like Boston, again, there were chances throughout that. Like, you think a couple of the P4s, just some, you saw what they were trying to do on the minimap to set themselves up. But yeah, we're playing COD. Sometimes you just got to win a couple of more gunfights.
No, and that
this
like
time they weren't.
Yeah, I mean, I think I said it. Even though they ended up winning the map 3, like there were a couple times where like it'd be like 2 or 3 down. You made a good play for your breach, and they just all got smoked. I'm like, well, yeah, you just get guns sometimes. Like that was like a full map of it. It felt like just you were in good position. Sometimes you had like the rotation, and then Optic would just smoke you off the map. The P4s were interesting.
Not the cleanest one.
No, like, and well, I mean, what the first one, Shotzzy gets 2 and breaks it up. Then the last one, what the stun hitting Snoopy to be massive because he couldn't heal. Like both of those, you had not like the ideal setup if you were breach, but you had a chance to turn that into time, and you usually do. They just great plays from Optic, great stun, and they didn't get like anything.
Yeah, sometimes you just don't have a trophy, so
yeah, no,
that hurts you.
That'll be the case.
Yeah,
field upgrades. Hey guys, we're gonna continue on. We're gonna get ready to go map 5. It's gonna be a very, very sexy time. Don't go anywhere. Tweet the stream. Tell your friends, families, and your pets, and your sexual partners. We'll see you soon.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Do you agree with Smokes not being in respawn?
I do personally, yeah.
You do personally?
I do too. I think it would make the viewing experience worse.
What did I just see on my screen? Who was that guy? Did you see that?
No.
Who the fuck was that guy?
I don't know.
Welcome to the citizens over there on YouTube. There was some random guy, like, see how they have the quad box? Like, there was some random guy just like in the all 4 boxes, and he looked like he was going crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Hex is claiming this is going to be the best champs ever. Well, for these two, it absolutely was. Just a moment ago in the venue, the green wall and the rest of the venue, of course, giving the congratulations to that lucky couple. Heck of a way to set a proposal up, I'll say. What a fantastic weekend, man. Like, it's all about the love, man. Congratulations to both of them. You know,
4v1, I think it was, the clutch, something like that. And we were just, you know, playing the round out. And I hear, oh, cat, you know, he's pushing at him, thinking, oh, he's dead. Okay, so let's play it nice. And then I just hear a roar behind me, an absolute roar. And then he's like, watch it. And then the kill cam wasn't running. So I was doing the roll the tape. I want to see this. And luckily it came up, and yeah, he's blown him away and left a bit of a little doo-doo in his pants, I think.
Hello and welcome back. We continue with day 2 of Minor 1. We've got so much incredible CDL action to come to you this year. We're just getting started, folks. It's the beginning of this damn year, and we hope you're having a happy new year. We've got a wild one here between Optic Texas and Boston Breach. One team moves on to tomorrow. One team goes to bed sad. And it comes down to this map 5. We're staying on protocol. We saw Optic there yesterday against Falcons. We have not seen Breach there yet, but we hadn't seen Breach on control on protocol, and they look damn good. I know it's very different, but like it's one of those things. Like you say, we haven't seen them, they haven't played it. We don't know. It might be.
Well, yeah, just because we just saw him yesterday, there's a little bit of VOD prep going into this for Boston Breach,
True.
and you can try to hard counter Optic.
That was a weird one though. Like,
yeah, I know there were some team nades.
Is that the one that had like 3 different like double team nades or whatever? Like, one was like throwing it back. The one we don't even know what happened. Yeah, it was a weird one.
It's a weird match.
Yeah, it certainly was. But this will decide it. I mean, outside of the map 3, which was a really, really good victory for Boston Breach, it's been a tight series. I mean, yeah, 250 to 190. I mean, Optic were controlling most of it, but like you stayed within 50 to 60. Like it was still a battle for the most part. It's been a hotly contested series. We'll see what the Search and Destroy has in roll for us. And remember, Breach beat them to start the year, and they did it by winning map 2 and 5. But since then, Optic Texas are on 6 straight Search wins. This would be for 7 in a row, trying to get that S&D dialed in.
And this is what Shotzi was doing a good amount yesterday, just going through the middle of the map, controlling top middle. Purge is hoping to find one there. Instead, though, that there's 2 players to challenge. He ends up getting caught.
Yeah, the timing looked insane when we were first on Shotzi's POV, and then we hopped off for a second. I was like, what happened? And then, well, I guess Purge gets dropped. First, I thought he was going to have a freebie, like when we swapped off. Snoopy, good luck with that fight.
Wrong gun, yeah.
Yeah, wrong gun, and no longer has a head on his shoulders. Shotzi's stairwell. We've got Shotzi's hole on vault. There's lots of Shotzi things.
I think they were just shooting through the door because, yeah, he played that corner every single time yesterday. Now he's going to switch it up and at least just finds one. Awakening, though, does bring it back. 1 versus 2, but still very tough situation. 25 seconds to defuse this bomb.
Yeah, I mean, this was him in map 2. How many 1v3s did he have where he just didn't really feel like he had a chance? And he's just trying to go. You can see he's playing kind of frantic because he just has to go. He's shooting though right now, down to a 1 versus 1, but time, just the issue. Nothing he's going to be able to do. He'll get dropped. Some nice shooting there. And big 3 kills for Wake, but none of them end up mattering.
Yeah, and just great repositioning there from Ken. Just wastes a lot of his time, forces him to have to take that next gunfight, and Ken just knows, yeah, 9 seconds left. Plus he's weak. Well, so you get the 1 kill on the Snoopy, the second right there, shut the round down.
Maybe that'll be a moment for Wake, though, like in the sense, you look back to that too. Yeah, he like, in those 1v3s, he wasn't able to do anything. He's like ended up getting dropped for the most part. There, at least, I don't know, got a little confidence going, like fried 3 of them, had a chance to maybe make a play, because he just, I don't want to say he's not shooting with confidence, but he's kind of got beat up a little bit in this series statistically.
Well, hard points are ugly for him.
Yeah, they are. They really are. So maybe that just, I don't know, helps you a little bit. You just win some fights, start believing in yourself a little bit, or it turns into nothing. We'll find out. Cammy takes a long-range one, not the guy you want to fight in that position. It's Dashy, it's able to take it. Purge, though, right back to work. He was terrific. Remember the map 2 they lost, he was 12 and 5. Had 3 or 4 first bloods to go with that as well. See if Purge can leave that same impact here. Right now you're trying to dodge the nade. Caster Curse Purge as he gets smoked on the hop-up.
Yeah, nade hit. We just went to it right from that cam. Saw that nade perfectly placed by Optic, and he hops up, weak. Bomb is being planted, though, 2 versus 2.
And Wake's going to reposition as he grapples up. And it's Dashy just winning a big one-on-one again. He had the first blood on the Cammy, right? And he wins that long-range one as well. Dashy has been brilliant over the course of this series outside of the map 3. It's going to be on Snoopy to make a play. Do they read the route? Here we go. Drops down, wins 1. Looking for it, spots it. Oh, maybe needs 1 more bullet, but it's Ken with the ice and a 4-0 start. Optic take a 2-0 edge.
And he just doesn't know if he's on it, right? So he's trying to find a visual angle to see. I mean, maybe there's a second left for Ken if he's hopped that defuse, but Kenny does get off of it, and then, yeah, he snaps as he's 4-0. Big round right there from Ken.
And it's like, dude, I thought like that little, the little bounce you get on your reticle when you jump down, like I thought it almost, obviously he was about to headshot cheese the hell out of him. Like I thought it just centered on his forehead for a second and Kim was gonna get evaporated, but he could have needed much more, maybe another bullet or so.
He needed 1 more.
But Ken clutches up. I mean, that's back-to-back rounds where it's almost a brilliant clutch. Or almost a big clutch. Like Wake had a chance. Snoopy there with a chance. Shotzzy with the opener. Purge was so good at that map too. You want to stop that from happening, and he's able to do it. But after the mix there, it's a 2v2 and into a quick plant. And I like this. We have a lot of these little skirmishes now. We'll see how this one plays out.
Just both teams going for it. Kimmy, nade in hand. I think messes it up, and yeah, absolutely did mess it up. Yeah. Hold on now. Awakening 1v1.
Oh, he has chows that weak. Are you kidding me?
He's still
This
going.
guy's a psycho.
There was plenty of time left, right?
I thought so.
Yeah, no.
Honestly, I was so flabbergasted from the nade thing, I stopped paying attention to everything else. I just had my hands on my face.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that. I mean, I don't know if
Yeah,
like
just the way I just love the way he said, I think Cammy missed the nade.
Yeah.
And then yeah, I thought Wake like had all the time in the world. And yeah, I get like the first chow, like you're thinking, I'll catch him. He's not going to think about chow. I guess if both you're thinking that, like I'm going to catch him. He's not
Yeah,
expecting
it's
the
one
chow.
of those things
but,
where
like,
you just don't want him to get lost, right? Because the zip line's
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
If he gets up the zip line, he can go top mid.
Yeah.
He can come back down. Your chances of probably winning that are a lot
you're right,
less.
You're right.
But
It just looks insane, but like I get it. Like, yeah, you don't want to lose him.
same
Just
time,
try to gun him. It's also dashy. Like,
yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah. 3-0 start for Optic now. It's a wild rounds, but a 3-0 start. Awakening his vengeance here with the first blood. And you love to see that. You love to get a first. Purge just had some wild timing. And
Yeah.
some of the openings of this round, that one works out in his favor. I mean, back to the round one, I think him and Shotzzy cross paths. Snoopy still dancing here at gun, and he's going to get dropped. Kenny trying to get out like a thief here. He's got to worry about everywhere, though. Top window, bottom window, top middle. Purge is able to get another one. And Boston Breach getting a much needed round. They needed a first blood. They needed a round desperately. And well, it's the first time it doesn't come down to like a little 2v2 or a 1v1 or just kind of a clean round for him.
Yeah, Shotzzy just takes the risk. You know, you just never know with the zipline timings. He's had some ridiculous clips with it, and unfortunately, Awakening just piece it.
I mean, that's Call of Duty sometimes in a nutshell. Like you can be the best player in the world, you can know everything. It's still a game of timing sometimes. Just a half second. We've seen a couple crazy timings already in this one, and it can happen. You get through, you make the play, you kill 3. You get caught, you look like an idiot. Purge on 3 straight now. He's up to 5.
They're all down here.
And he's got, the entire...
Snoopy might be able to watch his zip line as well if they come back up, but they don't come back up, so they're all still down there is Optic. He's thinking someone's going to jump back, but they don't. They stayed.
I mean, main thing, at least for Purge stays alive. He's able to reposition, and now they can try and take the fight together as a unit, but it's just like a hardpoint break now. So difficult to do. Kenny gets the first. Purge now out of it. Snoopy and Awakening, they'll hold up a second. They're able to win some. Kenny gets an awkward slide across between 3 players. It's all on Dashy, and he's going to drop, and the crazy break comes in. Beautiful retake there from Breach. I thought if their Purge dropped first, they're in a pretty good spot.
Well, you saw all the nades fly in, and that's really what it is. Just sort of nade economy. What do you have left?
Yep.
If you have some pre-nades middle of the map, if you don't save them for that, then that is, it's impossible to break. But yeah, you just saw the repositioning for Optic. They were weak. The slides on in a couple of bullets, and that's the difference.
And we'll take a look at it now from a different angle.
Yeah, there was a nade back left, and you see, Ken then just has to reposition.
Well, first I thought Ken was sliding to like chow right, and he might have got a kill, but he's thinking right, left. He's just thinking everything, and
my teammates died, yeah.
And ends up looking at almost nothing like as he goes through, unfortunately. But yeah, no, that was a good view of just the panic it turns into. Like Ken's just, ugh! But back-to-back rounds now for Breach. They were getting kind of smoked, and look who's having a map now. I mean, I know Awakening had some kind of meaningless kills, at least that first round, like 3 of them, but he still kept it going. He's at 7-3, leading the lobby right now.
That's a big kill. I mean, Purge gets spotted, so he ended up getting taken down. But if Shotzzy maybe gets a clean kill, then gets away, there's an advantage for Optic, but we're into another 2-on-2. They're not going to plant yet. Maybe trying to catch an Optic player on a rotation. And that will be Kenny. But yeah, they don't plant the bomb, and now Kenny's going to spot both.
Nice shots from Ken. And now Awakening just because it wins the player coming from behind, buys enough time, the flank comes in, and is that one where you're just like, can you just plant the damn bomb? Or what are you thinking?
Yeah.
I know you've always just sort of been that guy, like, get the bomb down. But it's like you don't want to be caught in a 1v2 because you're playing.
I mean, listen, I'm not saying my way is correct, but you have all this effort to work an objective, and then you get to the objective, and then you abandon the objective. I don't know.
Is it just overthinking it, kind of?
Maybe. I mean, maybe, again, they're just trying to switch up the timings, try to catch optics. I mean, those have not necessarily gone their way, the 2v2 skirmishes. So
True.
Maybe just trying to switch it up. But my philosophy's always just sort of been like, yeah, you're going to do all this effort to work a bomb site. You
Plant the bomb.
Plant the bomb. But everyone's a little different.
Well, it doesn't work out there. They just end up in a horrible position. Awake. Awakening continues the nice one, though. As he gets the first blood, Snoopy then a big double there. And while this round is done before it starts, I don't want to count Shotzi out exactly, but it's going to be a tough one. 1v4. We saw what Simp pull off an insane 1v4 yesterday. Well, don't think it's happening here. Back to the grapple, back to the respawn. Well, back to the next round.
Yeah, I mean, props to Boston. They're staying alive in this. A lot of the clutches, 2v2s have not gone their way, but Snoopy with a great route through the middle of the map. Seen this from like Shotzi's POV, just able to find that Tommy on the flank.
No, it just feels, yeah, like Optic have had a real chance to bury them here, right? Like you go up 3-0, a chance to put them away, but they just will not go away. I mean, how we've been talking about Rocker this week, like just always fighting in every game, every series. Breach trying to do it right now against this Optic Texas team, at least within this map 5. Can they tie it up at 4-4? Kenny, 8 on one side, Awakening 8 on the other. Kill leaders for now. I think Snoopy took that fight once and lost it. Not going to do it here. Purge with the first blood. Purge insta-traded again. I mean, he's been effective early, but they've usually been able to deal with him shortly after that first kill.
Yeah, Awakening gets a little lucky there. Kenny misses an 8, or he would have got taken down. He was like 9 HP. But this opens up the B bomb site. So while Purge got a kill bottom middle, Awakening is over towards the A site. The other 2 players from Boston are able to find one and then plant B.
Now you got chopper control. You've got mid control. You're in a great spot. I mean, someone Optics have to win an insane gunfight here. Kenny has had a couple peelers. And there you get some team shots in with Hook. So you put it into a 2 versus 2 now. And now you don't have a great angle onto the bomb because you don't have a player at chopper. So the pressure flips a little bit here to Boston Breach. But on the other side, you don't have time. But this is why you're able to top this. No one's got the angle. They've got to make a player forward. As soon as the chopper player dies, you're in trouble. But Snoopy wins it. They're going. The defuse, though, gets through. And Optic get the 5th round in. And that's a painful one, I think, if you're Breach.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of nailed it. The player helicopter died. So you had no angle on the bomb. And then they were just weak. Like, Awakening stepped up to P1. He gets shot a couple of times. And Snoopy is just hoping to find a timing through middle of the map. But he doesn't want to get caught sprinting. So, yeah, Ken's just like, I
love
trust
that.
you.
Yeah, no, I mean, as soon as he died chopper, I'm like, hop the bomb. Like, they got work to do to get to you. They got to get a kill and get through. And they did it pretty quickly, but he insta-hopped, and that round might be the difference. 5-3 not Optic. One more to win this best of 5 and move on to Sunday here at our first minor. Trying to get a little extra cash on the week if they can win this whole thing. Looking to do it here on attack with the closer. Kenny's been terrific as he's looking to get to double digits and maybe have another icy moment to his resume. Wake, he has stepped it up, and he's able to get another first blood. Snoopy there as well. These Boston Breach guys just will not go away.
It's actually a really good round call there by Boston. They played that the way they wanted to, right? And Optic kind of fell for it. You had all 4 players on that side of the map just kind of waiting for that push to happen. They were making sure they weren't working B. They were watching Cliffside, and yeah, they were just like, Spiral is open. They can go through the middle of the map, and yeah, Snoopy was waiting.
Well, Shotzi gets 1, so it kind of gives him at least maybe a chance here to clutch up in something. Not a lot of time. That's a crazy win, though. Purge, though, gets 1. Maybe bails Breach out. I don't know how the hell he wins that. 10 seconds now to go. They're both going to be there. Best of luck with that one. Nice round for Boston Breach. You like what they did early in that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like a nice little play call there, right? Just sort of, yeah, just these in-game adjustments. What's open, what isn't open, what do we allow them to do? They were pretty much saying plan A. If you want to. We're going to play near our base, not really go for any crazy risk middle of the map, and it pays off.
And Purge, again, terrific. He's at 9 and 6. He had 12 and 5 in the map 2 as well. He's been so good in these searches. Can they clutch up in this? We went, what, to round 11 in the map 2? Are we going to go the whole way here? Optic have had their chances to put him away in this map 5. Here's another opportunity to do it. Match point. Snoopy, though, what a little stretch he's had. 5 straight from him at 9-5. First blood, though, it's Dashy. He wins that outer fight again. He did it, just 3 rounds ago.
Purchase here, though. Purchase working through the middle of the map. He doesn't drop off, but he's able to turn this into a 3-on-3.
Oh, he's spotted! Oh, my God, he doesn't see him. And now it's all on Wake, his 5th 1v3 opportunity, I feel like, of this series. He nearly did it, in round 1?
Where's Bomb at? That looks like Shotzi's right near it.
Oh, wow, this became real doable. This became real doable.
Okay, I thought Bomb was down low, but it's actually in the house, so he should potentially pick this up and maybe work B.
Down to a 1 versus 2 now. Wake has had a real tough series, but you can brush a lot of that off. He clutches this up. He's just thinking, can I get another pick on these guys? He's got eyes on both. He gets another pick. They're just giving him freebies. Oh my God, I thought he had it. He needed 1 more bullet. 1 more bullet and Wake pulls it off. Holy shit.
That was close.
Yeah.
And Ken says...
They were trying to let him clutch that. Like, what?
Ken says, don't worry, I got this. He clutches some big one-on-ones. He diffuses that bomb.
Yeah.
All the big plays right there. Ken says he's been getting some flack from some idiots, and he's like, don't worry, I'm good.
Yeah, I just be looking at the guys like, boys, like, come on. Wow, nearly. I mean, Wake almost pulled off, 2 1v3s in that. Some crazy rounds. A hell of a series. We've had 2 bangers to start off this Saturday. But Optic get their revenge. They lost it in 5. Week 1 here in the minor, they're able to take out Breach. They win both Search and Destroys. The Search streak up to 7 now.
And that's like the first game where Dashy's looked, just not had his really pop-off moment. But
yeah, really. Well, the Search in the map 3. I mean, he was really good in the Hardpoints in the map 2, right? But
yeah, but then guess who? Ken steps up.
1,500 damage out of him. Yeah. A massive map there from Ken. And well, to be fair, even though Dashy didn't have a great map, I think all 2 or 3 of those were first bloods, though. He got those picks on Cammy out, or he was just taking those one-on-ones. He had a couple of big one-on-one wins to get first bloods, but that was about it. But yeah, no, some pedestrian numbers from Dashy, at least in 2 of the maps. I kind of got fried, but wow. I mean, honestly, it's a fun as hell series.
Yeah.
And Breach looking like the real deal, a team that's going to maybe have potential to. I'm not saying these are going to be tournament champions, but can they make it to a top 4? Can they make a run and maybe beat a top team or have an upset at a tournament? Why the hell not?
Fact is, they weren't doing this last year.
No, they sure as hell weren't.
No,
they weren't winning at all, Joe.
Yeah.
It hasn't been good. We're going to go to the desk now.
We're here. Welcome in, everybody. Optic gets the dub. It takes, 21 rounds of Search and Destroy, but what's happening here with Boston and Optic? Why is this such a close series every single time?
It feels like it's just the SMGs going at it. It feels like a 2v2 throughout the entirety of this series, but then it was Kenny that was the difference maker. I literally talked about it as soon as we came back from map 2. Map 3, we're going to pretend like didn't happen, but 4 and 5, he really showed up for the green wall.
We had a big microscope on Kenny today. He lives up to the hype in the final game. Awakening, by the way, no awakening through the first 4 games. He comes alive, leads the lobby in damage in this game 5.
Yeah, at the same time, not to be too hard on Awakening, but, I kind of was hard focused him a little bit. Dude, he's just losing some big ones. Yeah. Search and Destroy a lot of the times. He's almost clutching these huge rounds. And even at the end there, he's just chowing everything when you watch him. You love it because he has such an incredible shot. But, in that moment, he had time to run over to B. And that's not it was like that in every single one of his clutches. Pulling out the pistol, just chowing. You think back to the map 2 and that 1v1 versus Kenny, the same exact story, or when Dashy kills him. So something to adjust from personal play style. But when you talk about Boston, they look good throughout the series. I mean, the protocol control just kind of ran through them. SMGs were going wild. And we get to this game 5 where it's they're in a great spot and then Purge just gets picked from up top, didn't see the player down low. So you're playing a world championship squad. It's going to be tough. I think if you're Boston, you feel pretty good about how you fared.
Ali, I think I have a little PTSD from last year. I can't believe that Boston is as good as they're actually playing up to this point. A squad that has been retooled for EWC. That is the starting lineup they bring into 2025. And so far, looking strong, but not enough to get to our Final 4.
But what's funny though is like even last year when they didn't have this roster, they were also a team kind of being Optic Texas boogeyman. So it's funny you followed them into this year, but I have a feeling this is going to be a battle that we're going to all enjoy watching all season long. Even though we do say goodbye to Boston Breach in this lineup.
We got to get this guy a mental coach. Purge, you had a fantastic start. You had a fantastic finish. Unfortunately, your team is going to hold the L in both of those search and destroys. He had double digits in both searches.
I know, man, and it's just one of those series like where all the clutches went to the side of Optic on both of the search and destroys. So I could see why he's super frustrated, but keep your head up high because that team's good.
One man who knows that there will be waves, and right now he's riding high. We have Hook joining us live. Hook, first and foremost, tell me about the haircut. Looks good.
Yeah, I chopped it. 3 years of hair gone.
How's it feel now when you game? Your ears feel like light?
Yeah, nah, my head is like way lighter. Nice.
Congratulations on the win and the haircut. I want to kind of bring us back just to map number 2, just because S&D obviously wins championships, and you guys are kind of on the back foot the majority of them at number 2. What was the change? What kind of gave you guys the momentum and the adjustment to push you through that map number 2, Hacienda?
Just the mid-game adjustments. We understood like what they were doing after a few rounds. It's a new map, so once we adjusted, it was yeah, it was good for us.
It's easy once you understood what they were doing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Hook, talk to me about this matchup. They've given you guys some problems, beat you guys in the first match. Obviously, you weren't a part of that, but even in this one, super close and throughout this series. And we go to a round 11, then we go to a round 10. So why are they giving you guys so much trouble?
Honestly, I don't know, but I mean, they played a good match. I feel like, yeah, they honestly just played a good match. I'm honestly not sure why they're playing so good, but I'll have to look back at the VOD. I'll have to go look back at the VOD and see what the fuck was going on, but yeah.
I'm sure there's a ton to digest in the moment. Hook, can I ask you a little bit about you personally? I love the people on one side of the spectrum or the other. You have the super hype guys like Claser, who's always celebrating. And then there's someone like you who can just come into every match with a stone face. How do you stay so calm? And do you ever feel that anxiety mid-game?
Oh, absolutely. I don't know. I feel like I don't have a full answer for you, but I feel like that's just the way I've always been, and it's just at this point, it's who I am, I guess. I don't know.
It's your identity for sure. Cool, Hook, getting it done once again for Optic. We'll see you in the Final Four.
Preach. Peace.
Later, buddy.
Mars, bro.
Right? I'll join him one day. Can't wait. In the meantime, though, we've got to update everything, and we had some fantastic scuff play of the days earlier. So let's take a look right now at your bracket and show you that we have 2 teams, and you might not have that team at the bottom on your predicted bracket. Rocker are in, Optic are in. The question is, will any other upsets occur? Can Cloud9 beat Carolina? Will FaZe come alive and beat LA Thieves? We still have 2 more matches to go.
How is it going to respond with you? Like, I don't even know if it would even be an upset at this point, because Cloud9, the roster that they have, technically should be better than they are. So I'm excited to see who ends up in our top 4.
We're going to blue next. Royal Ravens versus Cloud9 New York when we come back.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
become the thieves. They cannot allow this to slip now. And there is snaking going on. Octane and Envoy have broken through. Ken finds the second 1v1. And it's Clayed up, looking for the last. And he's put it. 10 seconds, 10 points. The comeback of the CDL year. Can they do it? The thieves are moving. Well, they are moving into the kill feed. And Legion have just made the greatest comeback in Hardpoint you will ever see.
And this weekend, we will find out which team will take the largest portion of that $1 million prize pool and etch their names into Call of Duty history forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, live from Las Vegas, the World Series of Warzone Global Final.
All right.
I look at it, it's guaranteed. Well, actually, talk about things that are easy to do. If you're having the knife holding, that's unstoppable.
Might, the whole team might. I think they are. They're going to get a quick bit of a workout in. Come on, Vico, get up there, son. They're going to get a workout in here in round one. There we go, team. Up we go. Oh, Vico, for God's sake, he's choking on main.
God, dude.
Nah, for real. They be talking tough, but they won't get up in that field. ARPs and 223s get hit up in your grill. Iron on me like I'm Tony, like an orange eye pill. Come and get your shorty, cause she tryna cop a feel. She know look chaotic, keep it hot before the deal. And you steady talking out your neck, it's never real. So I say nah for real. So I say nah for real. Nah for real. Yeah.
If you're talking to your accountant, he might tell you the Carolina Royal Ravens are the best team in the game. Statistically, they are #1 seed. They are 4-0. And since bringing Slasher onto the squad, they're playing with a whole new level of confidence, Nameless.
Yeah, they've been unbelievable. And Slasher has numbers to back it up. He's putting down the most damage on his team in Hardpoint and Gwyn on his second year. Unbelievable so far. Hardpoint, their best game mode, and they beat these guys a couple weeks back before the break, so they're feeling comfortable.
Ali, yesterday you were telling me this guy, Gwyn, has a chance of earning MVP honors in his second year. Let's take a look at the full roster for Carolina Royal Ravens. Why is Gwyn having such an impact in the 2025 season?
He's just a really consistent slayer, man. I mean, we saw a little bit of it last year, and he just came out with the same consistency this year. And it's hard because we're singing the praises of Gwyn and Slasher, but that is in no means to shadow what TJ and Vivid have also been doing for this team. TJ has been unbelievable in this game, specifically in Search and Destroy, rocking a 1.32. It's not their strongest game mode, but he is one of the mainstays of why they're even winning it.
These guys have been locked in at their game station. You can tell just from the player cams. On the other side of this fight, though, we got to talk about the squad representing New York. They go by Cloud9 now. They have attached an old school world champion from AW. He's one of the veterans, surrounded by young talent. You've got up-and-comers in Sib and Kremp. What is it, third year for Sib, second year for Kremp?
Yeah.
And Mac is making his return after taking a year off.
Man, it's tough with this team because you look at this roster and you're like, how did they get away with this, right? Mac comes off of a year off, and he's the best player on this team right now. So for Cloud9 New York Sublions, it's just kind of about figuring out their chemistry and trying to getting the gel and the way their roles are going to work, and it might take some time.
Nameless, yesterday you said we got to watch Sib.
Yeah.
He got him here to this day.
He played a bit better, especially in the search.
Was it good enough? Do you need to see more from him?
Oh, yeah. I mean, in this series, when they played against Carolina last time, he got swanton dive into the earth. Like, literally, minus 34, he was getting cooked. That's not going to work against a team like this. Like, you're talking about a Carolina team, top 2 in hold and break. They play the fundamentals well, and they have players who can put up kills. So Sib has to be better. I think it's definitely the X factor in this series.
We're going to be taking a look at our maps and modes. And, Allie, I know you've been scratching down some numbers, getting ready for this battle. So, with a double dose of Hacienda, where we have no info on Carolina, what did you do in this best of 5? Who do you give the edge to?
I have to give it to Carolina only because I have big question marks on both the Haciendas. We haven't seen either team on them, but because the only map I could see on here New York subliners would like due to previous is that Skyline Hardpoint map number 4, and that is just if we get there.
I was going to say, Ant, are you excited to see Skyline today?
Yeah, I am. And these guys played it before, and it was New York that won it. And New York are actually #1 in differential on that map, the 2 times they played it, plus 77. So they feel really good on it. I just think in this series, like, we got to see a completely different Cloud9.
All right, give me the role rundowns. Who are we looking at matching up in a 1v1 from Carolina and New York? Is it the AR showdown? Is it the SMG? Which player in particular?
Yeah, I'm looking at Slasher versus Sib. We kind of just touched on it. Slasher's like, it's like a new renaissance for him, man. He's been unbelievable. So Sib versus him is the one to look at.
Allie, on the front line, who are you looking at?
On the front line, ooh, that one's hard. I want to see a little bit more of a Vivid, so I'm just going to kind of put the pressure for him on the side of Carolina Royal Ravens. For New York subliners, it's still got to be Mac. You've got to watch him.
Reese has some of the best accuracy in the game. It's time to find out how accurate Nameless can be. He nailed the Minnesota pick. He's 23-7. I'm copying yours. Where are you going?
I'm going to go with Carolina. I think they get this one done, but I think it goes to 5. I think we got game 5s all day today.
Allie, where are you going?
I think I'm going to stick with Carolina Royal Ravens, but I would not be shocked if Cloud9 pulls it out.
It's time to find out. Will it be Royal Ravens finishing a perfect 5-0 start to their season, or will the upsets continue? Miles and Chance, take it away.
Thanks very much, Desk. Charles and I talked about this briefly. We both agree on this point. Slasher was always good.
Yes.
Always good. And now the team's performing, and he looks fantastic. And I'm a believer right now in the Ravens. We'll see if they can bring the goods against C9.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm just like, I don't hate the narrative that he like has some rejuvenation in his career, because like it is good gas, but he's always been good. He's won tournaments like 3 years ago, won a tournament 2 seasons ago, and technically he had a bad year last year, but he was still, in my opinion, one of the best, if not the best players on the team that he got dropped from. So I'm not a, yes, correct. I'm not a massive Slasher stan. I mean, I'm just against robotics generically, but like outside of that, he's been fantastic.
That's a wild card for those who know the chances against robotics in reference to Slasher. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The blue portion of today's matchup. And we get to watch Gwyn do his thing on Hacienda. You know, he wasn't even born when Black Ops 4 came out.
Nah, I completely. And he wasn't even sleeping. There's some mattress couch reference. I didn't get it in time.
Yeah, we'll get there. Yeah, that's right. Absolutely fine. Map 1 on its way, folks. Here we go. I'm only kidding with you boys and girls. That's right. The lobby drop. I wonder what's in that cup, Sib. He's absolutely turned, by the way. Sib's been drinking since the first series of the day. And he's ready to go, Chance.
I'm just waiting to see him blink. So I don't think Sid blinked a single time since the camera's on him. That's nuts. But here's a look at the bracket. Single elimination tournament. And as we've said, for all of the matches we have today, you win it. You get 10 CDL points, which is honestly, for a lot of the middle of the pack teams, a huge thing if you were going to be able to collect them. And then, of course, the top prize for the eventual winner of the tournament getting 20 grand. So not bad for the old bank account. And that's what they're going to be searching for. But the winner of our series gets to go toe-to-toe against Optic. A lot of storylines for either of the teams if they get in the mix. And Sib, yet to blink.
He's locked, man. Are you kidding me?
There we go. That was on.
That was still solid, man. That was still really solid. Well played. Well played. Right. Well, C9, we saw them yesterday. A very, very clean performance. Exciting stuff. Mac has been in sensational form. Kremp as well, doing what he does. But it's Attach and Civ. That's the real story we're looking at here. They're going to be going up in a big way against the ARs of the Carolina Royal Ravens, and if they can even vaguely keep up or even put up the same sort of level of performance we saw yesterday of Attach and Civ, I think this series, a lot of good guesses there going to a game 5. Very, very doable. Let's see how this one goes. Little drop there on the lobby, but we're back at it, boys and girls. Here we go. Hacienda, map 1 in this one and done series in minor 1. Let's get it.
Certainly for like the attach and sib sort of narrative, I think they would just tell you that like the first week or two was like fluky from their perspective in a sense, and that's why their like KDs and output was so low. This is a very good test for them to actually sort of show off the goods. They looked super solid yesterday, and if you go against guys like Slasher and now Vivid as an AR player, obviously Slasher has earned his praise. He's been very consistent and quite electric this year. It's a great sort of match to go head-to-head against. And Hacienda, at least for Hardpoint, super clean for the old AR players as well. Very structured. You have to be strong on the map, and you get to see the goods as Gwyn. I mean, nobody's even chowing them out of rock, but that is just a beautiful kill feed. I love the Carolina blue. I can't get over it.
It's a strong blue. It looks good in rank play. Joe. Shout out Gwyn for the nice 2 kills to start things off. Krem right back at it, but again, the comms are fantastic right now. Oh, Vivid, this is a lovely pickup. That's 2. That's going to give you a ton of space to work with upstairs. In the meantime, you got TJ down in the hard point. Do what you can to stay alive, but this is very, very good time on P1.
I mean, he's eating up all that whole time. That's actually fantastic. And you do have Kremp that has taken just the fullest of full routes to get around. So Carolina has let a player get through, but it's only him. And now that you have Vivid and TJ dying in the feed, this is a really test of Carolina. How quickly can they pick up on this sort of moment? Slasher hasn't even turned his head, but you have to be aware, and if you weren't before, you certainly are now. Kremp showing up in the feed. Slasher doing everything he can to hold down the back line.
Cut the losses. Like, I think the 2 got through. I'm just going to make sure no one else gets in, and now try to maintain control. Sib says no thank you. Takes it back. C9 New York in a great spot here to take a lot of this time.
Yeah, that's a monstrous as well, because you had TJ again, just the super soaker on the first hill. So as far as P1 goes, that's fantastic. A chain there could have been devastating, but C9 fight right back, get back to the hill just a touch, but all the trades rolling through. It is a nightmare situation to have to flood through the front. You want to go through Zig, and you get through eventually, but you run into attach. Shout out for Mac for the big 3 piece.
Yeah, Mac with a 3, nearly the full 4. That would have been something, folks. Well, lead change. Happy to be here for C9 as they are coming out hot here after P1. The rotation over to 3, though, not an ideal spot to be in. Vines, a deadly corridor to push through. Kremp with the top control, though. He might be able to cause a couple of issues here, waiting for the reinforcements. But a nice spread here from the Ravens. And now, slowly but surely, picked apart. Gwyn's got to win a couple here. And he does just that. Unbelievable. That's the hard point of the Ravens.
I mean, this is looking like it's shaping up to be just stronghold after stronghold. I don't know exactly if Carolina read the back spawns, though. Vivid not quite blocking off the respawn, so 2 players from C9 end up in the back end. It pays off. Kremp soars in from the top ropes. Carolina a little bit chaotic, a little bit scattered, and, well, they lose the spawns and they lose out on the time. Kremp's opportunity to fry.
Not done. Vivid. Nice work there, too. In the feed with the aims up close and personal, and now we're looking at lead change once again through the plat. Mac hitting his way through you. Opportunity now for a break. It's a little late one, and it's not been terribly successful. We're in finally. 10 seconds to go, though. You would have looked for a lot more there for C9 New York, but hey, better late than never. Now the rotation over to Rock. Ravens once again a step ahead.
And I'm digging this so far. I feel like you have enough like old school COD players in the lobby that you can like really identify the plays and the hits. And Carolina gonna have to do this one a man down and make it to 2 players trying to hold the line. It's both the SMGs and they are successful. And I say 2 of them. Gwyn basically does it by himself. TJ basically just the bait in that moment, but that is the 2 SMG players absolutely heating up. But that's all just for attached to call in the cruise.
Not bad for a man with only 6 kills to his name. The importance of playing the objective, friends. Kremp's in a lot of trouble here despite the cruise. Can he win a couple more? Oh dear, that's a big one. A sad teammate though, unfortunately ends that run. Slasher finds 2. The hard point's still the Ravens.
As Comedy as well, Sib over the years from a bunch of different teammates has built up a reputation of being a team nader, so he delivers to give credence to those allegations in that moment in Carolina. Certainly happy for it off the back of Gwyn. 11 kills through the first section. Maybe not the most impressive in the world. Granted, is leading the lobby, but on P4, he set himself apart. Now back towards P1, Mac. I mean, he's trapped in between a ton of different players, and was about to say nearly comes out alive, but Carolina get him out of the time.
Another wonderful back and forth after the first set of hard points is in the books, and with a slight lead now for the Ravens. Their P1 last time around was very successful, teased the man in the hill. This time around it's Slasher, picked out there by Sib, finds his 7th kill of the map. Not a hugely productive map for anyone when it comes to the kills department. We're already looking towards P2. Sib, this right-hand side of the map, he wants to make it his, but the boys do find the time.
Got his team the spawns, but now you want to at least get the P1 time, because Carolina overall, I mean, they've gotten a substantial chunk on this hill, and it looks like that's actually going to continue. So got to be a little bit careful giving away time on a hill like this, and you end up losing the spawns as well. So a lot of emphasis from Cloud9 to try to get the right side of the map. They trade away some time to attempt to make it happen, and unsuccessful. And how about this setup? Look at the bottom side of the minimap right now. You got Krem jumping off the map, jumps over TJ's head, and TJ picks it up. You got the front covered by Vivid, and now you just got to pick up that sort of water route being taken, or you just lose the spawns. That is a ridiculous looking minimap for the P2. It looks like C9 will come out on top.
Teach, what a move! C9 come out on top for a fraction of a second. Max alone on the point now. The water route pays off, but TJ wins an unwinnable. And now your boys have got an opportunity to get in there. A lot of madness on the inside of the point. That is 2 now. 3 down now for C9. Last man gone. Ravens, what a moment.
Yeah, dude, what a chaotic one as well. Shout out to Teach for going on a 4 spree. Wonderful job of playing his life. Long-time veteran of the scene and just setting his team up long-term. And now Sib, actually, he's going to be spawning out in depths. Krem spawns out as well, but I don't know if Carolina necessarily have the numbers. It's Slasher by himself doing what he can, but right now what he can is everything. 15-8. He continues to thrive.
We've talked about the vets. We've talked about the young'uns. Let's hear how they sound. A little quick listen in with the Carolina Royal Ravens.
Time, Dante.
I'll laying down. Dead. Nice. I spawned well, back in. Nice. I spawned back. Yo, back in. Let's go. Let's go. Back. Spawn in the back or secret. Here. You spawn secret. One spawn secret. Alright, get Tom. They can spawn in the back now. They can spawn in the back now, though. Leading office.
Yo, can you spot like you and shit? I front well.
They all spawn that side. They all spawn that side. Nothing in the back of me. Nothing in the back of me. There's one in the back. Late as fuck. Sib is in the back office. Alright, got here. I have all front. You went towards vet 10. It looks like first 10. Top out of me. Dead. I have a streak.
I have all front.
Sib is in me 10. Sib is in me 10. I can help you front.
You can be front though. Yeah, top third.
10 on me. 10 back 10. Back 10. Top third.
One time, bro. Top third. One time. One time. I have your dark. One deep.
You get time. Keep your run.
Top dark. One shot. Leave
one shot. Mac. Dark. One bullet. 10 and dark. 10 and dark. 10 dead. I spawned back. Dark. He hopped out. There's 2 ult. There's 2 ult. Attaching cripple.
Both on ult. They're bumping through front.
No, I'm looking. Cripple ult. No one ult. I threw a nade over on that ult. I'm swimming. I have a streak, guys.
Okay, I'm swimming on both. So
we have a streak. Okay. You streak here?
Yoki can.
I spawn well.
I can hop up lane.
Mid on me. One shot. Hop up. I'm a streak. I'm sitting in the corner like low bar.
Grim's gonna be top mid. Probably gonna go office 23. I spawn P2 side.
Hitch me on the office. Listen, on time. P2. Attaches office. Pushing you P2 and mid. Let's open side mid.
I don't see P2. Where's the P2?
Like the corner. By the Lambo.
Like I said.
Nice. I came
pop office. Going mid. Me time.
I done outer time. I need outer time again. I'm about to just fighting contest our lane.
Close mid.
Close to. Our side out dead.
Nice.
Our side out dead.
Outer. Nice.
I'm getting on mid too.
Just one boat us.
One might be P2. I should flash.
You should flash.
Yeah, I mean, need help? I'm laying down looking at their side out. He's not shouting. There's contesting dude. I got naded. They're gonna shout out. Back dead. Mid weak. Mid in their side out. There's another side shouting you.
One shot dead. Just fine Lambo thing.
Yeah, there. Just fine Lambo.
You can leave me.
I'm gonna try to cut you quick.
Top mid on me dead. Lambo Dylan bullet.
Yeah, Tom. Yo,
Lovely calm comms, great map awareness, and some magical spawns shots.
Yeah, that was like a practice how you play kind of vibe, like not super stressed out. I imagine they sound very similar in scrims as well. So honestly, good looks the whole way around. And TJ, pretty comfortable, 24-14 with 1 minute and 37 seconds in the hill so far. Hasn't slowed down in P1, honestly, where Carolina has truly set themselves apart. They continue to collect on what is typically a very scrappy hill.
Vivid, speaking of scrappy, he's getting it done with every weapon he could possibly find on the ground in any situation you want him to. Over 200 points now for the Ravens. C9 New York are starting off round 2 here in Minor 1 on the back foot. Man, this is one hell of a whooping so far. Litigo finds 3 in a row straight into the time. Rotation down. His boys are over towards the new hardpoint. And they've got a bit of a fight because here comes C9. 1 on the water route, 3 through the street. Here we go.
Yeah, and this is the whole team of C9 converging. They're trying to do this quick jump all over the time. Got to make sure you trade those players out. Vivid gonna fall. And 2 players in the back spawn. C9 looking like a desperation effort to hold on, and they are successful. They win every single gunfight. Vivid should get cleaned up in the back. He ended up reading that pressure, but too little too late. C9, the opportunity to get back in the game is right here.
Gotta hold it. Now through the front, Kremp from Checkers gets himself 1. Slasher and Vivid up next. Can he get another? Kremp can. Beautiful shots. The 3rd man up's gonna wait for the pinch. Kremp with 3 now from this position. TJ the man to bring him down, and we're going forward, but it's into the guns of Sid. And by the end of this hard point, it's gonna be the lead to C9.
Yeah, it's such a heads-up moment. Those 4 players swarming on this time. The water out perfect as well, and all the trades as good as it gets. And on that rotation new, Carolina, it is basically just a stop at the 50-yard line to attempt to not let any players through. And it looks like mostly successful. Kremp and Mac working the top hallway. Slasher's got one side pushed out his boys in time, but they're not going to have these spawns. C9, they can break this hill.
Yeah, there's going to be too many to the top here. Sib's up next. Good moves there. Nice coverage from TJ. Now to the hard point. TJ gives you 2. Somehow the bailout plays are there nearly every single time. Perfect awareness now from Slasher. The nades are over to the spawners. Here comes another. Catch. Enjoy that. Gwinder Platt. Can he slow these players down? TJ on spawn as well. So it's the subs on the back line. The ARs to the front. Oh, what a win. Over to Vivid. Stay alive in the point. Big contest. Can't get any more out of it. C9 break.
Yo, Kremp is massive for that. Now you're going to have to sort of re-break. You get a little bit of time to set this up, and TJ thinking about the cuts, thinking about the spawners, thinking about the time, or maybe attach out or can't get them. Sid for 2, Kremp for 1, C9 still in the time.
This could be game. Oh my word, it's going to be close. It might be a single tick. Here we go. Trying to get inside. Just a contest is going to help. Mac can attach, find the kills. Oh, Kremp with the last one as well. Game. C9 New York.
And how about those plays in the final moments? A perfectly approached P2 in that rotation. So clean. Kremp had a very long life in through the hallway, looking for the kills, making sure he doesn't get cut off. And when he was by his lonesome top plat, it just took Carolina too long to hunt him down. And he got one before he fell as well. That is a beautifully orchestrated final 2 hills there for C9, and all things considered, a very solid map of Call of Duty between both of these teams.
Absolute banger to start this matchup. And again, -1, folks. Losers go home. New York Cloud9. What an opener. You needed it bad, and you got it despite the efforts. TJ had one hell of a map. He and Slasher with the 3K damage, but it's attached. Look at that. Non-traded 20 of them. Huge hard point time across the board. Glorious work there out of C9, and they really needed the last few moments chance. Again, the break on P2 was outrageous. Managing to pull the lead back, getting every single second of it. Might have seen a snake there by back Lambo. I may be mistaken, but regardless, here's highlights of the final few moments of this game. What a match.
And it's just Kremp staying alive again. When we started this clip, his teammates were nowhere to be found, but he's a distraction. Guns Gwyn in that moment, but that was 2 separate Carolina players that were basically just dealing with him, and he plays his life so well that the rest of his team just had the man advantage on the approach. And of course, after that, I mean, clean plays, Civ cleaning up some kills, the comms one for C9, but you just bully him back. And these are the dire situations too, and you have to do the math of, no, they get the extra tick, we can't afford to rotate, we have to flood in. And I mean, it just turns into a firing squad trying to flood in these tiny little lanes. C9 so efficient. Credit to Kremp, credit to everybody. That was a fun map.
It was a really fun map, and again, BG's there. Look how tight this one was. Wow, what a fantastic game of Hacienda. A very welcome addition here to the map pool in Black Ops 6. Cloud9 shake off the rust, what the ping rust that plagued them at the start of the year. And now they're looking fine. Well, okay, well, Search and Destroy's on its way in a moment. And again, a tough, tall, real tough, tall ask against a team like the Ravens. Hacienda, though, will still be at Vault Skyline. And we go back to Vault for that game 5. Skyline's going to be a lot of fun. Not too many of those so far here at -1. But for the Hacienda Search and Destroy chance, based on what we've seen as well, I just feel like everyone knows exactly what they're doing. I mean, Tej, of course, you want to chip back in Black Ops 4 with Optic. I mean, Slash has been there plenty of times. I'm excited to see how this one plays out because I feel like it's a strong lobby, very, very strong veteran players. Teaching those young guns. I mean, we brought this up a moment ago. It's the vets making the big rotation like calls. They might be there first, but it was the young submachine gun players finding all the kills in those moments. So I feel like we're in a perfect on paper situation here for a very good game of Search.
For sure. And it's a very dynamic map as well, right? It's not sort of the stagnant. There's any type of default push. You really do get options. Different teams are going to favor it. Different bomb sites as well. Plenty of mid-round adjustments being made. The number of sort of 1v2, 2v2 situations where you're just circling the map, waiting for that info to just sort of drop your way. A ton of options you have. So going to be interesting to see how dynamic they are actually going to get, because obviously two very creative teams we have.
Indeed. Well, back to your seats, boys and girls. It's time to party. Teach coming out hot in the series already. We know he's a powerhouse when it comes to search and destroy as well, so eyes on him for the Ravens. For C9, Max the man. Right now, he's the player I'm keeping a firm eye on. He was so instrumental in yesterday's play. Search and destroy being a sort of, I think maybe my favorite game mode in this game so far. Thoroughly enjoying this one, but yeah, Max going to be the man I want to watch here for C9 New York. On the other side of the board, chance TJ, again, can't talk enough about how he really is a search and destroy demon. I mean, top right, he may be out of focus, but he's purely in focus in game. Tej is an absolute factor for the Ravens in S&D.
And there's not even an issue with his camera. He's just naturally a blurry person. So tough to kill and identify. 1.32 KD is obviously super solid, but the 0.88 kills per round as well. That means he is getting active. He is very involved, and the man is shooting his gun. So he's there for the first bloods. He's there for the objectives, and TJ obviously has clutch capability as well. And I think he's kind of leveled up his game a little bit over the years, right? He's sort of like took a while to mature into his zone. Like once the new generation of players came in, he had to take the back seat for just a bit, but he seems to be right back in that top form. And as you mentioned, he's won chips in Black Ops 4, World War II. He's won in multiple titles, so an extremely capable player. And so far this year, he has looked great. But I will say, while Carolina's S&D has been solid and TJ's stats especially look good, Vivid is currently sitting as the bottom S&D KD in the league. And this is acceptable when you're getting wins, but unacceptable if the losses start to roll. So 3-2 record overall is solid, but 12th in conversion. And a big part of that is Vivid. He has struggled so far. Looking for him on the map to get at least a bit more active, and I know for him, he's switching up the roles. The style he used to play is radically different than what he has been slotted into this year. So it is an expected adjustment period, but I mean, it's January and it's the CDL. You got to adjust quickly to survive.
Yeah, and if anyone is looking for a suitable shark pet, the epaulet shark, short-tail nurse shark, coral cat shark, the white-spotted bamboo shark, if you've got the space, these are all perfect candidates. Here we go over towards the A bomb site with the bomb. Attached was the man with it, but Sib, oh dear, takes care of TJ off the rip.
And it's Sib with a jackal down low, so I would not expect that either. Back outer fences, how good's your on? He moved it to dodge all the wall bangs. Well, good enough to survive so far, and Kremp gets a kill off of it. It's looking like SMGs are going to be the bread and butter here as Vivid, his luck continues to not be here in S&D.
Slasher brought down as well. C9, strong start, strong finish. And Kremp, as soon as he got that nade out, the shoulder shimmy was there. He had one hell of a round. Yeah, Sib, surprise, boys. He's got himself a sub, and he's down low off the rip.
And that's what I'm saying. It's an incredibly dynamic map. Like, I think even the defensive setup we just saw from Carolina, 4 players squaring up around the hallways just to get TJ through, but it is an AR player responsible for the flank, and he says he doesn't want to be distant, wants to be able to get involved, and that is the value of sort of a true flex player. Sib showing off the goods.
Round 2. 2 players there through garage. We can see those hit the B-bomb site in a moment, but that's not where the bomb is going. That's going to be Gwyn, potentially down low as well. Heavy presence towards A for C9.
And TJ being cheeky to get that information. Slasher really enjoys a good swim. I mean, he was taking swim routes in Hardpoint, taking one at S&D. Gwyn gets a first blood from the same location as the round before, so flanks or potential flanks getting shut down. And I feel like this setup is just a guarantee. Slasher's not going to get red. Granted, Sib has effectively gotten through, but
this is going to hurt.
Unless he pulls off something crazy, Carolina should be good.
Well, here it comes. He's planted and he's held it, waiting Perfectly for the boys to make their way through mid now. You don't got damage on at least one. Here comes Krem, exactly where you want him. On the pinch, no, red by Tej. That's a massive win, and that should be the round. Attach 1v4, 1v3. See how it goes. 25 on the clock.
Yeah, good luck with those gunfights. This is going to be an interesting moment to test sort of the S&D prowess of C9 in a sense, because they're going to be asking the question, how did Slasher get behind us? And I don't know if they're going to be able to figure out that he just swam the entire way and went through the boathouse and did not open a single door. But if they can't figure it out, then that question might cause future problems on their defensive rounds. But either way, that is back-to-back offensive wins. Carolina happy for the response. And if C9 leaned over towards that A site in round one, will that be their Old Faithful, or do they want to mix things up? Well, they're getting mixy. Bomb leaning towards the B site, but very much a stack to play for picks.
You know how aggressive Mac is, he might run into a whole load of trouble. The jump check, as he flies by that window, doesn't see anyone towards the bomb site, so he might be giving it up. Might have just about seen Slasher there, if not for the red dot now. B-bomb gearing up for the plant trophy in position now. Gwyn, if he times this well, he might be able to catch something, but I think that was a shoulder from Attach. Oh, look at that angle from Gwyn. Not able to spot anything out or actually stop the plant, and that trophy's certainly going to help. He's going to need more than just a Semtex now, and needs the boys to show up as well. 35 to go.
And how about this mini-map? You got number 6 Mac flanking, same as TJ working it, but Kremp is heads up on the flank, just as is Vivid. And because Mac's the first one to fall, everyone on C9 gets active, and that just is going to feed TJ an absolutely free kill. The only problem is going to be the time, though. 18 seconds. C9 can clutch this.
Can they clutch it? No, they're all done. There's the defuse. Tej is the man on it, and it was a long and awkward run, though, to catch those players out. But in the straight 4v4, Ravens are up. That's a big round.
Yeah, my bad on that one. I was trying to set you up for potential insanity, but yeah, all things considered, as soon as TJ spots out that player, should be a free round win, even with the game clock being at 20. So you never know what can happen, but all I know is Carolina had a perfect round one on the attack, get the first blood, get everybody in position, and in a way that could potentially be mysterious. And how does C9 respond on the defensive end? Maybe an isolated player and Attach over towards this A site on defense, but that nade might be a tell. Getting some information on TJ, and Mac maybe starting to shift over just a touch, as Kremp this time is going to be the swimmer.
Hasn't pulled too many players there from C9 across towards the A-bomb site. Kremp's on the rock in a moment. He'll be into the play soon. But that's a big one from Attach. Wow, what an angle. Slasher eviscerated, and now Sib should be able to challenge for free. The smoke, he clears, and TJ down and out. 2 men down for the Ravens, and the bomb out by the site.
That's a hope and a prayer bomb plan, I'd say. Sib shot on point. It helps when you blink once every 25 seconds. You're not going to miss too much if you never take your eye off the ball.
Truly, though, a great round there from the ARs from C9. Attach's first kill was ridiculous, and then the 2 there from Sib certainly helped. Krem's final kill here, nice job. We're in an impossible situation. No way he's making anything happen there, so great work, C9.
And just for the fact that Kremp took the old water route as well, maybe they did sniff out how Slasher broke through the setup in the previous round. So making the necessary adjustments, and even though it was Attach's side of the map that he kept under lock and key, happy for it either way. So we traded offensive rounds, we traded defensive rounds. Now you're just looking for separation. And once again, Carolina loving the middle of the map, trying to pierce it through. How many trades can he get? Because Gwyn more or less isolated at 1 HP, but he gets out with his life, still causing chaos.
There's the final bullet he needed, and here we go. 2v1. And Sib is not in a terrible position to potentially cause a problem here. He is behind these players. I don't think he saw them, though. He saw that. And Sib is not going for the bomb. Bomb is on the far side of the map by A. He's hoping for the big lap, trying to catch a player out here. Round and around we go on Hacienda. It was the same during the BO4 year. It's the same now. 30 to go.
Yeah, and unfortunate for Sib, he has just lost all intel. No vibe or feel for where these players are going to be coming from. A prayer for a pick, but with this amount of time on the clock,
wow.
well, he's going to be able to get the bomb down. We'll see what he can cook up.
He's getting it. I feel like, yeah. Okay, cook that, son. We're eating out tonight. Slasher and Gwyn, an easy retake, an easy defuse, and a lead now for the Carolina Royal Ravens. Chance, I feel like when you're running around in circles like that in a weird way, if you haven't seen anything in sort of 3 or 4 seconds, you've gone from one corridor to another, you've gone from one point of interest to another, I feel like it's time to stop and turn around and try to catch them sprinting. Surely at some point, you got to try to break the wheel, literally.
Yeah, you really do just get uncomfortable with that amount. Like you're sort of hoping for the timing to go your way or something to sort of fall into your lap, but not an easy situation at all in Carolina. Happy for the defensive round win, and they've just enjoyed dominating the middle of the map on defense. If you watch Black Ops 4 on Hacienda S&D, you know the middle of the map. Shout out Kismet. You can make it a very powerful tool, and these angles continue to be a nuisance. Vivid though for the first blood. Couple trades rolling through, and TJ just always by that bomb.
Always by that bomb. Jumps off the bomb. Oh dear. Civ now through the middle of the map. He's got himself into the power position. Slasher wins it.
Nice.
All down to attach. Mr. Clutch versus Slasher and Tej. What year is it?
That timing is crazy.
Like having a B we think about. Again, this time around the Ravens aren't doing the laps. They have posted up. I think he may have been spotted out. There it is. Slasher, the eagle eye. And the angle. Ravens find 2 in a row.
And how much are we digging deep for this minor tournament? We're looking through angles through like the gates, the fences, over towards the B side by rock. We're staring through cracks on there. I'm over here learning more than I was expecting to on this map alone. These guys going crazy, but Carolina have found their separation, and credit to Slasher as well, finding pick after pick. Great reads and just a shifting focus amongst the players on Carolina, but they're going to be back on defense. They have dominated the middle of the map, and we'll see if that continues or they want to mix things up. They're more prepared for a B hit. I think C9 was ready to square up over by mid. You're dealing with Slasher. You're dealing with the trades. How do they roll through a 2v2? TJ and Gwyn looking to take care of business.
Perfectly balanced, like it has been in many of these rounds. That's a problem. That's
an
a
ace.
big problem. A little smirk tells the story, and a chuckle as well. Ravens 3 in a row. Disgusting.
And the way I see it, if TJ's happy, the world should be happy. Smile on his face and an ace collected. And a fast one at that. That's all 4 kills and maybe a 15-second span. Efficient work on Hacienda. As you pointed out, he earned a chip on this game. He is familiar with the lay of the land.
He was also blessed the fact that like Bruce had the broken Tempest, but you know, the player's hitbox was what 3 times the size it should have been. Zoom zoom, here we go. Where are we going with this one, Tej? Our kid playing with his toys through the halls of his ridiculous home. See you later, mate. No toys until you finish your plate. Win now, and this is a great spot to be in again. Isolate that entire hallway. Don't let anyone make their way through the top side. You got the opening pick, and now it's just waiting for someone on C9 to make a mistake before you commit to a bomb site.
Yeah, the one downside of calling in the RC car is you don't exactly get a ton of map space, but it helps deliver. The first blood.
Hello. Hello.
More angles being played with, and now you're sending just an absolute prayer of a nade, and now you're taking a swim. Dive into those waters and dive into map 3. We're going in all tied up, attached for a 1v4. Might be one of the most clutch players of all time, but nothing you can do there. Dominance from the Royal Ravens. Hacienda, their playground.
When the RC car came out, I was like, well, that is disrespectful. It sure was, folks. Ravens run it on Search and Destroy. 1-1 in the series. Could just as well have been 2-0. But Hacienda equally shared its love to both of our blue teams here in round 2. -1. Oh, man. What crazy, crazy tournament this has been so far. Ball control on its way now, Chance, and yeah, between the Ravens and C9, we're in for a long one.
Hey, the ball control as well might be the literal difference maker in this series. Hopefully that player Civ did not leave the game before we got the stats. Hopefully that was some type of bug, and honestly didn't even notice. Mac dropped a donut, add to the 2 in a day.
Right.
Is kind of nuts.
Oh, we were just gassing Tej. We were gassing all the, the 5 spree, we were gassing the non-traders, gassing the plays in general. But yeah, Mac, every time we saw Mac's POV as well, it never looked like he was in trouble. He was getting a lot of damage down there, but at the end, tough one. Krem, it may be the number of the beast, but not such a beast there in the kills department either. But yeah, C9, happy to take map 1, map 2. Damn, son, it was not pretty. They have to close out the next 2. Because I'm not sure, again, what that Vault S&D is going to look like for C9. I feel like the Ravens are a little too hot when it comes to search and destroy, especially, again, a squad like this who seems to trust each other so well. They look so confident, especially after the first few weeks of play. They're a very, very solid squad. Enough of me and Chance. It's over the desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Once again, we got another tight series. And could I ask, who is the most fun player to watch from Carolina in search in particular?
TJ. Has to be TJ. The routes that he's hitting, what do you mean? He is their guy for S&D.
The routes he's hitting, man. Slasher's hitting some routes. We're going to go over one here in a bit, but I'm going to just go with Slasher once again. Kid keeps
I thought you two could battle about it over some highlights. Let's take a look at who's been providing the footage. TJ, he gave us at least 15 seconds during that ace.
I mean, at least. Honestly, I'm kind of shocked with the way this series is going. With both Haciendas and not seeing either of these teams kind of spawn in, and the way Carolina's been playing respawn, the fact that it went opposite. It went Carolina Royal Ravens are going to fall that respawn, we're going to head into the search and destroy, and it just felt like they weren't as confident on the side of Cloud9. It didn't feel like they were on the same page.
Ali, last time we saw Cloud9 playing, it was Krem. 5 first bloods in search and destroy. Does he have to do that every time in search, or is the team able to pick it up later in the series?
No, the team's able to pick it up. What's weird about this is it's usually like Krep and TJ when we watch on the side Carolina Ravens for search and destroy, but Vivid also can show up when he needs to play, and I feel like we saw that.
I mean, so far on Hacienda, we've just seen straight up bang outs in search and destroy. This one, yeah, at times you play very aggressive. Yeah. Listen, Carolina was in total control throughout this map. They know exactly how they want to play search and destroy. They're able to change the pace round to round, and that's just a testament to the amount of work that they put in over the break, right? So if they're going to be that good in search and destroy, they're going to be very tough to take down any of these squads.
Carolina takes game 2, but it's Cloud9. With the first win in our best of 5, we're knotted up. We'll see at least another hard point. Will we see a game 5, Ali?
I already called that we were going to get all 4 game 5s today, so I'm sorry, guys. We're definitely going to a game 5.
It's time, though, to draw some conclusions. Nameless, what do you have for us this time around?
Yeah, we don't do too much search and destroy, so let's get into one. We saw a really good strategy here, a great round out of the Carolina Royal Ravens, and shout out Ben Nassim. Listen, teams are trying. We're seeing stuff that we haven't seen before just yet. So this is an offensive round, and what you're going to see here, this is Slasher number 1, right? He's taking a super long route around just to where you can get information here, but what Carolina's trying to do is they're trying to slow down the game. So we're going to jump back into the mini-map, and I'm going to show you Gwyn and why he's positioned right here with the bomb. So he's going to find this kill. This is the first blood of the round. He pushes him out, gets that kill, okay? So let's go back into the mini-map. So he has a teammate here watching the wide pinch all the way around. He's watching bottom mid, and then he's going to wrap back and check the other angle where you can get into bottom mid, okay? So they're giving up all the hallways, right? But the reason they're doing this is because they're in total control. They know that nobody can get to their base because after they clear out down low, which what I just talked about, these 2 players can wrap back and clear the lobby. They can also hear the top door if anybody opened it. So they know nobody's going to be behind enemy lines, and number 2 can come through and pick this cut up as well. And by the time the misdirection all happens, Slasher is going to be all the way your back boathouse, right? So given there are a lot of lanes, there's obviously leverage people can get on this map going up top or bottom middle. They cleared out everything by virtue of sound and also taking space. So everything that you want to see in a Call of Duty search and destroy round, particularly on offense, you saw it here. Yeah. This is a great strategy and well executed by Carolina.
Ali, Slasher didn't get into that top position until 50 seconds on the clock.
And what's even
funnier, take their time.
What's even funnier is he didn't even get anybody. All he did was feed that information to his team to be like, hey guys, I have made it completely into boathouse size. We don't have to pressure over towards the A site. They make the wrap. It's just the communication was on a different level for the side of Carolina Royal Ravens.
All right, Oracle, tell me how this one plays out. What do we got moving forward?
I think Carolina's still in this series. I'm still rolling with my pick. I think they get it done 3-1.
Vault, Skyline, both going their way. Okay, can you give me a Skyline score? Is it close or blowout?
Well, last time I believe it was a 13-point difference. Yeah. I think it's going to be a 50-point difference this time.
Wow.
Inside Carolina.
Cloud9, it's your turn. Let's go back and forth all the way to a Game 5. Miles and Chance, take it away.
Thank you very much. Back and forth to a Game 5 sounds about right today. We got the best of the best. We're doing fantastic as far as this. Oh, I got it, Chris. I got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. And so do you have it, CDL fans, because we're going into a Vault Control. Surprised to no one, but the chance this should be a banger.
Looking forward to it. And if you're looking at the old control stats as well, 48 players we have in the league, and Sib has the 50th overall KD in the game mode. So he's shamelessly snaking. We saw it on the map 1. Maybe that'll be the big difference maker here on Vault. Plenty of head glitches where you could do it. Plenty of stairs he can lay down into. If that's what it's going to be, we'll see how things develop, but certainly a player that struggled in the first 2 weeks. An elite caliber player, yet to show off the goods, but we saw good form earlier on.
We sure did, folks. So far, not ideal record for C9 when it comes to control, but there's lots of time to turn that around, and it might be this series indeed. But for the Ravens, they'll be happy sitting at both third in attack and defensive win rate. And it is just this map. It has not really been, not a lot of Hacienda, not a lot of protocol. It has very much been Vault. Eyes there on C9 as they approach the point. They'll be the team attacking first.
They're just going straight for the left side of the map control, trying to get the hallways. TJ, though, gonna take it from you. Great concussion, so the tack usage on point. Attach might show up in the feed with a grenade, but Attach right now, sort of the only man up for the squad, but doing his job, at least turning heads, and that's enough to catch Vivid off guard and get him killed. So a little bailout moment for C9, but TJ might be there to slam the door shut, picks up a big 2. You got the Carolina players swarming on defense.
Lots of intel there from Slash, and I'll pass over to his boys. 2 going right. Peach there for the pick up at the back. Nice work there. Off spawn, right into the fray. Defensively pretty sound. You get one man in the zone for a moment. You know he's gone down low. You know he'll be over by B in a second. And once again, that Slasher out on the wings. I'm going to keep that player at bay, but right now, not ideal. You've lost a lot, and it's a 3-man stack on A.
So polite from Slasher. Doesn't want to kick open the door and make too much noise. Just makes his presence known and repositions himself. Unfortunately for him, though, every one of his teammates falls and Sib guns him. Nice solid work there to make sure you lock under the flank, and it looks like the final ticks should roll through for C9. The nade, though, softens them up, so you might be able to get them off the point. They're going to do exactly that, so the defense continues. Carolina making it mixy.
Making it real mixy. Krem, though, is the last man. Up, and he's down and out. Sib now trying to go toe-to-toe with Tej, brings him to his knees, and that could be the capture. Again, time and time again, folks. More of these bang-outs on A. This one's so important. The Ravens trying to stay alive. 3 dead. Last man, Krem. This could be the map.
That's beautiful work, and honestly, I like the nades coming through as well. They got the close ones to land on the zone rather than the deep mid toss of Carolina. I mean, doing their homework, and A+ for the moment, but you gotta finish the round. That B zone has been opened, so Mac is gonna be stopping the clock to buy his teammates some time, but TJ, he wants the time for himself. Kills getting lined up, players getting gunned down. Carolina, so clean on defense. That was an absolute stampede.
Yeah, that was nearly uncontested. Vivid seemingly picking up like 3 kills without being on the minimap there. Really, really well done by the Ravens. An absolute monster, if you will.
And I just wonder if Vivid feels at home when he picks up a Jackal and he goes, I can fly again. Like, let me off the leash, please. Let me go on a tear. And you can see his shot is elite as well. We had a few years where we were able to keep track of like accuracy stats, and Vivid was always towards the top of that leaderboard. Granted, plenty of players go for wall bangs, use excess bullets, so it's not a perfect stat, but nonetheless, an elite shot from Vivid and an elite round as well. Carolina, super solid on that defense.
Celium's incredibly low accuracy.
It's true,
mostly because he spent games shooting buddies. That's how it goes.
Oh, yeah.
All right, folks, here we go. Back at it. Ravens into the point ASAP. We've not missed a single beat, have we, Vivid? That's 7 in a row. Gwyn's got top covered. Eyes up. Nades are there as well. You are in trouble, Krem. This is a lovely bit of work. Halfway through A.
And keep in mind for the zone capture as well. Vivid might get a cruise missile off of this, so TJ is on a 4 spree as the front man.
getting close to the cruise. That kill, wow, if he got the kill, it would have been closer. Needs to win a couple extra. And again, he wants to get the capture, desperate to stay alive. And he does get taken down, but still good progress on this A zone, and a 3 make it 4 life lead for Carolina. And you trade this player out. Well, you would have gotten the zone, but attached there to take it from you. The defense still holds.
Look at that Jekyll shot. Finds a couple. And they managed to save A for now. Oh, Gwyn, you lucky boy. Takes care of attach. Kremp's out now as well. 2 dead. 1 player's on B. And we're looking towards the A love as well. No, maybe not. Nice wins there. As Mac makes the middle of the map his. Raven's going to double back and finish the A work.
Yeah, you see they chalked it up and repositioned for it, sort of toyed with the idea of that B zone play, but now you need to make sure you're actually successful on winning the round. Gwyn has been waiting for a kill to fall into his lap, but has to jump up to actually make it happen. And in the meantime, Attach is just taking position enough to get these trades to roll through. And once again, 2 ticks of progress getting made. The team on offense may be getting a bit too squirrely. And you gotta go back and finish the job, but they're struggling, and C9 is delivering.
They're doing a fantastic job holding this all together, despite the calamity. Deep breath, boys. Together as one. You've still got a chance to hit this. Perfect nade there from Mac. Middle of the map now, blast wide open. Attach! 1 or 2 piece. That's going to be it. Surely not. Are we able to get a couple of kills here? No. C9. Defensive masterclass. They've got all bases covered. What a fantastic round.
Yeah, huge kills coming through as well. I think Carolina maybe got a little bit too ahead of themselves. And if you win that one gunfight in back art, I can't remember who fell, but I know Civ is the guy that picked up the kill. If he doesn't win that one, things could have spiraled out of control in Carolina. Maybe pull off an offensive round win, but as soon as you lose it, end up stuck in no man's land on that side of the map. Some small missteps on the objective. And all tied up on a few fronts. I believe the ticks are tied as well. I think. Don't quote me.
No, I'm not quite nothing bit. And it's always a spicy game of Vault, ain't it? Vivid's having one of those maps where every kill just seems to go your way. And we go once again. Now, folks, don't forget the scoreboard is not reflecting accurately. So right now, look at the player icons low right. That is an accurate representation of the stats. And that is an ideal opener there. Krem, he gets in, he's in, and he's got teammates here to stack. So there's the forward push. You set up a new front line, and you get a player on the point.
Yeah, and already forcing those distance spawns, which Carolina, they want to eliminate this threat immediately. 3 players had him dialed it in. No funny business. If there's a player in art, he needs to die. And that is efficient work from the Ravens to sort of clean house, get that map position back, and no ticks have rolled through. That's a cheeky B hit idea on the attack, but no dice and no dice there. Civ, light work for Teach.
Oh, Mac and Krem, light work for Teach. He's on 7 HP, and he somehow walked away with a pair.
6 more than he needs, Miles. TJ, an unstoppable force, and now Vivid ironed up. He gets the middle of the map, and he disappears. Sid shooting nukes out of that air.
I take it all back. I was like, yeah, man. Vivid's having one of those games, man. Negative. Simp right in there. Big kills there from the Ravens. Now going on the cutoffs. Mac, good read. 3 dead straight away onto the A zone. 22 seconds. Paused. With enough bodies on the point, this could be a cap. Can they survive the onslaught? Mac says, yes, please. Not a multiple man stack just yet, but you're getting it done slowly.
I gotta say, I appreciate Vivid as well. Accidentally goes prone into a stair glitch, but he's someone worthy of respect, so he gets out of it, ends up costing him his life, but we play on. 20 seconds on the game clock, ticks of progress rolling through. C9 adds the extra kills, but now for a 1v1 in Gwyn. Last man standing clears him off the point. Desperation effort now for C9.
And Mac makes something happen. He's going for the full flank, waiting for his boys as well. Slashers not let this happen. Oh my word, Vivid nearly gets it. Mac with 2. What a play, but nobody home. Ravens take the lead.
I wish I was feeling like Teach. Best play, almost assuredly going to go to him. That 3-piece towards the middle of the map, the absolute tone setter in that round. Here's a second look. A snap of reaction time. I think the call out might have helped them, and then it is just pure gunning after the fact. That is all 4 players on C9 shooting at him at one point. Attach even from the outskirts of the map. Got a tag in, but
DJ, when he's on, he is on. And he was on point, and map number 1, that first respawn, he has continued his path to destruction here on Vault Control.
Well, C9 chance to bounce back now. We've seen good looks out of them. The defensive round first time was pretty good, close enough on the attack, but a slight lead here in the segment department in the tick side of things. Here we go.
Just a wild looking minimap. Yeah, patience coming out of Gwen. Him and TJ working together to control the hallway or catwalk, depending on your comm preference. And, well, the comms pay off. Vivid even showing up at the feed. That is nearly every man gone. No 2-piece for attach this time. He's the last man to fall, and this is great progress rolling through. Carolina already tied up on the Ticks front, and I mean, they get one more. They've locked up defense for the final round, and that's only if we get there.
How's Teach getting these kills, man? Nice work out of Slasher, pick up the final 2. Second segment long gone. Defense secured for the Ravens. There we go. 5 spree from Slasher, doing most of this from within the zone, which is now gone. See if you can't net any more points here. Looking towards the Hellstorm will get very handy when it comes to this map.
And Miles, I'll be honest, you're saying, how is TJ getting these kills? I'm thinking, how is anybody killing TJ? 23 kills already, dominant in the lobby, and now he's the bailout trying to get his team out of spawn. Leading charge as well, and Mac out here throwing haymakers to try to deal with them. Smooth moves of attach, but into the pre-aim at TJ, making it look easy.
He's looking so smooth out there, man. Buttery soft. Oh, wow. Come on, Teach. His range, if it's up close, it doesn't matter. On the slide, off the dive. Ow. Yeah, what was that? Sim gets 2. Oh, my goodness. Well, that was a sign of life from C9. You really wanted that.
I'm going back to this, by the way. I think it's worth your time and effort on offense to just chuck some nades down, even off the opening break, and just blow up that van from the jump so you don't have to worry about it at all. But right now what C9 have to worry about is their life count. 12 is certainly a good chunk with only minute 10 on the game clock, but need to make sure you keep Carolina off the zone. You do not want them to stop the clock because the kills still flowing their way.
Well, at this point in time, C9 have got a couple of players making it up the B Street. Teach wins another one in the middle of the map, so now you're getting ever closer to the point. Max still keeping it together. 50 seconds to go. Life count starting to get low.
And a scattered minimap as well. A lot of pressure on the C9 boys in this moment, but great awareness there. Out of Sib, finds a pick towards the middle of the map. You got Slasher maybe thinking about taking routes, and as soon as he does it, Attach actually picks it up. So C9 do have all the information, but still a mixy moment. You got TJ getting near the zone, and you got to worry about this art control. Attach, though, wins the big one. Now you just have to stop Teach.
That's where it's so easy. Oh, what a shot.
Oh
he catches out the damage, doesn't get the kill. The last few lives now remaining in 10 seconds on this one. Ravens flying forward, hoping for something, or a tag or two into the backer. Mac is one thing. Attached now makes his way out through the threshold. Final 5. Viv has got to be the man to get on the point. If he drops here, that's the round. If he gets a kill, it's anyone's game, and that could be it. Ravens are out of lives, and now round 5.
Yeah, solid defensive hold. Guns getting warm, and you can see C9 super heads up in the comms and gameplay department as well. Catching players when they're trying to take routes. Great sense of the timings on the map. An overall solid round on defense. However, Carolina did more than enough on the objective front to secure the defense for the final round. And it's about a 65-35 split favoring the defensive end. So Carolina in a bit more of a comfortable spot, but make no mistake, you have that one moment on an attacking round and you can absolutely make something happen. So C9 going to come out with a bit of ferocity for this round 5.
Whoa, I saw a little look there from T. He's mean. He's so mean, so dangerous. I think it's going to be an incredibly important map in the series. Huge difference maker. That trophy worth its weight in gold right now. Up top, Krem. Huge damage. Brings down Tej, but man, that was a tough fight. Here we go. Back and forth. The white and blue. As our checkered kill feed now comes to a bit of a close. You've got at least a few players now for C9 on the A zone. First segment gone. Mac trying to keep the line held. Does just that. Tej brings him down. Here we go. A couple more players over the top side. Sib trying to get involved.
And it was such a good opening break, and they got a couple extra kills, but still only 1 tick of progress. So not really able to set up a stack, and even then, getting a couple more kills, and this time they got the double stack rolling through. This is your moment to actually secure this A zone, but they're hopping off it because they're concerned about the pressure, and maybe they should be. They get wiped off the board. And now you got players crawling in your spawn, attached, waiting for a kill to fall into his lap, but it's Gwyn that gives him the hands. Bullets to the face, and C9 back to their spawn.
Whoa, what a moment. Less than a minute. Big wins from Sib on the catwalk. Staying alive in every possible angle. Gwyn still keeping the front door incredibly safe. Keeps them guessing. Slasher on the trades in mid. Last man up is going to be attached, and Teacher's got him.
That's crazy. Sib gets the 2 kills. No one for Carolina even turns like to care. Not worried about the flank at all, and they just keep their guns forward, and that was a right read in the right moment. 22 seconds on the game clock. If you're Carolina, you absolutely fight to keep them off this A zone.
Oh, they're doing just that. Tej still keeping that backside safe, and it's down to attach. He's going to make himself known in a moment. Can Gwyn read it? He's got him. He's got the kill as well. That might be it for the Ravens. Last chance. Last bit of heroics now. You've got to make something happen, C9. Viv is still on the back. Takes care of 1. Over to the B zone immediately. An immediate read, and Viv is down. Max keep the game.
Can he be the hero? Sib gets a kill as well. That's the duo. Make it happen, and Matt continues to be the guy. He at least bought you the A zone. He is your lifeline right now for C9. Their opportunity is still here.
All the winds of chaos are blowing right now. Mac at the helm. Sib now pushing forward. A couple of kills goes his way. Is Viv going to go drop? Oh my word, what a win from Kremp. You keep that front line safe and sound onto the B zone. The trucks have gone and no one's died.
Look at that kill feed, though. That is that Carolina blue showing up in spades. Attach gets dealt with, and you're back to your spawn, and you do not have the lives. C9, they got to play this like a round of S&D, just about. You don't want to play for trades. You need to get these kills. And you got to get them all at once.
He's just turned, man. He's looking for any of these red dots. He's found a couple. The big pinch. Another player through the middle of the map is going to be the last man here for C9 to make something happen. And Vivid, as accurate as ever, brings them down. Sib now fighting tooth and nail to fight their way forward. The last 2 members of C9. Can they make something happen? Or is it going to be TJ? There he goes into the feed, the last man. And what a battle this has been on Vault. The last chance. And to the last man, both teams fighting their hearts out. Ravens take the lead.
Yeah, tip it to Tej, man. That is a 40 bomb from the kid. And of course, in Call of Duty world, he's an old man at this point, but I stand by it. It seems like he has leveled up his gameplay. Maybe trying to reach that final form. Whatever he has done from, I mean, even last year, he was looking super solid. So he has just really sort of come together and found his own. Whether that's the dynamic of the squad, maybe the new duo he's found in Gwyn. Whatever the case may be, he has been successful, and Carolina has been successful as well in this series. 2-1 lead, and if not for Sib Snakes, could have been a 3-0, but you got to do what you got to do to stay in it. We're at least going to see a map 4, but looking at the scoreboard, you just got to feel like Tej. 40 bomb with 4,100 damage, so clean. And on the offensive end, especially dropping 16 with 8 of those on the objective. That is the difference maker that gets you the defense on the round 5. And credit where credit is due. Him and Vivid were shooting.
What a map. A long one there on Vault. And the lead now for the Ravens here in round 2 of Minor 1. And Cloud9, man, I mean, so many good moments, so many insane plays, but just couldn't account for that little extra that we got out of the Ravens. And that was the difference maker. Piece after piece after piece, man. I mean, Attach was having a game for himself. We saw a lot of sub action from him. I think the biggest thing for me now, chances, Mac's been a little quiet compared to the Demon we saw yesterday. He was somewhat exercised. Kremp's having a play or 2 here, but it just seems to be a tiny, tiny bit of a misstep here from C9 at times. And the Ravens are absolutely punishing in that regard. But regardless, mate, we're going to go to another hardpoint now, and this could be anyone's game. The first hardpoint was such a banger on Hacienda. Oh, we could still be looking at a game 5.
And, you know, one of the best things that C9 was able to do is just ban the protocol hardpoint against Carolina, because what we saw in the first 2 qualifying stages is that Carolina is destructive on that map. So at the very least, we are going to get a different look, but I'd say if you take out one of their best, you're feeling halfway decent about your chances to see a map 5. And I don't want to take too much away from Mac or discredit him at all, because he absolutely was making some hero plays on the map. I think right now for Cloud9 New York, like control, especially vault control, just a struggle point. Like they're good, they can fight, but something is just a little bit off that they haven't quite cracked that code. But maybe it's just some unlucky moments, maybe just a little bit more work that needs to be put in. But either way, that's it for the third game mode that we have on the map number 4, Skyline. This is gonna be fun.
Oh man, just the way that all of our subs are shooting today, yeah, this is gonna be something, man. Vault S&D, if we have to go to that final map, but for now, 6-2-3-2. The return of the Ravens, the rise of the Ravens here in this series after losing map 1, Skyline. How are we dressing, Chance? How are we feeling?
I'm feeling good. I think it's going to be an absolute sort of bloodbath on the map as well, because C9, while they might be slightly behind in control, they're still absolutely keeping up in the kills column. They had a sort of masterful comeback on the Hacienda, and sort of snake jokes aside, it was well orchestrated efforts from the team. So I think they're playing really good Call of Duty. Even the timings and the picks up they had on the control, like clearly heads up gameplay rolling through, and Civ and Attach have absolutely performed better in the minor than the first 2 weeks. So Skyline is a map that's just going to test you. I know we've seen some highlight reel plays coming out of Slasher, though, that have been unbelievable to watch, him jumping off the top rope. So we know Caroline is going to bring it. It's up to C9 to match that energy.
Energy does seem to be the issue, but it looks like more of an issue for the Ravens, who, I mean, Gwyn looks sweepy. You want a little nap, Gwyn? You okay there, buddy? Air of tension there for the boys. These tournaments are not easy. It is a one and done, so you lose the series, folks, and you are out. You're joining us a little late here, and not your regular season programming. The Ravens have got a lot to live up to after their first few weeks of play before the holiday break. They were incredibly dominant, top of the leaderboards. And with good reason, though. They have been sensational to watch. C9, the exact opposite. A tremendous turnaround here, and it's been their performance in the minor that has shown us that, you know, they're a real contender. If they can bring a dub here on Skyline against the hot Ravens at game 5, oof, could be anyone's.
48 players in the league, 48th on the old Hardpoint KD as well. The man has struggled, but he's digging deep, doing whatever it takes to try to get his team to a map number 5. An 11-point Hacienda Hardpoint. But Hacienda, the way it plays for Hardpoint, it's pretty structured. P1 can be a little bit of a blender, but outside of that, you got to make those structured plays. Skyline is a different beast entirely. Gonna be fun to watch, see how these players can manage it. A lot of AR players switching to subs at time, and occasionally the subs even switching to ARs. It is a hill-dependent thing. You need the right gun in the right moment. Opening break, though, commences. Slasher right towards the top.
Yeah, right towards time. Tej and Krem spotting each other in the gym there, and it does look like a big win. Look at this, look at this angle. What is this cacophony of chaos? What a view the observers just blessed us with. I mean, that's what Skyline looks like. It is insane.
The Mac's locked in for it. He's ready for the insanity.
Damn!
Pick up the okay. Maybe that's why he's got one of the lower KDs. That's an insane gunfight. Damn. TJ just gonna shotgun him, but at the very least for C9, you get the left side spawns, which is great news. You have a lead, which is good news. Admittedly, that lead is gonna dissipate just a little bit because 10 seconds of scrap, Carolina more than likely going to take the lead on this approach. Attach a little bit of freedom, try to pick up some kills as the front line push, and Sib is just, wow, yeah, okay, sure, dude.
Vivid. Attach now picking it up, finds himself at least one. He's got to get away with that stun, really hurts. Here comes Gwyn right into the hard point, and he's got no one here to help him just yet, so he has to back one up. What an awkward fight, and he somehow, what was going on? Skyline, it's ridiculous, 3 dead, this is ridiculous. Attach off spawn, straight, Gwyn hasn't even regen his health. So much going on.
Oh, good stun grenade too. Gonna slow him down. It's a double underground route being taken. Kremp and Sib crouched down, ready to try to pounce on P2 and Vivid. Sharks in the water.
Doink. What kind of sharks? Piano hop. Easy one for Mac. Trades again. Absolute mania. Another 3 dead there for C9. They have not been a terribly effective force on trying to break this P2. Ravens happy for this one. Oh dear, but on the rotation, Mac wins a doozy against Vivid. Awkward bit of back and forth again in the kill feed, but you're looking at the rotation, and right now it's anyone's kitchen. Attach. What a win.
Master Chef on the time, and that just does not work out at all. You get the hot tub control, you're feeling pretty good about your chances, but Kremp showing up in the feed. Had a bit of a slow start, but he delivers there for 2. Sib does as well, and the most stability C9 has had in this game, and it's the right time to do it on this time, but as Sib gets dealt with, the dominoes begin to fall, and the players spawn out. The most important man on the map falls, and the hill crumbles with it. Carolina back in control.
And TJ looking to cause some discourse here. Does get picked up by Mac. Lovely work off the top of the balcony there over to the other side of pool. Slasher. Slow and steady on the inside of the hard point. Doesn't get a thing. Vivid here on the cross. Doesn't get either. Beautiful work there from C9 on the approach. Kremp finds himself a pair. And with that, the rotation to do. Can Kremp find any more? Absolutely, my friends. 3 in a row. And the hard point's theirs.
And Gwyn gets dropped as well. It is the chaos of these spawns, right? 2 players from Carolina spawn on one side of that. The other 2 end up spawning out. So Kremp blocks the spawns, crosses that 50-yard line exactly when he needs to. And another moment where I say, C9, excuse me, in control. And we got all the C's, all the blues, we got everything going, just like C9 has the hill time. And this is turning into the Money Hill fashion. Mac pushed out as well. This is where you can finally run the score up.
Oh, he's going to get it as well. Whoa, big damage. Mac still alive. Wow, what a play. The dive from top AC, it took so much to bring him down. Now finally up to the hard point you go. It is 3 dead. Last man Krem. Hard point break halfway there for the Ravens.
Yeah, if you didn't already have your seatbelts locked in and secured, go ahead and do that now. It is going to be a blender of a map. It is chaos, and on the mini-map, players getting through, shot in the back, flanks coming up. Who has spawns? I don't know. Who has time? Is it attached Slasher? God only knows. You get the final 10 seconds in the smallest of leads as the hill pops to the new time. Carolina, they'll be there first.
Everybody take a deep breath. Second set of hard points now upon us. Yes, right, folks, we're doing it again until somebody gets to 250. Whew. Top side of the map full of C9 players. They have managed to make this hard point wide open. Here comes the bedroom here. Krem picks up a pair. It looks like Mac dived and hit his head on the pool there and died, but he did not. It was Slash's 5 spree that got the job done. Damn, son, it's endless.
And even Slasher pulling out the javelin moments while picking it up off the ground, mind you, but no trophies in time and no face left. He gets dealt with. And now you got a route coming through from Teach. So Teach is starting to work the spawns as well, but he does get traded out. So C9 keeping things under control, but obviously a hyper close game.
Yeah, you think the gameplay's crazy. Let's go through listening with Cloud9 New York.
I'm trying to hold up. They could get rat, low key. Yeah, right up, right up. I'm trying to help you from fucking around. You on me.
Machine Gwen, I think you went right.
Yeah, go start.
Bar, going right.
Yeah, we're falling
I spawned down. Go back. Come back.
Yeah, let's get tree. We're getting to you. Bottom bed Teach.
We're getting to you.
Yo, hot tub Teach.
Hot tub went, Jim.
Let's double slide dark. I spawned on mid.
Lamar spot.
One's dark flat. I'm nading on Lamar spot. I'm out for
Lamar spot 2, Mac.
Dead. I'm waiting for dark. I'm dead. Nice, guys. Back door. Back door. I don't really hit that tree. Tree chip. Dead. I front door. Three dummies.
I'm trying to top mid, one shot dead.
I'm only piano.
Top mid, Vivid.
I have a front door. Front door. Front door. Reese is not in. Front door. Rotate. One shot.
Could be right.
Could be white. Yeah, blow me up. I'm making it. Go white. Nice, guys. Hot to maybe? Yeah, Jim, nice, guys. I'm going down. I'm putting me fast. No, what's guarantee this time. Yeah, there's only one. I was the only one out. One's going Jim or new?
I read Jim.
I'm looking for this guy.
I don't see Jim. He went
Two now. You went right. I'm going.
He's
someone bump me up time after this.
I will.
Play go back. Yep. Take your time here. Take your time here. Set. Let me see you guys over here.
I'm gonna get him over you mid.
Okay, one there top stone.
I'm playing stuff front.
I'm hitting top stone. Yeah, hitting piano. Just hit piano.
Yeah, piano on me.
I'm hitting top stone. All new dead. Piano dead. Nice. Stone out of the. Yeah, I'm dropping. TV's dead.
Nice. All TVs. All their sides.
Yeah. Focus front. They're all focus front. I'm on chair.
I'm up.
I'm laying down in there. I'm laying down in there.
I stun TVs. He's hard stun TVs. Hard stun.
Wins. One shot top. Dead top mid. It could be hot on the head. One salt. I reach more.
One shot outer.
Nice.
Good job.
We're small. Nice. I'm staying outside.
Turn right.
I'm pushing through. One bed. No. Grill mid.
Heard you.
One behind you.
Behind me.
We spawn grill.
I'm wrapping around. I'm going one shot. I'm going top. He's outer and top.
I'll drop small then.
Outer and top.
Barty, I'm looking top. Small to time dead.
Time is it. Nice. Last guy top. Headshot. I'm looking. Go. First guy's going to pile bottom bed. Turn around. I'm looking over you. He's gonna be here. He's here. I don't see any spots. I'm gonna stay.
One shot you.
I left.
I'm just getting a shower you.
One shot top zone. I recalled it. I was left. There's 2 left.
And Skyline is just the map that is a marathon that you are forced to sprint. It is exhausting, and you can see C9 bringing the energy. They have the lead as well, and they're bringing the fight to the time, but Carolina also have that dog in them. The chaos continues.
Oh, it's just endless, man. We got Tejan here for a moment. One player by grass. Bottom bedroom shenanigans, and it's Gwyn. Oh, Slasher staying alive, trying to bait Mac out for a moment. All it does is buy time for the pitch to pick up, and that's Teach here. You got to keep going. There is no time to breathe. You have to keep sending it. Teach winning a couple. It's 3 from inside the point.
Yeah, good spree, good time to collect. Can't quite get number 4th, but it should be easy trades for Vivid. Still worried about the back spawns, because that is just how difficult they can be read. Mixy in these moments, but all is well that ends well. And just like the first set of rotations, we go into new time, and it is effectively tied up. This has been a battle. These players must be exhausted.
So, woo. Sleepy boys. Well, lead change once again. C9 are back in it. Back over to P1 we go. 3rd time round. Teach took a tag or 2 on the way up there, but this is absolutely what you want. Seriously difficult player to deal with. Enough to buy his boys some space to get on the point. Watch out for Mac, though. He'll be in contention in a moment for that. The Slasher gets himself a trophy down for a second, wins a couple of fights, and that's a bit of time now, and another lead change for the Ravens.
Yeah, I love that like little look from Teach too. It's like the insanity of this map design of like they track Teach, knew he hit the rope, but you just don't know what direction you go after that. It's so difficult to lock down, and look at the spawns rolling through as well. All of a sudden, Carolina have one player spawn on the left side of the map just because Sib spawned out on the right, so you have the early advantage on P2 going to Carolina, but still, 15 seconds of scrap is honestly a good chunk of time. At least it certainly feels like it with how close this game has been.
Absolutely. It will come down to scrap. This is going to be a close finish regardless of the game clock. Ooh, Slasher. Lovely shots arranged. Brilliant second. Over 200 points we now go. The backline wide open, and it's Mac who's managed to sneak on through. He's infiltrated the rear. Can he win this one?
Nice
he can.
win.
That's huge. Mac stays alive. Front line now starting to encroach upon the Ravens.
Getting that second kill was everything just to open up the floodgates. Slasher, though, on a 5 spree, but in the meantime, still effectively fighting from the back. And Slasher, he's taking routes to make this happen. There's number 6, but C9 has collected a good chunk of this time. So as good as the hill starts, C9 get most of it. And then TJ, last man standing, not enough to get it done. C9 can still technically win it here. So Carolina, I mean, they're going to flood. They will absolutely be able to contest, but it's just going to be a battle on this new time. It is anybody's game.
Anyone's game still, and these gunfights are so ridiculous. Let's see him trying to hit every single possible pixel he can, and again, an incredibly close hard point. Over towards New. Slasher wins it for now, but you are going to be looking at the full might of C9, trying to descend upon this kitchen, trying to grab the final 10.
And you just got to settle down, play for kills. You're not in a hurry. You just need this one break, get everybody positioned, and then you go.
You've done it plenty of times before, but so far it's starting to get a little bit nervous. Holding this down very well indeed. You start to find the kills. You pull the player off a point. Attach gets a 3. That was ridiculous. How did that happen? Is he going to be able to find a few more? Maybe. Slasher at range. Enough to get C9 on the inside. 5 seconds for the win. Here comes the last flight of the Ravens here on Skyline. And that is 3 down. Last man gone. Game 5.
And tell me Dylan Attach just did not call game. A 3-piece out of nowhere to open the map up. Untradeable in that grill corner. C9 fighting in these hard points, and that map again is an absolute marathon. It takes you to the limits, and we only get a small break before we queue up for a map 5, but that has been the theme of the day. We're going the distance. We are going for speed. Who's going to be crowned the winner in advance in this minor tournament? The king of the blue teams.
Well, folks, an unbelievable stat line there from Sid. That 4,300 damage. Beautiful work all around. dripping with passion this matchup was, and another incredibly close hard point between the Ravens and C9. We forget all about that though, folks. We got ourselves a Game 5 on Vault. Another Game 5 today as the upper echelons of our teams here in Minor 1 go toe to toe. And after that P4 in the second set, there was no looking back, man. C9 just took flight.
And just that like 2-hill stretch on the second set of rotations where they just built up that 50-point lead. Granted, it got Mixie a full 60, got Carolina right back into it, but it is just a map where you just need those sequences. You need to find that little something extra to get that success. But as you pointed out, the past is the past. The future is a Vault S&D. It is an absolute bang out of an S&D map as well. So it's going to be fun. Two teams getting after it. A lot of great S&D players in this lobby. And again, king of the blue teams, the crown, the extra 10 CDL points you will get, and the opportunity to play for 20 grand at the end. Fun day of Call of Duty we've had so far.
And it's not over yet, folks. Quick commercial break on the other side of it. Conclusion to this series, Game 5. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
We're good.
Take it on the chin. Get ready for the next round.
Wow. Okay. Well, something to note. Never f***ing dive off that ever again. Wow. Okay.
With another nice shots from Dashy, though.
Some bad timing. He is going to find him.
It's just Kleenex scrambling, trying to get around, drops in between. Dashy with all four and the defuse. Talk about the ice.
Did he get it? It was very close. I don't.
Oh, he doesn't hit it. I thought he had it.
I think there's a miscomm there. There's a miscomm.
We saw a 3-piece and a half. Attach was pissing lead from the barbecue as his teammates broke the point, locked this one down. and force yet another Game 5 on this -1 round 2 bang out day. And what do you know, folks? It's another vault. It's going to be surely a delight.
That Attach is bringing the energy right now. He's old by Call of Duty standards, but he is 28 in the prime of his life. Hasn't aged a day in the past 10 years. He's only grown a little bit of facial hair. Incredibly nice kid. Maybe unfortunate that has a snake on his team, but he's been doing fantastic.
That's no kid, that's a man.
Very
that's
true,
a man,
but like,
baby.
He's just 18 in my mind.
Yeah, some people just stay that age forever for you, don't they? It's funny. S&D, folks, here we go. Final map. Winner advances the tournament. Loser plays no more this weekend. Goes away with no points, no cash, nothing. Here we go. How are we feeling about this one, Chance? Which way are we leaning? It's an obvious one to call the Ravens, but I wonder if that momentum, if that sort of spirit of C9 is something to not count out here.
I'll take it on the record. I'm a C9 believer for them to perform a lot better than they have been. But this is a square up on the down low section map. Civic Get actually popping off with the Jackal to get the first blood, but a 3v3 and a mixy looking mini map. And Attach wins the big one. You lock down your spawn, no flanks rolling through. And this is frankly a setup that is going to be tricky for the final two Carolina players to try to sniff out and break down.
You got to contend with Crown first. Problem number one. On him down. Problem number done. Vivid's got to go tremendous here. That's a nice opening round from C9.
That's huge as well. If you end up getting that kill on the slide out towards pool, maybe Attach isn't able to clutch that 1v2 in the end, but with the bomb location, I think Attach, well, he's just going to be in his bag. Nice trades in the moment, and he wins the biggest gunfight as well in the back of his spawn. So Attach bringing the energy and his reads on point. Cloud9 New York, strike first.
Round 2. Nobody home just yet. T's going to get the fast plant in. Everything falling to plan so far. No fast plant. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, left the pool side open for a moment. You're just trying to catch that info because Vivid wasn't looking over. They left it open and TJ was concerned about it. You full commit, but you leave an opening on the map. C9 sniff it out, and a play like that, you should just win the round.
They cut the entire team in half. Oh my word, what a moment. And now plenty of time for Sib to pick up his third on the round. Disgusting work out of C9.
And I don't know if that's like an overcommitment on the homework just to leave that entire... I mean, it's the most important section of the map outside of where the bomb is. And I mean, Carolina more or less is hard committed to ignoring it. And I don't know if that's C9 just typically on their rounds, not dealing with that pressure, or maybe just trusting the players down low. But two SMG players just get left out to dry. A painful moment there for Carolina.
They play that push, though, to absolute perfection on the time. It did look like everyone there from the Ravens was set up perfectly to handle that push, but my word. We want to be looking back upon stock standard stuff once again in on the A side. How are you going to counterattack this one for the Ravens? And so far, not very well at all. Crimp finds a two-piece, and that might be your ass here in the round.
Yeah, this is huge. Just another round where you might have an absolute guarantee. Vivid and Slash are trying to work together, but even if these were the two most clutch players in the league, they both have ARs in their hands. Maybe Vivid can swap things up, but you're running out of time. You no longer have Slasher. And this is just impossible to break. Another perfect round coming out of Cloud9. They could do no wrong on Vault.
Look how animated Crimp is. He is completely sprung to life after a couple of ridiculous kills. There's 3 on the round for him here, and the first 2, I mean, that absolutely was the death blow. I'm more than anything just excited to see what C9 brings to the next round. So far, it's been absolute perfection. The Ravens have been stunned.
And we heard it last year on the LA Thieves squad of Kremp's teammates saying he will absolutely be a shot caller in S&D. You can see Motor Mouth, and that's exactly why, calling out the RC card, telling you what setup he wants to have. Mac, maybe just setting up, waiting to pounce if he gets some intel for a freebie kill. But in the meantime, this is bombed down, so a mixing moment, and Vivid doesn't survive.
He doesn't survive at all. Trades are going to help out in a big way. You're going to see Krem get into the fight a little bit later on. Whoa, wins there from Gwyn. Can he get 3? Staying alive for as long as possible. 2v2 with less than 30 seconds on the clock.
And once again, TJ just doesn't have the help on the outskirts. He's just gonna get isolated again. He can't get an AR player to help him out, but he can run fast enough to get away. Attach hops the bomb. TJ, though, long-time vet, he's checking it. They're getting him off, and Carolina get on the board.
You're right, just waiting for that reinforcements to arrive. He needed the pinch. He could not take 2 players head-to-head. Slow there on the retake, and a very successful usage of the RC card chance. I mean, at a place like that, out here by Palms, Vivid didn't stand a chance.
I also can't get over the red solo cups. From what I understand, Miles, it's like a uniquely American thing.
Yes, it is. The red solo does not make it across the pond. We've seen it in the movies. Looks like we might be having this might be a technical pause. There has been a scan and repair, folks. It might be Mac. He was the player to stand up quickly. Scan and repair is going to slow things down in a big way here, and for the Ravens, that might be a blessing or a curse. Not necessarily a terrible thing. You're kind of getting iced a little bit, but that might be a good thing just to sort of take pause, recap, because this is the final map in the series, the final map in your tournament. If it doesn't go your way.
And reset is never fun. We got the word that it was Vivid that ended up getting dropped out of the lobby. So unfortunate when you get a round win that sort of gets stuffed just a little bit, but even though on the East Coast, we're getting to the wee hours of the night, obviously we know TJ is an insomniac, beloved of the brand. So these guys are fully prepared to play this late. And Attach, I mean, maybe just working on his skincare routine, because by God, he always looks good.
Came back like rubbing his cheeks. That would have been really funny. Back to Vivid's PC. It looks like he has made it back into the lobby, no problem. So we should be good to go momentarily. A short break. We'll find out if it was a decisive one. Not as much communication across the top side for the Ravens. Much more comms here from NY. C9.
Oh, yeah. I understand what you're saying about Vivid standing still for the RC car. That was weird. That was probably what was going on. Is that what you meant earlier?
Oh, no, I mean, he just got smoked. I think he was actually firing his gun at the time, but that could have also been a bug. I would have to rewind that moment, but it is possible that that's why the RC car took care of him.
Because he didn't seem interested. He was just prepared for that explosion, I suppose. But either way, Carolina certainly did get that round win, and nothing too crazy so far happened in this game. Super standard on just like the attack and the A bomb side, get it down. Maybe the only sort of funny business we saw is just Carolina completely leaving open the pool side of the map, and I mean Cloud9 quite literally jumped all over it. And so far the biggest difference maker we have seen for Cloud9 to be able to get that advantage, but everybody staying focused up. TJ and Gwyn checking their phones. That's the synergy you're looking for on one end, while the comms continue to flow for C9. Very conversational. I can appreciate that.
Yeah. Ravens, not so much. We have had to reset the lobby. There's been an issue with getting Vivid in there, so quickly moving this along, folks. It will be 3-1 once we get back into things. And again, between these two teams, playing for a spot against Optic Texas, and for some of those coveted CDO points. No cash unless you win minor one. Bottom side of the bracket, we're still yet to see the LA Thieves take on Atlanta FaZe. They're playing for a spot against Minnesota Rocker, to the surprise of nearly everyone except for Nameless. But that is going to be a little bit later on today.
Yeah, that Game 5 ice goes crazy. The dominant purple team in the end, but that might have been the craziest series of the day, to be perfectly honest. I'm not entirely sure. Obviously, a ton of Game 5s, a lot of teams going toe-to-toe, but just the fact that Ultra were just a cruise missile away from winning a 3-0, and instead Minnesota Rocker just continued that little bit of mini magic going on. But that's king of the purple teams. We got the king of the green teams. Now we're just looking for the king of the blue.
King of the blue teams, King of the red coming up in a moment. I mean, it's royalty today. It's a very regal Saturday here in the Call of Duty world. But yeah, we're almost ready to get back into this one, folks. The lobby has been rebuilt and the players are populating their rightful places in it. But yeah, very, very exciting start here from C9 Chance. I think their timings have been great and they've been playing this very, very aggressively. Really, really confident gameplay against a team like the Ravens, who beat the snot out of them in the second map. We'll see how things go, though, coming up after this break.
And I mean, the stats certainly look horrific on the side of C9 with that .61 team KD in the map number 5. But I still think that, you know, I'm putting my faith in the C9 squad. I think they're going to be an absolute formidable force. Just a tough first 2 weeks for them, but they've shown some fight today. They showed some fight yesterday as well. And I think this is going to be a very strong team all year long. And of course, though, on the flip side, Carolina doesn't really get much better than that in terms of winning the map 5. That's dominant fashion. 80% on the first blood rate is out of control. Honestly, kind of funny. Well, yeah, actually, they played against each other. That's what happened. This is the game 5. That's why the stats mirror themselves so perfectly.
That's so perfect, isn't it? Is that not so perfect? Good stuff, though, again, out of the Ravens. First time they met in a game 5, it was a victory, but once we roll the dice once more time, it seldom lands the same way. C9 again, motor mouths. Not a single word has passed the lips of the Ravens. Not a single word, Chance.
Then Brian Saint just looming in the background, the overseer by the shoulder of Gwen.
The ghost of Brian Saint haunts the halls of the Ravens compound. Yeah, not a single word, man.
And then meanwhile, I mean, how many strats could Cloud9 possibly break it down? Every time we go to attach, it's like he's like reading the Call of Duty Bible to his teammates of like, here's every possible contingency plan we're ever gonna need for a Vault S&D. So if they're not prepared, I don't know who's gonna be in attach. Obviously, maybe man of the hour, the hero in the final moments of the Skyline, and routine always on point.
The whole squad, I mean, yeah, every time we come back to it, Attach is reciting the Codex Cloud9 to the boys. I think Mac just hit his vape, and not a single word. Oh, here we go. No, Gwyn, it was a cough. All right, Slasher broke the silence. Here we go, folks. With the calm stoicism of the Ravens pay off. They're down 3-1. With C9 with a distinct advantage here on the reset.
Marcus, Slasher, Aurelius trying to get things done. I never took Latin. Don't judge me for my pronunciation. You know, we're doing the thing.
The thing will be done in a moment. And again, it is 3-1 to the New York Cloud9ers. First time I've said that on broadcast. It won't be the last. I do love it. Here we go. C9 New York looking to close this one out. And what an upset this will be.
Good old Paris Legion memories.
Jeez. Here we go. Max in. And it's a headbutt. And what a headbutt it was. Gwyn comes away with 2. As Krem gets the full regen now, looking to chow this bomb site ASAP, trying not to let any of the momentum go.
And that was the strat. Send the flock down low and get all the Ravens involved. That's going to do some damage. Got to do something off the back of it, but unfortunately, TJ reads attach. I think TJ has been conditioned. If his teammates are not watching pool, he's just going to have to pick it up. So successful in that round, and pretty clean strat call as well. The defensive round you needed. Gwyn there to give you 3.
How fast they moved as well. I mean, Gwyn, I'm surprised he picked up the second kill. The first one was sort of a, you know, hope for the best. Then the second kill was ridiculous, man.
Oh, yeah.
Lightning pace from the Ravens there in their first round after the reset. It's now 3-2.
So many blue eyes as well on Carolina. They're just going all in for the theme.
That's so weird. TJ's the only one with brown eyes.
You get the white dragon too. It's TJ and the blue eyes white dragon.
No way. Here we go.
Shout out Yugi.
TJ with the bomb. Gwyn with the coverage. Oh, and Mac and Sib are in position to drop down through the backside of the bomb site.
I was about to say, you swing this bomb over to B. Slasher's taking so much space. You got to be a little bit worried about line, but now Gwyn, get out of dodge. You have the players by a pool. Only number 5, Kremp, has made it nearby, but he's standing in between the block. He at least gives you 1. That might be enough for C9 to get back in position.
Mac's now trying to watch this player through side door. He could hit this and get his kill. Worried about the flank as well. A lot of decisions to make here, C9.
And you just can't let this bomb go down. So Atash is going to continuously check, Mac's going to continuously check, and you just got to keep eyes on it. But they might end up giving that up. Number 3, Gwyn has bomb in hand, and he's going to get the plant. Not the best spot. Like, Slasher's not going to be able to get contact on it from up top, but obviously Slasher can see everything else, but it's a 2v3 with the bomb down. We'll see if the Ravens can deliver.
Oh, Gwyn could go huge here. He's just slipped the timing perfectly past Mac. Hello. Man, what a win. Stays alive. Attach is going to make it a 1v2, and now... Oh, wow, the damage dealt. Who's that from downstairs? It's perfect timing from Sib, and on a bomb site that is unbelievably difficult to retake, C9 find a way.
And that's the type of round that honestly might just win you the game. An absolute difference maker. Everything, it was the dream situation for Carolina in that moment. Every single call was perfect, and then Mac just found a way to get through. And I don't know what Slasher was looking at from top art in that moment. Don't know what kind of Call of Duty timing happened, but Kremp just managed to be sneaky enough to get the bomb down and set his team up, and they deliver. Kill the guy even after he plants. Even if you let the bomb go down, you trade out Vivid. And then Slasher, obviously, I mean, he's just forced to make a play. He does not have eyes on that bomb.
Speedy hits towards the A-bomb site once again. And Mac's the man. He's got lotion on the bomb, and he's planting the bomb. I'll never do that again. Sibs on the back. Mac now backs him up. You're real close to the drop down. This could get very ugly, depending on the angle at which they attack it from. That's what I mean. Gwyn gets involved straight away. Trades are there. Teach immediately picks up the back. He's traded out. Over to Gwyn. Wins his. All down to Sib.
And not even a snowball's chance in hell to win that 1v2. Dies instantly. Kremp and Attach actually put in some serious moves. Slasher had the beat on Attach, running down like outer palms, and Attach still delivers. You're thinking it's a free trade, but Kremp shows up in the feed, but eventually just overwhelming on the trades front, and that is a big round. Bomb planted, 4v4, not a fun spot to be in. And now maybe Sib taking his chance. Feels something in the gameplay, making the call. Trying to see what they want to bring on the defensive end, because they do have a little bit more to think about than before. Carolina, if you're going to leave that sort of B Street open, Slasher has capitalized before, but they're leaving it open again, expecting the A pressure to be coming through, and that call's correct. They're swarming down low. TJ gets traded, and now that's bombed down, and Gwyn just a little bit late to get in.
He gets the bomb back at the very least. He's waiting for the call from his teammate that, yeah, no one's actually inside the room with the water in it. They're all at the back end of the corridor. And now in this 3v3, you sort of reset, and look at the spread from the Ravens. Top sides of the map, both of those lanes wide open, but Attach snipes Vivid out of the play. Huge advantage now for C9.
And Carolina just praying that someone on C9 makes a mistake. Doesn't happen. You go for the bomb plant, and frankly, if you plant this, I mean, you might just seal your fate. Gwyn trying to show off the goods for the 1v3.
Good luck, mate.
They got him.
They got him dead to rights, unless he can do something unbelievable. Sib with the turn in the air with a tap, and it's match point. Cloud9, New York, 1 round away from the unthinkable.
And just a few of these rounds have fell off from Carolina. Just little things sort of going wrong. Maybe the third round, we're just a little bit curious as to what was actually going on, but TJ just gets isolated on the bomb site. He gives you the first blood, but it's instantly traded out, and then you don't have the bomb down. You feel concerned about the space, and the 2 AR players just out of the picture. And I think it was Attached that finds the pick on Vivid as well. That was the little something extra C9 was looking for. Now 1 round away from 10 extra CDL points, continuation in the tournament, and to be the top of the blue teams.
Which is possibly the most coveted of all the prizes. Heavy hits. Grant making some noise, and that's a massive win. Again, squirrely as hell. Sib's running a sub. Gwyn on the... Oh no, he doesn't get it. Gets away with his life though. That's good enough for now. Will he read Attach in the back end? I don't think so.
I think he needed that as well. And look at this B-bomb site, how open and free it's gonna be. Well, that's bombed down, Gwyn. Maybe it comes at a cost. And Sasha finds the pick as well, gets attached, and all of a sudden, Carolina still alive.
The timing is comical, but Gwyn has once again managed to stay alive. How many more lives that cat has, God only knows. But Sib on the hunt now. Good for a moment. Kremp flying solo with bomb 1v2.
We're going against Gwyn and Vivid. And I'll be honest, when you hear the comms of who you're playing against, it's so tough to predict these two because Vivid just running an AR this year, radically different style. But either way, able to get the bomb down. And he's planning safe as well. This is so tough to clutch. Kremp is going to have to world star someone to make this happen.
Hey, he's very good at that. Problem,
well,
he might not get the chance.
Yeah, it's done.
He's not going to get the chance to world star anyone. It's now 5-4. Defuse, beautiful work. Heads up move from the Ravens. And that's it, reading the player. Knowing that Kremp's going to go a little bit of a walkabout, hoping for that 1v1 fight. One more round to force the final.
And shout out to Gwyn as well. Just peeking through that door, getting that player off bomb. If that player plants in almost any other spot, I think that's a round for C9, but just ends up getting caught and punished. Carolina desperate in these moments. The flock taking the catwalk.
Oh, they got spotted out. Are they going to jump out the backside? Oh, Gwyn, just look upstairs, mate. Ah, that's a tough gunfight to win. Mac, though, manages to walk away with 11 HP. Attached, suppressed. Can't necessarily get involved. Here comes Tej with the hops. And the Semtex as well slows those players down. Immediately hits the wrap and wins the fight.
Oh my God.
Last man up, Kremp. How many more world stars can he get? 25 seconds. Now he's in trouble. Round 11.
Dude, TJ's so good. Just unbelievable. Good stun, great reads, the whole thing. Just perfection. That win against Attach might be the one that seals the deal. And in the meantime, by the way, Slasher is also getting picks left and right. Like just wrapping the back P2 side back to his spawn, getting so much information for the squad as well. Two longtime vets making plays. A round 11. I know who the community wants to win this one. It is going to be a battle. 10 CDL points, opportunity to play for 20K. Here we go.
One more round. And it's right back to it. It's a mirror of the previous round. Trophies are in position. The plant will be there momentarily. Kremp, that stun doesn't help, and it's certainly enough to send Gwyn in for the win. The first kill to his name.
Oh,
Slasher
and
joins
the dominoes.
in. It's starting to fall. Back on the retreat towards the B-bomb site. TJ has eyes on that wide cross, but not necessarily on the site. And he may have heard the door. He definitely saw that. Here come the stuns. 3v2. All down to Mac. And his position is not known yet. He could cause some damage here, Chance. Here comes the hit. He has no idea Vivid's above him.
Gwyn's job is just to get the info. Vivid's job is to get the kill.
Is that the info? No.
They lost the info. I don't think they got it.
It's hard to tell. What a snap. Will Gwyn send it? He's got the advantage. He's got the angle. And that should be it, Mac. This is the series. He plants it. And he has a frag. The dead nade. They enter the site. Mac has no idea. Are they going to hit the defuse one more time? We've seen this happen before.
Oh my God.
The hops from Mac. The quick check. But it's a classic. Prone on the bomb site. The Ravens do not fall prey. What an unbelievable series. Cloud9 New York, you brought the goods and you pushed the Ravens to the limit. But commiserations, that is the end of your run here in Minor 1.
And that is an insane comeback from Carolina. Should have snaked in the map 5. Could have helped, but didn't do it. So Carolina have your number in the game 5 again, and that is an incredibly impressive comeback. Glenn was an absolute force in that map pretty consistently, but even the round where he got first blooded, his team was there to pick him up. TJ making plays, Slasher making plays, Carolina delivered. But what a hell of a series that was. Hasi might have been a bit of a blowout, but outside of that, incredibly competitive between these two teams. I mean, Hacienda, some fantastic Call of Duty being played in the Hardpoint. Skyline is the bang out map that always delivers. And Vault Control, we've seen it 27 times, but when it's good, it's fantastic. And we got a fun one for the map 3 as well. Shout out to the Ravens, though. Top of the blue teams.
Top of the blue teams indeed. Top of the red teams in a moment. Man, what a banging series that was, Desk.
Carolina moving into our top 4 as predicted, and we thought it would go to a Game 5 round 11. No, shout out to the opposition here. Cloud9 playing well.
Yeah.
Little slippery in that first hard point, but afterwards, a fair fight, Allie.
It was a Cloud9 that we were kind of hoping to see, right? It's the expectation at the beginning of this season. But on the flip side, you have to give flowers. Carolina, they are now completely undefeated. They move forward in the minor, and they pull off the reverse sweep, an unreal Game 5 round 11 again out of them.
Now, everything's starting to blur together, Nameless, but as we take a look at these highlights, did Gwen go 9-3 after the restart?
I mean, Gwen is
is that how he finished the series?
The guy's just unbelievable. I just want to talk about like the adjustments that Royal Ravens made throughout that one. Like on their offensive rounds, they were getting shut down.
Yeah.
You saw like the play they were trying to do is like the slow through vault towards B. Crep just kind of blows that up, and then we see the push into bottom vault. Just doesn't work. They get staggered. They lose a player, and then in one of their offensive rounds at the very end, they're like, okay, guys, we got to change this up. We're going to bang out hallway and play aggressive and like make sure that the Cloud9 guys know they can't just drop down and take space. And that's exactly what they do. Like whoever made that call, that was incredible adjustment for them on their offensive round. They closed it out. And obviously we see in the final defensive round, they're able to get the W there. That's championship adjustments being made by these guys now, back-to-back search and destroys where they just look like clear and above other teams.
It's just so unfortunate, though, from the side of Cloud9 because they're actually like a top 4 defense team when it comes to search and destroy, and they're also top 5 when it comes to those opening goals. And as you saw, like, Sib and Kremp were combining to get these first bloods, but they just weren't doing anything with them. And the second Carolina Royal Ravens started making those adjustments, like Ant said, on the attack, suddenly you find yourself in a situation where you're in a round 11 and now you're on the offense and putting your teammates in unfavorable positions. So Cloud9, still a couple of things to work on, but I will say I'm happier with the performance we saw from them today than we've seen any of the other matches.
Yeah, their hardpoint looked good.
They blanked Vancouver on day 1. Day 2, they take Carolina the absolute distance to that round 11. Let's take a look, though, at our scuff play of the game because the swing game could have been the difference maker. Game 3 and TJ, a 40 bomb from Thomas Haley, the sausage maker.
Yeah, I love what Chance said when he said it. Big fan of the Insomniac brand. Yeah, what's the crumble cookie of the day? Because TJ dropped 40 on this map. He was absolutely going crazy, man. And, you know, this is a guy who, you know, a lot of people didn't have him high up on their list as like one of the best SMGs in the world, right? But he's been consistent since last year, like when they hit their stride. Obviously, they failed to qualify for champs, but TJ has had some big strides in his own personal gameplay, so shout out to him.
Allie, previously when I watched TJ, I was actually first introduced to a lot of his uplink highlights, right? The guy's always been around the objective. How would you describe his playstyle currently on Carolina?
You just brought up stuff when I was like a baby. Uplink, good lord. I'm talking about TJ. TJ's playstyle right now is a lot more explosive than I think any of us are really used to. Him having 40 kills and being a high slayer is not something I would have guessed or I think anybody would have guessed, but it's just a heads-up plays too, man. When he can take the routes and the situationals he puts himself in S&D and can put it into respawn like we saw in that control, he's unreal.
TJ getting the job done. Royal Ravens, perfect 5-0 start to the season, are now into our top 4. They secure 10 points and, of course, are in the running for the $20,000 grand prize at the end of all this, Allie.
I mean, 20,000's a lot, but I'm also looking at those points, too, because they do mean everything, and it's nice to get ahead early in the season.
It's time for a winner circle as we welcome in Thomas Haley, the worst fantasy football performer of 2024. But it's a brand new year, TJ. How we feeling today?
Feeling good. That was a great win, gritty win. You had the composure to come back 3-5 last map like that. Was good out the boys.
Can we talk a little bit about your control? How comfortable are you on the map right now? And is Vault going to be your go-to?
As of right now, yeah, our vault's looking pretty good. I think I just needed to like snake a little bit more on that map to get some more kills or something. I don't know, but
why is that though? Who was snaking?
I don't know. Someone map 1, I think. I think we got a clip after map 1. I'm not sure who it was. I think it was. I'm not sure.
We'll go to Twitter. We'll find out, Allie.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll find out. TJ, your performance in S&D has been unreal. I want to pick your brain a little bit about that game 5. Kremp, he's stuck by himself in a 1v2. He gets the bomb down. You guys instantly go for that defuse. Round 11, almost the exact same thing happens. Max stays alive. He gets that bomb down. Instead, you guys play for the kill. Is there a reason you did that? Why you made that choice earlier on? Is it because of the players you knew you were going up against?
Yeah, no, we just kind of just adapted. I mean, the first 3 rounds we lost pretty quick, and we were trying to like hit through their spawn, like hit through middle, and they were kind of just camping. So we were just like, yo, let's just get NA control because they probably won't expect us to start like hitting the bomb. Or the right. I think Gwen hit the right, got a kill, and stayed alive. So that was a good play out of him. We just made some adjustments after the first 3 rounds, and yeah, we came out on top.
TJ, talk to me about the Hardpoint. You guys played these guys before. Obviously, lost narrow Hardpoint on the Skyline. Happens here once again, and in both of them, you talked about composure, but in these ones at the very end, you guys let a player slip through. It was Mac on Skyline, and it was Kremp on the Hacienda. What's happening at the end of these HPs, and how do you clean it up?
Yeah, I think we put the Hasi pretty well going into that P3 hill. We kind of let Sib just stay alive plat and didn't really push him out. We kind of just let him buy time for his teammates to come off spawn and just hit fences. So I think if we get that kill a little bit earlier, we would have closed that out. But I mean, the map's still new. I think we're getting used to it, and I think we're gonna clean that up going into tomorrow.
Nice.
Final question before our final match of the night. Who wins this next one? LA Thieves, or are you going with Simp and ATL?
I think LA Thieves win this.
Convincingly?
Yeah,
easy?
I don't think it's a 3-0, but probably like a 3-1 or something.
Hey, thank you for not dodging that question. I like you a lot, TJ. We'll see you soon, buddy.
I appreciate it, guys.
That's TJ. That's another winner's circle for the Royal Ravens. They are moving into the semifinals tomorrow, and we will conclude this minor bracket tomorrow. But tonight, we have one more match to go. LA Thieves taking on Atlanta FaZe, a battle of the juggernauts. 2 of the biggest salaries go toe-to-toe when we come back.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Like a cannon. Blast like a cannon. Big bang coming through. Blast like a cannon.
Four to 3 in game 5. Oh! 42.
But the Miami Heretics are hungry for a win. Can they end this streak?
Then, Toronto squares off against Minnesota. The Rocker will need a masterclass from the rookie Lindsay.
What is Ben doing here?
Been magnificent. Miami take the lead. They're trying to close it out. Cell first kill's good though, but Miami battle back. They've got themselves the trade. Oh! It's just down to Cell with the ball. He's gonna get all 4. Atlanta are gonna reinforce the hard point first. Miami, no trophy systems are locked in place by stuns. Oh, it's an absolute breakdown by the end as Cell finishes on 5 to steal away the map.
Make sure we're counting names, listening to each other. Listen. This time, we take everything.
Who really stopping me? I did not come for apologies. I am not here for the politics. Your confidence started with common sense. They gonna cry for acknowledgement. I got the team to conglomerate. Give it to Austin, not stopping it. I am the one, they not stopping him. No. It's a different situation. Black kids when I pull up in the latest 101, so they never can replace them. This is not the attic, now we live in spaces. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Laser focus and the diamonds are canary. I try to tell them, but they didn't get the message.
Congratulations if you made it this far in the VOD. If you're live, well, you're in store for a treat because we have LA Thieves taking on Atlanta FaZe. It's a rematch. Last time, Alley Cat, how far did we go in that best of 5?
All the way. We're going to do it again because I said all 4 game 5s.
Why not?
Why not?
Might as well.
Celium, Simp, and a Beezy. And we got to give a big shout out to Simp for his performance yesterday. His ace gave this team a spark. They were able to power through after that over Miami. Today, though, you're going up against LA Thieves. And when you look at this roster, these are 4 dangerous faces.
Yeah, these guys are unbelievable. And they got one of the best duos in the entire world. When you talk about Hydra and Scrap, both of them can just take over a game at any moment. And you got 2 gap fillers who are also talented in their own right, in Envoy and Ghosty, and it's translated well. Obviously, the chemistry's there. They've been dominating all their matches. But the one versus Atlanta FaZe did get really close. We went all the way to that game 5, where Atlanta FaZe came back and won a huge rewind hardpoint. So it could get interesting.
Time for our maps and modes brought to you by Scuff and Corsair. Here we go. Protocol, Skyline, Protocol, Skyline, Protocol.
Yeah, so some notes about this one. Before the break, it was 100% ban rate for LA Thieves of Protocol Hardpoint. Banned it in every single series. And they also picked Rewind in every single series. So obviously Rewind's not available anymore, and now they're gonna have to try to expand their map pools. So looking at some Protocol, FaZe have liked it so far, so we're kicking things off with a bang.
Ali, are you kind of surprised to see both teams taking a turn, banning one Vault for Hardpoint and then one Hacienda?
A little bit. That kind of spells some worry for you for LA Thieves, considering they want to be one of the top teams in the league, and see them already get rid of Hacienda and try to test their luck on Protocol is a little weird, but I'm excited to see both these teams, especially on Skyline. We're going to definitely be in for a bang out in that map number 4.
Nameless has been the Oracle. He is perfect once again after calling Minnesota.
It's a hard one.
And you don't get to go first this time, though. Right. I get to go first when I say that Hydra continues to fight against Simp and prove he should be MVP of 2025.
I love that. I can't wait for both of us to be wrong again. I'm going to go with LA Thieves as well. I just love this squad.
I'm going to go with Atlanta. I think Atlanta takes this one, man. I don't know why. I got a gut feeling.
We got to hold
Protocol kick things off with a W there. I think they get there, and that momentum will take them through it.
Further we slide, Alley Cat. Let's send it over to Merc and Maven to find out if Nameless is right once again.
We'll see. I mean, the opportunity's there. I think we're all sort of waiting for Atlanta to figure it out.
never. What's going on?
Since that trio has come together, it's not. They haven't had a start like this. They haven't. They've pretty much dominated. At least when you talk about like, the online league, they've dominated. They've been number 1 in the CDL in overall points every single year. I don't know if it clicks right now, but I think we're all just assuming it's going to at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I think like in general they've cruised to online. Yeah, the majors like. Where you're just not seeing these slip-ups. And you're watching this gameplay like, what's happening?
Yeah.
Like, maybe they've struggled with some top teams in the past, but
not like this. No.
Not like this whatsoever. We're on the other side for LA Thieves. Obviously, it was a Game 5. The last time these two teams played, but yeah, that Rewind Hardpoint is the Rewind map that really sticks out to me. And the one player for FaZe who really stepped up in that map 4 and back now last series, it was Celium. And he's kind of the one player we're kind of looking at.
Well, him and Draws, like, dude, it's like
Draws had a big game yesterday at least.
He did.
But like stats-wise, right, he's just like 1.2, 1.3.
Yes,
we talked. I mean, he just does not have that.
It's like, well, it's just like sometimes I'm watching them play. I'm watching like Sims POV. I'm like, dude, he's like, God, what's going wrong? And then it's other people are struggling. It's just been weird. It literally has been so odd. But Thieves, they're looking good so far. An absolute powerhouse team we thought might be the best team this year the second they came together. We had really high hopes for them, and we're going to see if they bring it again. You know, you come out to start that series, the map 1, they beat them, what, like 250 to 90 or something. Just came out and slaughtered them. And I'm thinking this series is going to be over, but then, yeah, it ends up going the distance. But here we go, a big matchup. You got to think the FaZe guys going to be trying to fire on all cylinders. This is a massive matchup for them to try and get into Sunday here for this first minor. And just a test to maybe see, against the top team, did some of the stuff we've been working on, has it been paying off as Draza gets off to a 2-0 start?
Yeah, you would have to imagine like the FaZe guys, they kind of feel the same way, right? They're just not playing up to their potential, probably practicing very hard every single day, putting in that extra time. You'd imagine going over VODs, just trying to get on the same page. But a great start here at P1. You had 2 players at 7-0. That's Draza and Celium the ARs, 34 points. Make it 35 as Abizi wins that one. And can't ask for much better.
Yeah, no. Great start, as we'll now try to focus on our next hard point and see how the setup will look for Thieves. And they can now answer back as you've got Hydra and Envoy kind of in an early position here to make a play towards the next hard point. We'll be on Sims POV because he's trying to disrupt things, get an angle, and maybe be able to work the pinch here through mid. He gets one, draws another, sells through, and Ghosty suddenly lost alive. So you win it through the front. Celium's on 6 in a row, and you're right into another hard point. So far, so good.
Yeah, this is what Nameless is talking about. Protocol, they have not played in a match yet. Obviously, they're streaming every single day, but it's been one of FaZe's go-to. And yeah, map pool-wise, losing Rewind is not good for Thieves. It's a map that they love to play. And yeah, obviously with the changes coming in, they veto Hacienda, so Protocol is available, and a great start here for FaZe.
A fantastic one, but with the final 20 seconds, Abizi's kind of left on an island. He's going to do whatever work he can, but I think a stun comes through.
You got a point.
Yeah, you finally get on the board now if you are the Thieves side of it. Trying to push through and win the fight top middle. It's going to be Abizi. He's going to try and push through and influence spawns. One does spawn safe. We're going to see the other members pop for Thieves, and that's going to be out. So 2 will spawn out, 1 will spawn safe. You've got numbers here for your FaZe. The guy staying up in the back will be Envoy for now, trying to wait for the other troops to rally over.
Yeah, they're going to know, though. So as soon as Abizi spawns up, they know somebody is in the back. Draza does find one, but it's only 1 player left on the hill right now. That's it, but he knows I just got to play my life, try to find a kill. Buy some time so my teammates can get here. And we've seen this with P3 where, yeah, it just gets a little bit messy. Nobody really has control. Thieves have control of the hill, but good spawns right now for FaZe.
Yeah, I think you take that. I mean, if you're FaZe, you do great through first and second. You have the back if you're Thieves, and they're able to break it up enough that it's at least been a lot of contested time. Not a bunch earned for either. And then can you turn this into a P4 and really pop open a massive lead? Abizi just working to chain together some here. Sims face, Abizi's name. We'll get to it.
And well, we talked about Celium. Well, 11-4 start, 4 in a row. That's more like it from him.
No, it certainly is. Those are the numbers you expect for so long. It's just been automatic, robotic kinda, and well, that is a fantastic push from Thieves. They take out all 4, and now this is how you quickly answer back. You're in a 70 or so point hole, you rip off 60 here, you're nearly looking at a tie game.
Now you're in the Shotzzy spot. If you are Hydra, yeah, you're gonna wall bang that door. Able to find one, just backs on down, repositions, but Zip and Abizi do find 2, but it's Ghosty again, running that 3rd sub. We've seen it on this map, specifically on this hill, and well behind his double, they hold on to the hill, and as you said, you get a full 60 here, and it's like the rest of the game doesn't really matter. You're right back to square one.
Triple for scrap at the midpoint of this hard point, but yeah, no, it'll pretty much be a tie game, so it feels like you did a lot of hard work, a lot of great work for your phase early in this, and yeah, it kind of just gets wiped off the board a bit. But well, it allows you to afford that big loss at 4, I guess, right? And still have an advantage. And they'll get the final 10 or so seconds as we get ready for our second set. But for Thieves, can we do a better job through first and second? Can we get a second in the first hard point? Because that was just way too easy and efficient for FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, well, you get the scrap time, you also find a couple of kills, you're right back down the hill. So FaZe do a nice job there. Scrap. He spawns behind enemy lines or takes a route behind FaZe, does find one, but the rest of his team just not in position to work the hill quite yet. Now they're here. It's going to be 2 dead right now for FaZe on the hill. Last player alive will be aBeZy, and there we go, all dead for Atlanta.
There you go, much better for Thieves. Still trailing a bit here, but starting to pick things up. Taking around the backside stuff will be Simp. He's trying to find an opening. And he's able to do that and try to pinch on this from the other side. So you're in a bit of trouble here now if you are Scrap and Envoy. Scrap, though, well, not in trouble. He's able to win it on one side, then go prone. Just continue to contest this time as long as he can. Gets help from Ghosty then. Great plays around the objective now from Scrap just to get a bit of this late time inside of the hard point. As P2 is ready to pop, first guy there will be Envoy again.
Yeah, now you're just kind of waiting for, your individual players to really step on up, right? You've had a Scrap moment. Now you've had 5 in a row for Envoy. And the last time these two teams played, the player that really stood out was Envoy. He was a monster versus FaZe. Your team play's been good enough to keep this a close game. Now can your individual play get there? And maybe you win this map 1.
I feel like one of the series we hadn't had in a while from him where he just took over. See if he can do it again here. A big skirmish going down to the P2. FaZe able to come out on top as they've got the numbers and the trade advantage there. Draza finishes it off with 2 as well, down to 5 HP, but working to get back to full, just trying to get out of this heady. His shot's a little wide on 2 players. But still his team securing the hard point. Now we'll see what type of route Simp's gonna try to take.
Do they flip him here? This might flip those spawns. Yeah, it absolutely will. Ghosty's still alive, so you might get some splits, but yeah, Simp with 20 seconds, it makes the play, the route right through the middle of the map, but Ghosty's winning the gunfights. And after that gunfight win, it is gonna be 3 dead for FaZe. aBeZy's just gonna try to lurk, try to do what he can for this P3 setup, but doesn't happen. They do a good job though at P2. They have that 60-point lead still, but Thieves now in control of the hill.
Oh, hell of a job there from Ghosty, winning that 1-on-1, just being kind of that first domino. And then they trade effectively after that. Now we'll see how much time this will actually turn into. Draza's trying to take the rope up. Teammates pushing in through front. aBeZy's going to drop before he can really get anything done. Now Draza's position is going to be given up. The rest of the troops now rallying in. They got a 4-man push here. Then they actually break into the hard point. Draza's like, somebody give me eyes. Let me get an angle on someone. Everybody's falling. That sequence looks so frustrating. He's like, give me something to shoot at.
Yeah, behind the lockers, behind the boxes, doesn't really matter. And well, the close spawns for Thieves are there, but FaZe now gonna rotate. They still have a lead. Let's go to a listen-in with Atlanta FaZe.
I'm putting pressure on the right. I'm in spiral. I have all of big door, okay? Okay. Watch out, push. I have all of big door. Hey, this is game, right? Big door, dead. I got my smoke. I'm out of mid on me. I have big door. Dylan. Puck up. I have mid. I'll see this round. Try to hold it. They're still spawning on me ammo. I see you can slide it. Top tower. Scrap is top tower. You're in spiral. I'm big door. One shot. Name big door. One shot. Name big door again. One shot. I got nade. I have one shot. Nah, he's not in. Knees frog. I'm watching your fence. Knees frog. I'm trying to big door. One shot strap. Big door. I'm on zip. I'm on zip. Zip one shot. You're better. You're so much better. I'm one shot. I'm getting out mid. I'm right at tower. Set. P1. Let me get time. 2P1. MC, wait for me. MC. I'm too weak. Slide in. Sidewalk challenge me. I got top. I'm on weak. Sidewalk challenge me. Bottom ammo, nice. Good job. Nice, dude. I can't finish. I said, one more. I got other side of hill. Time. I got time. One shot. I didn't need him. Outside time. I'm one shot. I admit. I'm pushing. One's outer. Scrappy. Are you right? Let's go. I got a side time. I bet.
FaZe in control. Draza on 6 straight. Streaks coming in. And Abizi, I'll tell you what, I was loving the comms. Whether it was like gassing his teammates or just the reminder, like, I've got big door. I've got big door. Worry about everything else. Like, I've got this. Just the reminders. And then once he died, just gassing the boys. You're better. You're better. I loved it. Because, like, you know, when you've got important hardpoint like that, like, and you know when like one person drops how mixy it can get. Like, you heard when he said he had big door, how everyone else could focus on stuff. And the second he died to scrap, you kind of heard the comms. They had to change and pick stuff up. The change-out gets more chaotic. I know he said it like 5 times, but in that type of hardpoint, I like it. Like, just a reminder, I've got all that. Do not worry about it.
Yeah, and then Simp, I think, was the one tracking players, right? He was the one. We're just missing Hydra. Yeah. He's going to probably be Zip. They're able to pick that up, and yeah, I mean, just a nice, clean hardpoint. They don't allow a 2-piece to come in from the Thieves side to lead to a break. And then after that, they dominated P1 throughout this game. I mean, as soon as we got to P1, you heard Draza say, yo, Cell, go up for me. That was debate. You earned so much objective time from Draz where he needed one more kill to have the Hellstorm in case they needed it, but they didn't. It was so much red in the kill feed from Atlanta FaZe. Yeah, that P1 was great from them.
No, it was really, really solid. We want just at least from like early stats and stuff, like just with Cell and like kind of Draza struggles. Like you and I were talking about, like we thought it was probably something with the ARs, like an overall team pacing thing. It's one map, but like it seemed like they were on points. Like the comms seemed good. They were playing together as a unit. It seemed like Draza and Cell had some good back and forth moments. It's a map, but it was solid.
Yeah, and this is the one where they have looked good.
Yeah,
in the past,
sure, that's
right?
true. That's true. That's true.
This is the one where, yeah, Protocol has been one of their go-to hard points for Atlanta FaZe, but yeah, I mean, very, very clean. There was a moment where Thieves brought it within 20 to 30 points, but this P3 to the second P4, that's where they just locked it down. Draws is then able to earn that streak, and yeah, Thieves don't get close.
And yeah, I mean, their success at P1, huge, just considering, you know, you kind of get mollywopped on that first P4, but you still retain like a 10 or 15 point lead just because you were so solid through the first couple of hard points. And this is where we really got to hear the listen in. It was pretty solid stuff out of the team. Some good small talk, good job calling names, some good, I don't know, just I like hearing the teammates gas each other. Sometimes they make a big play, let them know. Simp pops a triple there, and you know, Draza goes on a bit of a tear at the end. I feel like everyone kind of had their moments. Just a really good team effort out of FaZe.
Well, that's it. Yeah, we've just been. Can we get a little bit more of that from FaZe, right? That's what we normally see from these guys. Just everybody right around a 1.0 and higher. And then normally it's like they're slaying so well, but why is the game close? We don't have that.
Yeah.
Now in this map where, yeah, they just dominate by 100.
Well, usually I'm playing, you know, we're playing with Crowder so much in the morning and stuff, whether it was like Warzone or whatnot, that I'm always like talking about stuff. Like if they'd be struggling, usually like, what's going on? But I just haven't like chatted with him about it. And I know he would have been like, oh, we'll figure it out, we're fine. You know how you do, we're fine. Or he'd be like, oh, we suck. He'd have some generic answer that wouldn't help me at all. That's why I haven't asked you, Chris.
We're 99% win rate and like...
Yeah. He's like, oh no, we haven't lost one single map in scrims, but somehow here we are. But we are all Protocol in Skyline for this one. We're now going to head to Search and Destroy on Skyline, and we're going to be banging it out. We're going to be hitting stuff. We're going to be hitting it hard, Joe.
Absolutely.
From the front, from the back, from the side.
Underground.
Hitting it.
So you're free to.
Absolutely.
And this is the one map that's a repeat from the last series. Skyline S&D, it was around 11. So yeah, this is the one repeat in that series. So yeah, should be a bang out for sure.
Do you have a panic room?
I don't, no.
You gotta be rich to have a panic room, right?
Yeah, no, that's definitely like a room that probably have to sign an NDA to enter.
Oh God. Shots of the boys as they get ready to keep continuing on as we take a look at some stats real quick here from Draza and Abizi. What they were able to do in S&D versus Miami yesterday. Series started slow after the map 1 loss, but well, they got back into it, Search and Destroy. And just the Atlanta FaZe pedigree and Search usually is how they keep themselves in series.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, great game out of these two. Obviously leading the way, but yeah, I think the one thing that stands out was that Simp 1v4 because Miami was up 1-0, could have been a 2-0 lead right after that map 1 win, but
no, that 1v4 was actually disgusting. I think I watched it back like 5 times last night. Like that was, it was like, it was almost like better than it looked. I don't know how to explain it. Like he made it look so like easy.
Well, then Nate helped.
but even that, like it's just an absolute dot.
Yeah, yeah, it helps though.
Like all of it, like it's the slide back was just clean, just perfect tracking on the guy, just a dot to the van to blow him up, and then just didn't miss a blow the guy and bomb. Like, it was just very clean, but I was impressed. I mean, anytime you pull up a 1v4 is sick, but it's just one of those. I was like, he made that look really easy, but it wasn't.
Not at all. But yeah, kept them very much in the game, and then got those two going in Abizi and Draza.
Yeah, no, and Sometimes you just need that, man, when a team is struggling. One big play, one big series victory. I mean, and this is one of those series, like if they come out and like beat the Thieves team and get to tomorrow, like it's one where you're like, okay, they are going to be all right now. Like it's going to be all right going forward. It's going to be the Atlanta phase we expect. We'll see. We'll see. As they're just trying to figure things out. And I mean, I think one of the reasons I haven't really been worried about them is at least since you've had like Simp, Cell, and Abizi on the team, they're not usually ones to make a lot of excuses. They're always like, let's get back to the lab. They love COD. They love figuring it out. So I never really like, I don't know. I assume they're going to, but we're going to watch this one more time. And
in case you missed it.
Yeah, I mean, this little slide back is it makes it look so easy, but that's just disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a perfect, the slide. Real's got like no idea.
There he goes, Joe Burrow, dot.
I mean,
and then Metals, I'm not sure what Metals is doing.
So
he sees him there.
Him.
And then, I mean, he just needs it. There's 10 seconds. Like, he just got to somehow not take a gunfight. But
yeah, no, I mean, it's 7.5 to defuse. You didn't have to do much.
Yeah, I mean, the last thing I think I'm trying to do at that point right there is take a gunfight.
He may have blacked out. It happens.
Yeah, no, maybe he said, what the hell happened to my team? I'm not sure.
But the nade, I mean,
it's hard to put it on the last guy because like he shouldn't even be in that position. Like, but I was like, why is he fighting there?
Yeah, the Real Chow.
They just lay down at the van.
Normally it's the second guy. The Real Chow probably doesn't need to happen.
Yeah, no, usually second guy, because what? You always say that because the first guy, that gets you info, right? Now you know where he is.
Yeah.
Second guy, if you're not absolutely going to be traded, you threw it.
And I'll be honest, I mean, there's literally nothing you can do about that.
Yeah.
Let's get away from that car, but yeah, a little lucky. But you can see overall S&D, and this is kind of what we're talking about, 2 and 4 for FaZe. Not what we are used to when we talk about this roster on the other side for LA Thieves, 3 and 2, and we just think about how good of a respawn team they're going to be. If it's right around 60% in Search and Destroy, this is a team that should win championships.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely, that should be the case. Let's get into that Search and Destroy phase. Up 1-0 in the series. Now Thieves' turn. Try and bring it on back. Thieves to the offensive strike first, as they're looking for their opening gunfight. Scrap repositioning after he gets stunned up. Envoy spot check there onto the bomb site. And this is sort of the utility dance at the beginning. Exhausting nades, hoping you'll catch something, and then now Scrap, as he gets back to his spot, able to catch draws. Abizi should have one as well. And
they're all just playing for this flank bomb down. And all of FaZe is through top hall. They just ran at this side of the map, and they're able to find the next 2, so it's a 2 versus 3.
Yeah, Simp and Abizi just got flying. So now we slow down for a second, 30 seconds to go. Abizi's going to get eyes on one, but both are there. Now to a 2 versus 2, but you get a lot of info. Simp is able to get one. He's working on the ace. He's got all the kills in this round. We'll see if he can find Ghosty. Ghosty's got time on his side, but that's about it. That's a great slide and check. I don't think he gets spotted. Able to take out Simp down to a 1 versus 1. There's enough time to get back to win. That was real close. I think he got it.
Yeah, it looked like it did, but it could be.
Got it. Ooh, 0.2 left. My God. 3 for Simp. And they get the round 1 win, but that's about as close as they come.
Yeah, I mean, Ghosty, he sits there for about 10 seconds, right? So he's playing the gamble that, like, they're not going to hop the defuse quite yet. It's just like the timing's a little bit off for him because the player he thinks is going to hop the bomb goes right behind the bar, and it's like, I got to shoot at this guy. And then you don't know if the second one's on the bomb, so he starts to move on forward.
I thought he won it. Once he got the slide through, got info, and didn't get spotted, I'm like, wow, that was kind of lucky. But still a tough spot. Still got 2 players up. But I couldn't believe he got there. Now he's got a bit fortunate with the timing. You get an easy plan in. Draws it, backs it the whole way up, and he's going to have to deal with more likely Envoy, who's going to be working there. He's got a little bit of help, I believe, from Simp as well. BC, the first blood Reaper, he's able to get that first blood. Stop Scrap from doing it in back-to-back rounds. Abizi now, how long can you stay up? Okay, well, okay. Envoy just got fried.
Yeah, I mean, just great little jiggle there. And yeah, maybe just a little bit of help, but doesn't matter. Abizi makes the play, now has the bomb check. 2 versus 2, though. Hydra's able to find one. Abizi going for the ace, doesn't get it, but I think just, yeah, wastes enough time where Droz is going to play the clock, and there we go.
The Tiny Terror stepping it up through 2 rounds. Simp with 3 in the first, Abizi with 3 in the second, and yeah, I thought Envoy caught him, but you do a little wiggle, a little Omni movement, and it sounded like straight headies. I don't know if he got help. I think he just beamed his forehead. He might have.
Yeah, I don't know if like Envoy just was like waiting for a second.
Well, because he only got hit to like 70. Like Abizi wasn't that weak.
Yeah, great stuff right there from Abizi. And yeah, this is kind of what we sort of see it on Skyline, right? Just sort of retakes around this A bomb site.
2 real close rounds. End up going the way of FaZe. That's another first blood for Abizi and nearly into a second.
How many times do you think if they went back and found, how many times you said another first blood for Abizi?
Yeah, no, it's him or Hydra. I mean, yeah, it's been a lot. I mean, there's just guys or I mean, back when Zuma played, like you just know we're going to be in that first fight, win or lose. I thought Ghosty for a second had a freebie on the shoulder. That's not ended up being the case. Simp is able to cut him down. You got a 3v2 advantage for FaZe now. Scrap, thinking about it. Not going to be able to get out of there. They'll catch him in the post play. It's all on Hydra now. See if he can be a magician. We know he can. To the reach out. Oh, Lordy. Takes his shoes and nearly takes another. And now we're shooting bodies. The MVP battle. Simp and Hydra. Simp closes it out.
We almost had another moment. Remember we always talk about that second player? We just had another one. I mean, Draws. I know he's maybe a little weak. And your teammate gives you the call out like he's weak, so you just instantly chow. But Hydra just destroyed Draws, and Simp's like,
well, he went to like instant chow, and then he slid away, and I think Draws like sort of gave it up to reposition then, and they just slid right back out and just got fried.
Almost an insane highlight out of Hydra, but FaZe keep it going. And
bro, every round's been like this. Like it just comes down to like a little 1v1 at the end, which might decide it, and FaZe has had the better end of all those moments. And you've got 9 out of the Tiny Terrors right now. We'll see where the first blood would come from this time. 2-1 advantage for FaZe currently in that department.
Yeah, and Scrap's in a great position here. A lot of info. You have the top hall cross. If things get messy bottom kitchen, you can help things out, but they pretty much know FaZe is just hanging out, playing it slow due to Scrap.
If Scrap catches one, I mean, Simp should have an insta trade if someone's looking over Scrap. Well, no, he might be good. But we're just chilling for a moment. Scrap, there's that first blood. I thought Simp would probably be the one to pounce.
He's still waiting.
He's just waiting. Yep, just waiting.
Yeah, but Josie spotted him. I think number 8 put some shots in.
Yeah,
so
somebody. That's what I was wondering. Somebody had eyes over him, and they did. This nice setup here from Thieves.
No, it really is. Scrap gets 3 in the round. The only thing they have to worry about in that situation is Underground, and I think number 7 was watching it. But yeah, you have Ghosty pretty much in a trade position. Scrap has all the middle, and yeah, just a great default there from LA Thieves.
No. Good setup, good execution. And that's the first like kind of clean round we've had, really. Can you ping off that momentum? And keep it going here now if you are Thieves. Well, it's Scrap with 2 first bloods now, 2 for Abizi as we get into round 5. But yeah, we've had what it was like a round with 3 from Abizi, 3 from Simp, 3 from Scrap, like and nearly 3 from Hydra. That's what happens to you players like this on both sides of it.
Hydra's trying to find that timing again, right? What he does so well in Search and Destroy. Where's the opening? But it's quickly traded. Now into a 2-on-2, making a 1v2 for Envoy.
Let's see if he can activate now. Clutch up. Not gonna happen.
There's a triple for Abizi.
Not gonna happen. Just having these monster moments. Yeah, it's coming in 3s right now for everybody. 7 now for Abizi. And that's just kind of the nature of this map, though, too. It's just like you just get one. You just like turn to a 45-degree angle. You're shooting at somebody else. It's just small. You're just snapping around. You get in a little groove.
And I think the biggest one there for Abizi is the second one on Hydra, right? Because they plant the bomb A. You saw from Hydra's POV, he hits the zip. He's behind enemy lines. And they're just hoping he doesn't get lost after the first one, right? Just sort of waste your time. Almost what we talk about with Shotzzy all the time, right? Just don't let him waste your time. And Abizi able to find the second.
Up 4-1. FaZe close to a 2-0 edge in this. Scrap another first blood. That's his 3rd. Abizi is in a world of trouble. Scrap gets another one. He's probably going to get a 3rd because that's how the game's been going. And he does.
This is actually crazy. We're going to pay attention to it now.
I don't know what's going on. But they'll get their second up. Scrap. Having a monster one. But they're still going to be in a 4-2 hole. They're just showing off the Omni movement. Just making a mess of this kitchen. Some maid's going to be pissed off. What is that? Looks like a squirrel like shit in the biscuit.
I think that.
I don't know why that's where my brain went.
I have no idea.
My brain's a weird place.
Yeah, I don't know.
This didn't look very edible. I don't know. It didn't look good at all.
Didn't look great. Spoiled muffins is where my mind went. I just with the squirrels.
I don't know. Like some games, like I remember I played like Final Fantasy 15 or something. They had like video of like actual food. Like there's been some games that have gone like really detailed with like food being cooked. Like that didn't look real. That didn't look good at all. We gotta work on that. I gotta talk to the art team.
We have other problems. Not worry about the food.
Oh, I'm dying, bro. Oh, well, he's got to get a third.
Nope.
No, not gonna happen. Ends the spree. Cell connecting, scrap. He's on 4 straight. Trying to clutch up, not gonna happen. If he killed both, it would have been his 3 in the round, but not able to do it. That's the 5th round now up for FaZe. They sell at 1 going into that one, but
Yeah, you know, you've had some individual rounds from Thieves, right? Like the side of Scrap, like we just saw, but there's always been a response. So you're not allowing LA Thieves to kind of go on these runs and get themselves back into the game.
No, I mean, this is back-to-back maps where FaZe have mostly just been in control. Like, this is the first time where I feel like they're looking, I mean, they've had their good maps, but just kind of looking like you maybe expect them to. They're still got to close this out. I think we just saw, what, like a 3-5 comeback in that map 5. In the last series, we'll see if Thieves can pull off the 2-5 comeback. Or FaZe will shut it down here. First blood to Droz as he's playing deep. Tries to snap on a Hydra. Maybe setting up Cell. He's going to get double chowed. The fact Cell gets 1 is brilliant there. I thought they bait and switched that pretty well, but he has hit his shots. Draza finds the last one. Atlanta FaZe finally maybe feeling good about some of the Call of Duty they're playing as they take a dominant 2-0 edge in this. And honestly, both maps just haven't been that close. Well, I mean, I know map 1 was, but it was till it wasn't. Like, they kind of blew it open at the end of it, and they were leading throughout most.
And all FaZe so far. And even like that last round, like Envoy was just kind of hitting it by himself. I feel like everyone, there's always a player like Back Patio or he's just trying to make an individual play, but I feel like just kind of what we see on Skyline, that normally doesn't work out too well. It's instantly traded.
Bro, Ant's about to take a dominant lead in the predictions. Like, he's already up big at this point of the year. I mean, he said it though. I was like, yeah, I mean,
he's locked in. He's on a heater.
He is. He is absolutely on a heater. BZ goes 10-6, has a great map, some really nice individual plays, really from him and Semp. Yeah, you had him on the other side, scrapping a bunch of beautiful moments, bunch of first bloods, but just wasn't enough. Despite the individual plays, and like, what's actually crazy to think about, that's one of the first search and destroys I've ever casted where Hydra's on the map, and I don't think I mentioned his damn name.
Yeah, he had like a solid game.
I mean, outside of like that, almost the 1v3, like usually it's just I feel like he has more of an impact with like the first bloods and stuff, typically in search and destroy. Like he's one of your entry guys. You see it a lot, especially when we watch him on like Vault, but they're like, it was either like Scrap getting a pick or it was the subs of Atlanta FaZe. Like he didn't really have that impact we expect him to sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there was some moments from Scrap. That was about it.
Yeah, no, it really was. At least with just like your opening duels, for sure. But that'll do at least for the first 2 maps to break it down. And for Ant to probably gloat, we'll get it back to the desk.
Not worried about it at all. Atlanta FaZe gets reverse swept all the time.
Yeah.
Sure.
All the time.
I don't think it's ever happened. I'm like, when was the last time? All right, LA Thieves, it's time to wake up. You saw Minnesota Rocker do this at the start of the day, Ant. So give Ali and I some hope. How can LA get back in this, or is this a 3-0 done?
Well, you got to get Hydra going, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, on that map number 1, the sub-duo, Hydra and Envoy didn't do much at all, and I really think it's just because of the setups we saw from Atlanta FaZe, right? Like, Atlanta FaZe are good at protocol, and now I see why LA Thieves auto-banned it in all of their series prior to it, right? So they were already seeing the map pool affect some teams. Like, he didn't politic well enough, Rewind, it got removed, and we've seen them, namely Scrap, very vocal on Twitter about how much he just like Skyline as well, which we just saw them lose, and we're gonna have Skyline in map 4. So when you look at this map set, it has Atlanta FaZe's name written all over it. But if you're hoping for a reverse sweep, you're looking at Hydra to kick things into gear.
Are you worried at all that Simp is shooting bodies?
Why would I be worried that Simp is shooting bodies? Absolutely not. Atlanta FaZe in the past couple of years, I feel like their confidence has kind of just grown with kind of the changing of that fourth member, and Draws has added a lot of crap talking to this team. So for Atlanta FaZe, and especially for Simp, I'm sure in that 1v1, he's been compared, I'm sure, to Hydra constantly. So this match has a little bit more to it than just the minors, than just Atlanta FaZe trying to prove that they're a top team again, and LA Thieves defending kind of their #1 spot in the league right now.
I will say a lot of the FaZe haters are kind of silenced in the chat right now.
Yeah.
It is a peaceful place. Come on in to YouTube.com.
Listen, Chris, they had a couple of weeks, right? Like they were going ham. They're like, yo, blow it up, please break this team up. And I see why, because when they figure it out, it just feels like that spark from the 1v4 of Simp. It's just got everybody going like, yo, don't forget who we are. Like, we can take over these series, and you know, if they come into this series in a minor tournament atmosphere and beat these guys 3-0, Atlanta FaZe will fully be back in my mind.
We should remind everybody that Atlanta dropped their first map against Miami yesterday. They had to win 3 straight after that. This was LA's first 2 maps of 2025. Question is, do they get more than 2 moving forward? Let's take a look at the SMG matchup, Allie.
They have to, you know, especially with the expectations so high for LA Thieves. I think this will be one of those situations where that control is going to be that flip game mode. It's going to be that map number 3, because it's been all the SMGs, and unfortunately, what's really painful is Envoy has done this before where he has been a little bit inconsistent, and I would hate to see that happen again this year.
They in danger, Ant?
Yeah, I mean, this is the worst game mode, is control. 2-2 in it, right? They played 1 protocol, if you guys remember, in that Minnesota match. LA Thieves should have lost that protocol. It was like a crazy round where Minnesota kind of threw it. So we're going back to that Atlanta FaZe. I think they might close it in 3.
The players are going to take every ounce of this break, so let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket one more time and update you with what we're looking at tomorrow. We have 2 semifinals, 1 minor, 1 tournament finals. Royal Ravens officially locked up against Optic Texas. The bottom, though, up for grabs. Can LA Thieves battle back? Otherwise, FaZe is 1 map away from facing the Rocker.
I mean, come on, we were supposed to have all Game 5s today. I know it's been a long day, but it would be so wrong if we didn't get what was supposed to be the best match on the day going all the way.
We got some good games coming our way.
You guys got to lock in on your picks.
Tonight,
What do you
I'll
mean
be
by
honest, I really wanted to pick Simp and Abizi, but then I thought she was going to pick a different team, and I was like, yo, this is my chance to regain the lead.
Hold on,
And she's
I was like,
just
say,
following my
defending
picks.
prediction champ, by the way, last year.
I totally should have just followed
Yeah,
it
but I'm
once
locked
again.
now, so.
Ant is locked in. Are you
How many
locked
matches have we
in? Your
had?
pick'em brackets are officially locked, and we are down to, I believe, 20% with correct brackets up to this point. For now, let's get back to the caster. Smirkin may even take it away from us.
Thank you, guys. You're having a lot of fun, and so are we. It's a late night. We're having a blast. But no, this is like an important one in a way for me, just because control in general is important to me when it comes to Atlanta FaZe, because over the years that they have been dominant, there have been stretches where they've been not great at Hardpoint. They've had not many bad stretches in Search, but they have had bad stretches in Search. The one thing they have always been like a top 1 or 2 team has been control. And they start slow this year. They haven't looked great. It's not been a ton, but I don't know. If they're going to get back to being dominant, man, that game 3 has just always been so good for them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you can see right here this season, 2 and 3 for one side, 2 and 2 for the other, and it's really been all vault.
I guess I'm thinking more like yesterday. They went into the yesterday 1 and 3. I was like, they're 1 and 3 in control. I was like, damn.
Yeah, I think as much flack as control gets, normally when you look at tournament winners, look at their control record. It normally shows
100%.
Normally very good. Usually around 80%.
100%.
No, 80%. Usually 70 to 80%.
100%. We'll see if FaZe can win 100% of the maps as they look to finish them off.
Huh?
Yeah, could have worded that better, Joe. But we get into map 3. Atlanta FaZe looking for the 3-0 victory. Abizi, a real nice map too. We're gonna take that right into map 3. As he starts off with a pair, and so far, so good. He's trying to get into the back line.
Well, again, it's Celium. He's able to find 3. Gets the multi-kill, and you set up Abizi, right? It's just which corner is he in, and that is a great slide from Envoy. Nice trade there from Simp, but it's the start you want if you're FaZe, right? Don't give them any momentum. You're on a defensive round. Control the middle of the map and get into your spots. Draw's now trying to flank. Looks like Hydra's watching one side, Envoy the other, so they got that taken care of.
Progress over at A. Inching their way close to that second tick. Not quite. Did it go through? Maybe? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, got the second tick. Hydra's playing with the doorways and then sliding on out. Simp's gonna get buried. Oh, they didn't get it. Oh, it was so close. So they'll clear that all the way back too. They fly out just to get that done. I mean, that's a big play considering that was a centimeter from getting done. Ghosty's off the map. Abizi and Simp then get 2. We got 30 seconds left to go, and that might have sealed the round.
Yeah, Ghosty just slipped. It's raining.
That's true. It is wet out.
Yeah.
You don't know what type of shoes they're wearing. They might have had like military shoes on with good grip, but then they put on these new skins, and they could be in some sneakers that just don't have the same level of support, Joe.
That's a good point. Skins look great, though.
They do, but I don't know what's on the bottom of those things. So they treads? Is it flat rubber? I'm not sure, Joe.
Not sure, but I'll tell you what. Yeah, you at least stop it for a second. You get on to B. You'd love to have another tick or two if you can. There is a chance, right? You have a couple players on it. They're reading the pinch. Can they make something of this round? You at least get the second one, and that's all you'll get. So it could have been a lot worse, but yeah, you'll take 2 ticks.
Yeah, we get an extra tick on there, but yeah, I mean, God, I thought they had that. You put your face in the monitor basically to see if they had the second tick at A.
It looked like they did.
No, I thought they did, but then suddenly it's all cleared. His FaZe were quick to get on that. But really, I mean, they won that from the onset. At least they win the opening break. There's immediate pressure. You don't allow any rhythm to get going for this Thieves team. Just don't give them any momentum at all.
Yeah, the one time you had 2 players on A, right? We saw Envoy and Hydra watching the pinch. I think Abizi then took a long route. He wins the one-on-one versus Envoy, and then him and Simp sort of collapse onto the A point. That was the only sort of map control you really had. But it was Abizi who shut it down, and in that round 1, he puts up 11 kills.
Yeah, no, 11 in control round. That's fantastic stuff out of him. Envoy just inching his way on forward, not able to snap back. He will get traded out. It's another opening break that you'll give the edge over to FaZe. Hydra has come soaring out though. Won't live long. I thought it was the bullets from the 2 FaZe players around him, but it's actually a team nade. He was really getting shot at from both sides.
Yeah, it's the one tough part, right? You try to retake that point. You're the last player alive. Your teammates have spawner thinking, I'm going to chuck some nades onto it.
Yep.
Well, Josie takes him down, but they do regain map control. And now you have Scrap in a great spot. At least you would think so, but draws it with the heads-up play. The slide, the pillar gets in your way, and that is 3 dead for Thieves.
Yeah, no, Scrap wants that one back, but no, pillars, man.
We've all been there.
They can be frustrating. You lose a little aim assist for a second, you lose the player, and then suddenly you're put in the blender. This FaZe are really ramping it up. They're up 7 lives right now, playing as a cohesive unit. Celium's ready to get a little stabby. It'll be what? The A point done, the extra minute in, just under 2 minutes to work with. You at least get some big kills in sequence here for your Thieves to make sure there's no kind of transition over. And that allows them to get forward as well. So that's a great stretch after the point. Like you give them the extra minute, obviously, but since then it's perfect.
Yeah, at least like advantage though for FaZe, right? Because they only give up 2 ticks, so something to take into the next one. Ghosty with a great slide, and well, before this life, he was struggling. Now on 5 in a row, up to 8 and 11. Can he find number 6? No, Celium pulls out another sub.
And look at how fast that life advantage. You had 7 life advantage. You get 1 wave down, you get 1 wave of spawn kills, and suddenly you're 14-14. So great stuff from Thieves, and now a great chance to win this round. That's the best you can hope for if you're going to give up a point at least. Like, have it be just clean that next, like, 30 seconds of gameplay after that. Really helps set you up to secure that second point defensively. Celium is all through on the other side. Man, how this pays off. This could be really good for FaZe, and it is. It's 1 player left. It's really Envoy just running in circles. How fast can they trade him out? He's able to get 2. I mean, that's huge. That buys the boys time to get back. Make sure you don't have maybe 3 players stacking this.
Well, if there's a second player there, that second tick is in, right? So you would be up to 4. Or sorry, the first tick would be in. You had 2 on it. So yeah, that Envoy 2-piece could be very important moving forward, but they still have to win this round. They're down 2 lives. 30 seconds remaining. FaZe have to go soon.
Yeah, and just, I mean, that, like the tick, but also just, you probably have bodies on the point longer, it extends the clock, it works down those 6 lives you have. Like, that 2-piece could end up being huge, and he's still finding kills. 12 seconds to go. Simp just being patient, now gonna chow out. Can they bring it to lives? 5v4, 5v3, 4v2.
Get on it.
Gotta get to it, just able to get on with 0.8. The help is coming in. He's by himself here for a second. Cell able to get one through on the cross. They get the round win. They do just enough to bleed out the lives.
Well, that's it, right? We saw this earlier in the day. These attacking teams, what they want is they want to pause the clock. They want to build like a 7 to 8 life advantage. Get done with the 8 point. And it's still going to be tough to win the round, but there's enough resources to where if you put in a spawn trap, you can get out of it. You have the life advantage. You pause enough time on the clock where you should work B.
I mean, that's been FaZe's recipe for control for a long time. Like, even like too much sometimes. Like playing around the lives. Like, we're just like, can you guys just stack the goddamn point? Like,
but on this map specifically,
no, I know. But that's been their recipe in a lot of maps. Like over these past few years. Like, they want to just win the battle of attrition, win it through the lives. And they're able to do it. I mean, by the hair of their chinny chin. There's 0.8 seconds on the clock. Just barely get it through. aBeZy goes right at the gut. This time, Hydra's going to be there to meet him. But Thieves are at risk of getting 3-0'd in the map and 3-0'd in the series. And I mean, maybe the series we thought had the most potential to go 5 today. It might be our quickest, which it's been a long day. We had like 3 2-hour series today.
Sometimes that's the way it is.
Yep. See if Thieves can do anything more efficiently here on offense. Trying to isolate players off of spawn, doing a good job of that, dealing with Simp. And they haven't made any progress really, not too much. But the fact is you've been on a point for the most part, so you still have a minute on the clock.
Yeah, you kind of saw from like Scrap's point of view, they're just like kind of giving them nothing. You know, FaZe, they're really taking their time, trying not to bleed lives. Now they're starting to. With only 1 player on it, that 8 point just goes so slowly, but now they very much are.
They turned it on here.
As well, you are up 7 lives. Pretty much that formula I was talking about, this is exactly it. Thieves doing it now.
Yeah, it's basically exactly what we saw FaZe do just a couple rounds ago. Or just a couple rounds, just last round. There's the capture, and basically identical situations, pretty much.
Yeah, 7 life advantage, 2 minutes. The only difference here is you still have that map control, right? There's no situation where it's seeming like they're gonna go 3 or 4 dead.
That's true. I mean, they were able to do that to him, right? And they brought the lives back in what felt like 20 seconds. Not happening here. Thieves just keep ripping and roaring.
FaZe have got nothing. You already have 1 take done at B. Finally, you get something there, but you're gonna have to peek Scrap sooner or later. Finally, you do. Hydra going out for the trade. He's thinking they should finish that tick, maybe, but it doesn't matter. Still 7 lives in the advantage, a minute 40.
Yeah, it's like if you're FaZe, you're gonna have to have some 4-down stretch here, some nice sequence that really gets you back into it. Otherwise, it should be pretty similar to what we saw last round. Scrap killing Celium so hard, half his body was in the ground. Sit back, looking for angles. Scrap still there and still shooting. 7 lives left. They're doing this even better than FaZe did last round, just choking them out. Beautifully done there from Thieves, and probably the best we've seen them look over the course of this series.
Yeah, now it's just, can they, is that the round to finally get them going? See a little bit more animation from Scrap, just trying to talk to the boys, get them locked in. They gotta slow this man down. aBeZy up to 28 already. Well, they're gonna need a very good defense here to try to secure for round 5.
I mean, he's averaging nearly 10 a round. He's been terrific. He's on pace for a huge one if this goes all the way to round 5. I mean, look at him compared. I mean, Simp's got 10, by the way. aBeZy has 28. There's no one even like in the same ballpark as him right now. This could be some kind of control record if he keeps it going, but we'll see if that'll be the case. Thieves got to push this to round 5 if any kind of number is going to be set. A much better opening break here from Thieves. Nearly get all 4. aBeZy, of course, the one that's going to get away, at least for now. Then obviously he's going to get a kill as well. On 30, on a 3, on an absolute heater. Will be enough to just have FaZe close this out here, but nobody else is really finding kills. It's just kind of been aBeZy.
Yeah, and the problem is you've had like nobody really on A, so already 30 seconds burned. Like the lives aren't too bad yet. Ghosty's all the way pushed up in your base. Yeah, weird timing there. Scrap's already down the zip line. Draza looking for some spawn kills. Like, this is great and all, but again, game clock already at 45. While Draza's here, the rest of your teammates are in your base.
Yeah, he's just looking for somebody, and they spawn out the other side. Oh, he does get eyes on him at least, but Hydra's going to get away.
Wow, one more bullet, I think, yeah.
He's frustrated with that one, I'm sure, because he doesn't get the kill, and his team is just getting farmed, so he's going to have to wrap back and try to get on the point because time is dwindling. 30 seconds left to go. He's in trouble. Teammates still in trouble as well. Hydra and Scrap still eating inside of their house, stealing all their food. Draza, that stretch from Draza was not fun. That was just frustrating. He effectively did nothing.
This is what he needed, right? I mean, it had to be almost flawless. They had a 2-tick advantage. So Thieves just really putting on the pressure, trying to get that round 5 defense.
They turned it up massively here. Can they just close it out? You do get 3 dead. Probably the best stretch you had from FaZe throughout the course of this one, but then Envoy answers back with a double. You still have one on the point. Ghosty's trying to clean it up. Simp with some nice shots to back up Ghosty. Scrap, though, able to peek it as well. Then you get somebody on over towards A. They're going to have to now push across and try to clean them up off of this. We'll see if they can somehow get the minute extension or get any kind of ticks. You have the 1 tick on A.
That one on B is almost done, but they're still fighting A. And so Thieves are trying to get on this. There we go. There's the contest. Ghosty sliding on through. Draza looking over it. Should be down to Draz. It is, and I'm pretty sure Thieves have it for round 5. Could be wrong.
Yeah, I didn't know if they need one more. We'll see. Yeah, I'll be honest. I lost track of the ticks. I wasn't sure if they needed one more or not.
Normally I'm good at it, but it's like my bedtime right now. You know? I'm an old man.
It's late. It's late. It's been a long one. We'll see. So it will be Thieves defending.
I did track it right. Nice.
So they did enough there to get the defense. Now can they just replicate that? Because you had a nice attack.
And I mean, what a 2 couple of rounds from Thieves.
No, it was 2 really good rounds from FaZe, then 2 even better ones from Thieves. Abizi's still on insane pace. But it seems like Thieves have woken up within this series. And it's not a team you want to give any kind of momentum because they are now starting to feel it. And, well, man, might have another series going to go to a map 5. We'll see. It was looking like a 3-0. Not really feeling that way anymore. That was headshots.
Yeah, well, I think so. Is still weak.
Yeah. Just like
I'm going to assume so.
Bullet or 2 to the dome.
Ghosty with some nice shots. He's on 3 in a row, and a Scrap again kind of leading the way. He really stepped up in map 2, had double digits for the loss. But you saw him just when we went to the player camps. He was just trying to get the boys a little fired up. And it's worked so far. Just can they win this round? They are very much in control.
Is keep pushing up this lives situation. I mean, this time it's Simp kind of working through the back. Is he'll get back onto A. I think they're going to get 2 players onto that. See if they can win this other 2-on-2 skirmish that's going down the stairwell.
That looks like a fun fight.
Yeah, super fun. But still, you got 26 seconds left. You just had no success. They have found no openings towards the objective. And these last 2 offenses. I feel like there's just been 2 players battling out of spawn for FaZe like for the past 5 minutes. Like at all times.
Yeah, and the one player maybe just trying to make a play. Every single time has gotten cut down, and now the multi-kills just starting to ramp up. Down 2-0, down 2-0 in the control as well. Starting to bring it back here as Thieves.
Well, that'd be enough to wake him up. We're going to get to the point. Simp is able to get there. Not sure he's going to do much, though. One person will be able to get on. It's desperation time. You're down 7 lives. Everyone is sitting it on forward. You got everywhere to check. He does finish one, but you still got Abizi and Cell there on the point. We'll see if they can get that minute extension. It's doable still, but Hydra a chance to really tear this thing apart. Depending on how fast this gets picked up and how fast he can maybe trade. It does get picked up. Draza will find Hydra. Minute extension is through. You're down 5. Can FaZe do something crazy now? They've got 2 dead. 45 to go. 3 dead.
And before? Oh, he doesn't catch him. Still trying to find him, and there we go. All 4 dead. Now you're going to have multiple players on it.
Hold up.
Celium locked in down the middle of the map, or at least trying to. Instead gets caught, but the rest of FaZe are on B.
They're going to get 3 off of it. They clear it, 40 seconds to go, and you just don't have the lives. You've only got 3 people up. They were so close to bringing this back. But now you're in trouble. Just got to trade this efficiently if you're Thieves, and it's done. 1 player remaining in Draza, and he is night-night. Down 0-2, 3 brilliant rounds out of Thieves, and they'll extend the series. And now the boys look a little bit fired up. Maybe some energy changes here. Well, that was nearly an insane comeback from FaZe, but...
And I think, I mean, there's probably like 2 other things Selleck can probably do from that spot. It's A, just don't even peek at all. Just sit behind the gun and just lock down top mid, or the other is, honestly,
as soon as he started doing the pull up there, I was like, oh God.
After you kill Scrap, I'm thinking just, if you're going to stack it, right, you know you have 6 lives. If they 4-stack that, I think the round's done.
I mean, yeah.
But he doesn't want to get caught sprinting away. Always tough in that scenario. He puts up 34. He caught up to a BZ. He's the one that really turned it on.
No, BZ went into that with like 35 or something, didn't he? He went into that round with like 34 or 35. I'm pretty sure he didn't get a kill or something.
Well, Selden must have really turned up.
I think so.
Yeah, because he finishes with 24 offensive kills. So, yeah, that round 5, he got going, but it didn't matter. Thieves just had enough.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to BC with his last couple, but no, he did not. He went from frying to getting fried, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if he just like hits the movement and dives onto it. Yeah, are they done with that point? Might be.
Yeah. You never know, but if they get the 4-stack, is it long enough to just close it out? I'm kind of thinking it might have been, but that might be a hard call. Yeah, yes. Yeah, it's a bit of a hike at that point, but like it might have been able to do it. And then this is the round they're able to get it done. They had a big advantage in lives, and then from here, it is just all Thieves the rest of the way.
Yeah, this is when they really got going. Well, they win that attack round, and then on defense, just FaZe were able to find nothing, kind of get shut out. That gives Thieves defense. And I forgot to fit the round that FaZe won, it was through lives, not ticks. So they only had like 4 that round. So instead of like that sort of 6.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, no, that's what you would like screw them up sometimes. Like, especially last year, right? Like they ran into that problem on Invasion sometimes. They play around the lives and then they get around 5 offense because of it. And that can bite you sometimes, and kind of ends up doing it here.
Great shots right there from Hydra for that retake on the B, and there we go. That's what we normally see from that guy. As they are happy to see him at 4.
Yeah. No, they look kind of dead in the water. Energy didn't seem to be there. Then they get that. Now, well, I mean, the energy's going to come to your play Skyline. You're just going to be headbutting each other.
It's been a long day. Everybody's looking for the energy.
Yeah, certainly are, Joe. I don't know what I'm saying at this point. I'm just sort of blabbering. Actually, I fell asleep in the green room before this. I'll be honest. It's been a long one. It's about 75 goddamn degrees in this room.
You have a nap like once or twice a day, right?
Am I at that age where I need to be napping?
Yeah, like micro napping.
I don't know what's happening. I just know that like this is like the 3rd time today where it looks like a 3-0, and then next thing you know, it's a 2.5-hour series. Like, what was the first one to start today? The Rocker one, right? Like,
yeah.
That was like 30 seconds for being a 3-0. And next thing I know, there's
that's because
2 game drops, and we
haven't had any of that yet.
2.5 hours
chill.
go by.
Let's chill.
Yeah.
We don't want any of that.
You're right.
We just want some great Call of Duty. Yeah, that's what we're getting.
We're gonna get that, Joe. Except we're going to Skyline, which is not great Call of Duty, but we're...
Yeah, but it's going to be fun.
That's true. It is going to be fun for the players. Just going to be in there, just... I'll kill you, and you're going to spawn right there.
That's the way it works.
Yep, that's the way it works. We'll get to battle here on Skyline. You see some smiles now on the Thieves players' faces. Scrap's fired up. They're having fun. And yeah, you didn't see any of this in the first 2 maps.
No, you saw nothing.
They were snoozing. Now they throw a punch and start to feel it a bit.
And then on the other side for like FaZe, right? You've been sort of, again, not being the FaZe that we know. Starting to dominate a series. Now it's one of these tough mental battles where they're just going to have to, hopefully not collapse.
We'll see. Well, they're going to get tested now a little bit after they were absolutely grooving. We saw the bracket there for a second. Now we have part of the bracket and part of the
got it. There it is.
And back to the bracket. Listen, we're just keeping everybody on their toes. This is how it looks right now. We got Ravens versus Optic on the top side. Rocker will play the winner of this. FaZe a map away from moving on, and Sunday will be our final 3 matches.
Yeah, I mean, great showing from Rocker so far. 2 Game 5 wins. Again, a tough team to put away. On the other side, Optic, doing their thing, and Carolina still looking good.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of that one, they were up like, or they were down like 2-5 or 3-5, and I ran to the restroom because we were going to cast, and I come back and they won the map. I was like, oh, I thought they were dead in the water. I swear I left and they were losing the map, and then they pull it out. This Ravens team has been a fun one. TJ has been popping off. It's been awesome to see.
Yeah, search and destroy tomorrow between those two should be great to watch, right? Just Opti's on that win streak.
Yeah, like 7 in a row. Or
yeah, in Carolina, that's just been their bread and butter.
Yeah, no, that'll be a really fun one to watch. Just waiting for the Hardpoint to get loaded up here, but you've got superstars across the page. Every player on your screen able to absolutely drop a bomb on a map like this. Just might, like, literally any of them could put up 40 plus. The potential is there from these guys. We went to Skyline once, at least for the search and destroy. That was a really dominant search victory from FaZe. This is obviously going to be a whole hell of a lot different, but there's been some dramatic ones here for Thieves. They've had like a 250-249 win, like a 250-245. I think they've had some just nail biters. What was the 250-249? Was that against the Gorilla? That was the Gorillas one, right?
Yeah, it's their only one. So yeah, 1-0, and that's their win.
Okay.
Yeah, that's their win.
That one was so crazy, I guess, that I was thinking it was multiple. But that one was wild, though. That one was wild.
And then for the FaZe side, yeah, 1-1. So a couple more reps, or another rep over FaZe, but yeah, Thieves able to clutch that one out.
See if we get a different looking team now. They seem fired up. Opening little sequence here seems to be the advantage to FaZe. I thought that for a second, but we go 2 for 2. Now Thieves trying to fight for position. As Abizi's just been lurking down here. Can't take down anymore, and into the Hardpoint first will be Thieves now to try and pick up some of this time. Celium just looking for the angle as he's stunned up, and his teammates are finding kills around him.
Nice shot by Draws, and now just trying to get the time. Pulls out the pistol, gonna reposition. FaZe just trying to flip those spawns, trying to get P2 control, and there we go. What a start from FaZe after what happened to them throughout that protocol. Maybe not what you would expect, but this is the response you like to see.
No, that little, like, if you were just watching the minimap, that little sequence from when they got into the Hardpoint to like setting up and winning the gunfights for P2 was perfect. Like, that was clinical. So now getting position here. We'll see what kind of lead they can now turn this into. We know this can be such a scrappy map. I mean, more often than not, teams are within a couple points of each other, but this has been a very good minute of Call of Duty here from FaZe, as they've had no holes in their setup.
Finally, you get some pressure towards the back staircase, but it's just been multi-kill after multi-kill, and Abizi shuts down that push, and now he's going to try to get aggressive through the middle of the map. Keep it going. As he's up to 8-2, he was so good in map number 3.
Well, he was until he wasn't, I guess. I gotta go look at like the fall off there, but yeah, too easy for Abizi in that sequence. That was disgusting.
Just not slowing down.
And you don't get that many like 60s on Skyline usually. I know you got some money hills, there's some harder to break, but like not usually that clean.
Not a P2. I mean, no. Yeah, it's possible, but it's normally around that P4.
Abizi had, what, 11 through the first round of control. He's got 11 through the opening 2 Hardpoints here. Off to a banger start, but now it's like Thieves, when are they going to go ahead and answer? And if you think back to what, at least the map 1, right? They went into a pretty big hole, and then they had one big hole. They got them right back into the game. Maybe their chance to do it now, but obviously a mid-map scrapper is what you can have on this point. You try to take the route, but they pick it up.
That is a great read by Draws. Yeah, because you had 4 dead in a lot of room for Hydra to work with.
Well, I'm sure
but another 4 dead. So there we go. After that first kill comes on through, then you can make this play. This is great time so far. 20-25 seconds earned for LADs, and now they transition it to a P4 hold, get themselves right back into the game. Simp is able to find a couple and just let them know there's some presence bedroom side.
I'm sure their game plan when they're in some of their tough matchup is just a where is Hydra, where is Shotzi? Is a lot of the comps, and trying to shut down those routes from happening. But maybe able to go back-to-back Hardpoints now. Is Abizi will be the last one up, and he'll get traded out. You have another nice setup for Thieves as they flip the game on its head. You got vision on all of them. I don't even know he realizes he got 2 players there. He's shooting at 1. I think it's the headshot on the back player.
Yep.
That looked ridiculous from Ghosty. but this is Skyline.
That's just it. I mean, yeah, then Sip and Abizi spawn up, and then Abizi's on another 3 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, that was the most Skyline. Like, Ghosty with a double, and then the player he killed gets a double right after.
Well, just back and forth.
Yep, it sure is, Joe. Well, they get him spawning out pretty deep this time due to, I think, number 7 and Envoy kind of pushing out.
Yeah, but you needed this time, honestly, this 15 seconds, because that goes phases way. That's 70-point lead or so instead.
Yeah.
A little bit different, and you're right back into the game if you're LATs.
Yeah, these are the types of maps usually we talk about, like a Bocage or a Skyline. Like, a 50-point lead is more than a 50-point lead on like another map. Like, it's almost like double it kind of versus like a more traditional map.
Were they going to read this? Sim gets a spawn out, and he might just get a freebie. Instead, he puts some shots in, just tries to reposition. So it could have been a lot worse. All three face players spawn up on the left. Sim spawns up on the right, doesn't punish him. And now they can get into a setup. As Envoy's gonna spawn on up, him and Hydra gonna work kitchen side.
Looking for a potential lead change here, but not gonna come yet. Still trailing by 7 are Thieves.
That was chasing a ghost?
Yeah, no, absolutely was. Abizi now with the double. Back into the hardpoint go phase. Thieves trying to bring this back. Get some big plays, big momentum, and get this to a map 5. They brought it back after being down big early. Let's go to listen in now with Thieves.
Spawn there. One's wood. Wouldn't it be Jim?
That's one AC.
They're still sitting P3. I spawned top. Yeah, I'm with
Piano steps done.
Listen,
We should go fast. And then,
oh, Jim.
Go.
I'm the grenaded. Solid.
Let's go back. Back. Kitchen, first guy.
He jumped off. Plat.
Kitchen, careful.
Plat to Zig.
Play through the time, guys. Back door. No picked up mid. No pick mid hole. You know what, Zig? There's 2. Zig weak in the back door. Zig in back door. Like, Zig went Piano steps. Piano steps too. Are you gonna be front? Front, spawn all the way out. They're gonna be top mid too. Top mid. Fast. One more property. Buy time, guys. They can only go top mid. It looks like. Yep, white's fine.
You're gonna be in the back of me.
Building back door. I can get your side plat. Hold back door weak. Back door. One shot back door. 2 back door. 2 mid. Yo, side plat, Ernie. Alright, yo, one's to the right, one's a Piano. I'm one shot. I'm gonna get mid. He's gonna be mid. He's gonna beat you. Front mid 2. Front mid 2, BZ. I don't know. Yo, 2 mid. They're gonna drop down, it looks like. One more mid. Jim, close up, Paco, close up. Okay. So we gotta hold top. I'll hold top. Help mid, Paco. Yeah. It could be top mid.
I have the pinch.
Little Piano. I'm holding their side, Ernie. You have it? Okay. I'm watching. I'll jump down. I have mid. Hold their side.
Nothing pinch.
I have all their side, Ernie. Outside, mid, Div. Okay, come on, Jim. Top mid, in between, then.
Nothing else top mid.
Gonna be Jim. Yeah. Jim, one shot again.
Nice. I have help them.
Yeah, I'm mid.
Top mid right now. Mid hole.
I'm getting into Jim.
Only one of them.
I'm watching Jim. I have Jim. Hold their side. Just hold their side. Three guys there. One shot that side. One shot. Mid. I play for the time. I play.
Yeah, 2 on time. Pushing through. Play this time heavy.
20 seconds. Let's get mid and shit. Low bed. One was low bed. Easy. Holding top. Out jacuzzi. Yeah, jacuzzi.
Pull this guy quick.
One shot jacuzzi. And top hall. Jacuzzi, one shot.
I can help you time.
Just take our time. Go on time, bro. There's 2 on time. I think he's outer.
I think he's running outer. Inner, Tim.
In outer. 2. Outer, one shot. One mid. One. Inner. Close inner, one shot out. Outer, close left. I need really close left.
There's something about Hydra yelling jacuzzi that got me going, Joe, but that was a sequence from FaZe. They're still up 20. Abizi has been a multi-kill demon. He's on 7 straight.
Yeah, he's having a match. I mean, even just that scene right at the end of that listening. Multi-kill has the pistol as well. But when you talk about this P4, that is LA Thieves with a braid. 2 from Scrap, 2 from Josie. They are in a prime position to tie this game up.
It's just one of those things, Joe. I just don't really care until like we're at like 200 to 200. It's going to be there.
Pretty close,
Skyline, it's going to be there eventually. Like I know we're going to get to 200, 200, and then we're going to turn on the Jets, Joe. It's like Invasion. You know, you don't care to around 5.
Okay.
It's like the same thing. Just wait till it's 200, 200. Let me know, all right?
I'll let you know.
I'm just kidding, but that'll be the score.
It's pretty darn close right now.
At some point, that'll be the score. Still inside and fighting and looking for a lead change. It's going to be Thieves. Ghosty, 4 in a row for him. Looking to make it 5. Just painting the body of Celt in the corner. Scrap will get a freebie. Cell peeks a little bit wide. The damage gets in. Teammate able to pick it up. but you trade it if you're FaZe, at least for the most part, so still a contest around the point. But we're in our third set, and they've still got position there at back Jacuzzi.
And that was a chance there for Thieves. Scrap, I mean, he goes on a long route, and he was able to find that first one, and they just couldn't get him out of the hill. But if they're able to get them out of the hill, you'd have P2 spawns, you'd be in a great spot for the rest of the game. But FaZe do a nice job. Just kind of recovering from that situation, but there will be a 3 dead, but you see, splits are going to come in. So Drazen and BZ are going to have a chance to lock down this P2.
Well, it's really just going to be a BZ now until the teammates get there. A multi-kill out of that big time for one if he was able to do it. That's him only able to get one. Simp hops out. He hops down. Simp is able to catch the timing on his teammate then, so he'll be back into the mix as they're up over 200.
Yeah,
Here come Thieves again, though.
What a sequence there. I mean, yeah, those spawns just allow FaZe at least make this messy enough, because, yeah, Thieves are thinking we very much have control, but all 3 players hit P1, so that spawn was open, and now FaZe are here. Hanging onto this lead.
Ghosty, though, up the grapple, gets 2, and Draws like, where did he go? He's just laying down behind the table, chilling. Finally able to slide out and deal with it. The pre-fire, a little too early.
It was on point.
It might have been nasty, yeah. But just still a mixer around it. But for the most part, you've had advantage of your phase. You're just building this lead a little bit by a little bit. BC on 34, seeing what he can do. He's getting shot from everybody, but his teammate and Cell gets shots through on the cross, saves him, and he'll secure the final 10 or so seconds. Now we take a look at the other side of the fight. Is Simp getting back to full HP and trying to get rocket and roll, and not going to be able to do it. I thought Thieves gets all the kills, but Draws is 2. Probably going to keep it scrappy again because you can't get set up Graveyard Thieves, one of these central hard points, so we'll keep an eye on the spawns.
Well, that's going to, in a way, because the spawns are so close, that double from Draws actually gives them numbers on their next push.
It's like
right in a 3-on-2, so that one multi-kill changes everything.
It's weird because like multi-kills almost like aren't as important sometimes in a map like this, but they are in the sense it can make things just crazier, right? Like it does. 10 more points needed for the win. 40 up for Abizi. They find all the kills. They've got him spawning out as deep as you could. The only guy close is Hydra, and they're able to pick that up before he gets one. FaZe shut it down 3-1. They let the map 3 get away from them. Couldn't close it out clean, but man, they look good in that map 4, and that's a hell of a series for Abizi. Like, I think he falls flat at the end of that control, but outside of that, I mean, he was a playmaker in the search and destroy. He was on a tear there.
Yeah, I mean, the best they've looked all year.
Oh, yeah, no, 100%. And it's, you know, I don't know what all we can take from. We don't know exactly what the scrim schedules were like for either team. I imagine FaZe was putting in a lot more work, getting in the lab over the break, right? You would think they were more than Thieves. Like, Thieves felt pretty comfortable going into it. You had to improve a lot more for your FaZe. So we need to see these improvements continue. But yeah, coming back with a matchup like this, best win they've had all year. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, it's just the way they did it too, right? It's just like there weren't these gritty wins. Like even in the 5-map series that we saw earlier, like when they were winning like that game 4, it took a heroic effort from a couple of players. But yeah, BZ gets 40, and the one guy kind of we highlighted jumping into this series who fried versus FaZe was Envoy, and
he got smoked this one.
Yeah, just struggles a little bit. As Atlanta FaZe, they do their thing.
And that was also the first time, I'm curious what like Ann will say, but like when we watched them for the most part, like one thing he said a lot is like they look like they're behind. It's like they don't know how to play yet. I didn't really feel that a lot during this. Like it didn't seem like they just seemed lost at times. And I know it's just a series, but curious his thoughts.
Yeah, we'll see how, I mean, yeah, could have another big day tomorrow, but see if they can keep this consistency going.
See if they're back, but it ends up being a 52-point victory there. It basically always is on Skyline. It's a tight one till the finish.
Hey, he gets a 200 though, so.
That's right, I didn't.
What's up?
You didn't, that's right, you're right. That's my bad, Joe. I was a couple points off. No protocol, search and destroy to close it out. We end it in 4. I thought we were going 5 just based on how the day was, honestly. As soon as like that, they kind of, whatever, Thieves came alive or FaZe through it. Like
control was, yeah.
I was like, yeah, we're going 5 after that. I was like, we have to, but FaZe stepping up.
Yeah, and I think the big thing was honestly just like you saw it kind of in the break off, like the first 2 hills, right? They built up a bit of a lead, and it's just the way they were doing it, right? That Abizi multi-kill, the gun stayed warm for FaZe. That was just like, again, a big mental test for them after throwing that control.
The break, and then also like that sequence from like P1 into P2 was perfect. Like, it was literally perfect. And they go up big, and they end up holding on. But that'll do it for Joe and I and for our matches. To close it out, we can get back to our great desk.
We miss you guys already. Great stuff from Merc and Maven, and fantastic work from Nameless. The Oracle called this one.
Killed it.
And what's even cooler than you, like, getting 2 upsets right on this day is also the fact that you wanted a game 5.
Yeah.
You were rooting against the team you picked because you like this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, this matchup's always great, and it brings the best out of Atlanta FaZe, clearly. There's their 2 best series of the year. This one, they get the W, and if we went to that Protocol Game 5, it would have been absolutely incredible. But good for FaZe. They look good right now, and Abizi just had a hell of a series.
Thank you, Abizi, for getting us out of here before Midnight Alley. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here from game number 4. Atlanta FaZe and LA Thieves were knotted up at 171 each.
Yeah, no, I mean, you have to tip it to Abe, right? Abizi, I mean, he was already 10-plus kills over everybody else in the lobby at the start of this. He did the same thing in map number 1 as well. So for Abizi, I mean, I feel like this has just been a series for him to kind of step up and kind of put his name in our mouths. And Draza and Celium, I feel like the past year or 2, we've talked more about the ARs than the SMG duos just because of the way they're performing. Celium was constantly topping top KD charts. So maybe this game is just going to be the year of the SMG. It's going to be the year that we really put a lot on Abizi and Simp because they have been unreal in this series.
Yeah, I think a big difference in this one, especially the hardpoints, was just like the SMG positioning, like on both the maps, right? Like you saw Beezy going off and getting a ton of kills, and he was just like running at them like a chicken with his head cut off. Like he was playing his positions really well, being a rat when he needed to be a rat, and that's why I thought that they were so far behind. Like the subs weren't pushing out at the proper times, and in these 2 maps they were, and you saw them prioritize like big positions. Like when they flipped the P2 at the end there, they know how crazy it's gonna get, but they just play off their trades, off the information. So communication's gotten better. Everybody played so much better throughout this series. They put in that work in this holiday break.
We have 2 teams that entered outside the top 4, now officially in the top 4 in our bracket. We say goodbye to LA Thieves. Atlanta FaZe, the 10th seed, the dark horse. They play Minnesota, the 5th seed. Somebody has an easy ride to the finals here. Nameless, do we get a game 5 though out of Minnesota once again?
I mean, why not, right?
No
I think
way.
also
Come
this
on.
map set definitely like catered towards Atlanta a little bit more.
Oh,
We talked about it with LA Thieves, so it could be a close game against Minnesota.
I hope we see some S&Ds, maybe 2 of them, and more plays like this from Abizi. It's S&D super stellar performances in your Scuff play of the game, featuring Search and Destroy superstar First Blood Master Abizi.
Is the First Blood Demon in Abizi, right? And this is also just what we've been waiting for, the S&D that we're used to from Atlanta FaZe. It's aggressive, it's calculated. Their post plants were miles and miles ahead of what we have seen previously in the past couple of matches in that Skyline S&D, and a lot of it was off of the back of the First Blood King Abizi.
Abizi, I don't know what's more impressive, your performance today in-game or your ability to hit 2 fist bumps at the same time. You join us live. Which one's harder for you?
I don't even know. I mean, I felt like I was untradeable today.
Abizi, congratulations on the win. I wanted to kind of pick your brain a bit. Do you feel like you guys have just been playing up and down to your competition? Because I almost feel like that's how these series have gone. Or do you think you're just much more comfortable now as we get into a couple more weeks into the season?
Yeah, I just think we had a slow start. Like, I feel like we grinded a lot. Like after the break, like we started a little bit earlier, got a lot of reps in, and I feel like we're a lot more comfortable and we're a lot more confident. And I also feel like we're having a lot of fun.
Awesome.
Yeah, so what was the discussion like, after the start to the season? Obviously, it was pretty bad, and you guys have never really been in that position before. What did you guys talk about? How did you write this train? And then the second part to this question is, obviously, you guys lose your S&D coach, and that's a game mode you pride yourself in. What have you guys been doing to sort of supplement that and figure out your search?
I mean, I feel like we've had a lot of like talks, obviously, and we've been putting in like so much time into the game, like since we like started the season 1 and 3. Like I said, like we started really early after the break, and I feel like we just, we weren't really having like, I feel like fun as we should have been, and I feel like we're actually like having fun right now, and it shows because I feel like we're all just flowing on the map, and it feels nice. For sure.
That's good.
I mean, another question to kind of, I guess, push your brain. Would you guys prefer moving forward to have more matches like this where you go the distance, games 4s, games 5s, where you really have to get the blood pumping and work hard for the win? Or do you think moving forward, you guys prefer a couple of 3-0s, a couple of easy confidence boosters heading into Major 1?
I definitely think some 3-0s, you know, to, make sure that we're, showing how dominant we really are as a team. So I think, because I think a lot of our series have been close to start the year. Prefer to get some 3-0s in there.
You've had enough. We've had enough.
Yeah.
A final question for you. Who do the FaZe fans expect to play in the finals, Carolina or Optic Texas?
I would say Optic. I think right now they're feeling really nice. So I look forward to playing them if we get there.
Little FaZe Optic Grand Final for Minor One.
Why not?
Would not be a bad way to finish in my eyes. Abizi, congrats on your stellar performance tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
That's Abizi. He earned your Scuff Play of the Day honors, and of course, he wasn't the only one. We had some big winners across the board, starting with our first matchup. Nameless was sweating at the break. Minnesota down 0-2, but the Rocker don't go away.
Yo, shout out my boy Nero, man. Listen, I think it's because Ohio State won yesterday.
Yep.
He was absolutely dialed today, taking over. And honestly, everybody on this team, man, a gritty roster, a bunch of guys that really nobody wanted, right? They decided to team with each other, and they're making magic happen. Now sitting at top 4, got themselves some CDL points, so the seeding looks good for champs when we get there. But yeah, these guys looking good right now. They're just looking to win the whole thing.
Man, he really is like a super Buckeye fan. He's like
Right?
Will Howard right there. All right, let's keep moving on as we take a look at match number 2. This was Optic, and they went another Game 5 against Boston Breach. Boston actually had the edge after 3 games. Optic had to come back in Games 4 and 5.
Oh man, it was a spooky one indeed, especially after that map number 1 once again. But it's going to be off the back of Kylo Ken, who showed up when his team needed him in the last 2 maps in the Protocol Hardpoint and Search and Destroy, going 11-6 for that win.
One of the biggest surprises of the weekend was not the fact that Kenny still has a good gunny on Optic Texas, but what was happening in New York. Cloud9 struggle bus riding throughout the first 2 weeks of the qualifier. Let's talk a little bit about their matchup against Carolina. They put up a good fight against the Royal Ravens, going all the way to that Game 5.
Yeah, the Hardpoint looks great. They clearly put in a lot of work there. It's just the Search and Destroy, and honestly, we went to around 11.
Yes.
Right? It was some big clutches, and I mean, Carolina was like, they were showing off strats that like typically teams wait for the major to show off, right? So I think for Cloud9, definitely a learning experience in some of those rounds, but I think you still feel pretty good about where you're standing right now.
Absolutely.
But you definitely need points. So for them, when we get back to league matches, they need to get some dubs.
Cloud9 or Boston Breach, who finishes higher at the major?
Ooh.
I'll go Cloud9.
I'm gonna go Cloud9 with you. I agree.
I'd probably land on anything right now. Black or red, whatever you decide, I'm trailing it. All right, that's what we had for our 4 games. Let's take a look at the leaderboard, though. Unfortunately, Boston's road has come to an end. Same thing for the Falcons and Cloud9. But shout out to Snoopy, Attached, and Xdid for breaking in alongside TJ and Dashy. When was the last time you saw TJ in the top 5 for a KD?
Black Ops score, probably.
Right?
Right?
He likes Hacienda. Look out for this guy. And of course, your bracket only has 4 of our 12 teams remaining. 2 at the top, 2 at the bottom. Which one is the closer series, Allie?
Ooh, the closer series definitely Carolina Royal Ravens versus Optic Texas, but I don't want to disrespect Minnesota again.
Yeah, I'm going to keep talking smack to Minnesota because it seems to be working for him. You got stink, Paul. Let's take a look at the match schedule. FaZe wakes up bright and early. 2:45 Eastern will be the pre-show. They're warming up an hour before that. Optic and Royal Ravens, of course, will be taking the stage at 4:30. Nameless, do we have a long grand final?
I think so. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of parity at the top of the league, and I think we're going to get some bangers tomorrow. I mean, teams have been bringing all the stops, Game 5s left and right. Let's do it again.
Hey, big shout out to everyone on production. Stalls are never fun. They powered through it like champions. Your casters are some of the best on the planet. Go to Twitter. Remind them that as we head to bed. We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early.
Back for another one, here we go. Come on like that. We back for another one. Here we go. We back on the scene like we never left. Time to go put them back on the shelf. No, we do not need permission. We came in alone, now we leaving you by ourselves. Now nobody wanna play me. Everybody think I'm crazy. Guess I gotta live up to it, nothing but to do it. Hear me out. Let's go. They know we done been there before. They know I done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. I think we gon' do it again. I'm ready to
that.
Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. You know what we doing. Do it again. Do it again. Tell them I'm here for another one. Another one. Let's win. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. I want like that. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. I want like that. Do it again. Do it again. Tell them I'm here for another one.
Try.
Tell them let's do it again.
All good. You do? I mean, big door.
It's like outside. Watch out, he might be ironing you.
I think he's looking for you.
He is. Low boat.
Nice, Ken.
Oh my god.
Good map, Ken. Holy
God.
You just took us home.
Took us home. Oh my god.
Bro, I can.
No way. Oh, man. Oh my god, I should have.
Joe, bro. Yet she should have
thought he won that. I actually thought.